to shed some light. Now, don't want to stand in front of Daniel. Let me just introduce Daniel. Daniel Fink here to my right is the head of the Secretariat for NetMondial. And I'm very pleased that he was able to be here. So I'll just make a few comments about what's going to happen at the meeting and some of the backdrop to it. And then if we have questions, we can take them between us. But hopefully between Daniel and I, we should be able to answer most of the questions that you have. Fingers crossed. Okay, so the first thing I would say is that, as you know, NetMondial is a partnership between CGI in Brazil and OneNet. And this has been quite a pioneering exercise, I think it's fair to say. If Fadi would say, if he was here, this is a historic opportunity, and it is. It's also the first time, as far as I'm aware, that any pairing of this type has tried to put on an event like this, and certainly in such a short time frame. And that has brought some quite big challenges operationally, but it's been very impressive to see how the team, particularly in Sao Paulo, led by Daniel, very ably, and his partners in CGI, and on the three committees, have really stepped up to the challenge of organizing such a big event under such an intense spotlight as well in such a short space of time. There has been intense interest in this event. Much media coverage has already been generated, and I was reading this morning, I don't know if any of you have yet had a chance to see it. There was a very interesting piece in this morning's Economist online talking about the recent announcement from the NCIA and pointing to the importance of the NetMondial event in looking at the broader internet governance issues that it's going to take under its wing. So I think that's just one example of how high profile this event has become in an incredibly short space of time. Now that is mostly good, but it's also something to be aware of. There's no question in my view that the world, and very much the world beyond our ICANN community, is watching this event. And it's watching it, I think, for a couple of reasons, which are reasonably obvious. One is, how will the multi-stakeholder model function in such a global environment, in a global stage? How will it show itself to be able to grapple with the enormous challenges of looking at principles and frameworks that go well beyond some of the areas that we've been dealing with in the past? And that's a very good question. And it's a challenge, it's an opportunity for us, particularly, I think, for those of us in this community, and I know many of you have registered interest to attend in person, and I hope that most of you will be able to access the meeting remotely if you wish to do so. It will give us an opportunity to show the world, if you like, what we can do and what that high functional multi-stakeholder model looks like in practice. The other reason that it will be high profile is because of where it is and the fairly unusual platform of a national government co-hosting an event of this type. So I think we have a lot of energy, to use Steve's words, ahead of us over the next 4 weeks. Now, in terms of just some practical issues, the first thing I should say is that it is on the 23rd and 24th of April, not the 26th and 27th of April. No, don't, it's fine. I just want to make sure that people do actually have the right date. Because if you turn up on the 26th and 27th of April, you kind of should probably hang around for the football, because I'm thinking that, you know, everyone will have gone home. It is being held at the Hyatt in Sao Paulo. I think you all know this. And the other logistical point to make is that, as I referred to earlier, we will, of course, have remote access available. There is currently a request, which if you go to the NetMondial website, you can see it's running on a banner at the top of the website, out into the community for partners for remote hub access around the world. And we will run as many, or the Secretariat will run as many remote hubs as we can. Depends on how many people step forward to participate in that. But I think, Daniel, the interest in that has been reasonably good so far, hasn't it? Yeah, so I'm not surprised by that. I think it's a good example of our community in action wanting to do their bit and wanting to participate. So the Secretariat will make sure that once those organizations or individuals have volunteered and put their hand up to run a remote hub, that they're properly supported with technical support to make sure that works smoothly. And we will also of course, run a normal Adobe link so that people can dial in as they are today. In terms of the structure of the event, I think, again, this is reasonably well known, but it's worth stressing. There are 3 committees looking after this. There is a logistics committee who are looking after, fairly obviously, the logistics of the event. And that is Hartmut Glasser, I don't know if he's here, I don't think Hartmut is here, and Nick Tommaso, who is the head of the ICANN meetings team, are working very hard on that side of things. And that includes helping with the organize the remote access. The middle committee, I'm going to call it, I don't know, it's the second committee, is the Executive Multi-Stakeholder Committee. Now, this is the committee that really is making decisions and recommendations about the agenda. This is its next job. And it will meet fairly soon to have a look at all the various submissions that have been sent in. There have been nearly 200 submissions to NetMundial, which is a lot more, I think it's fair to say, than we were anticipating, which is a really good thing, in my view, because it shows not just how much interest there is, but it takes time and effort to write a submission like this. And this shows that many, many people really, really want to be heard and have their thoughts looked at and considered as part of this process. It, of course, brings a challenge because that committee is going to have to distill and examine all of those submissions and come to some kind of decision about how to structure an agenda. And we really thank them for the work that they are doing in this, because this is not an easy task, as I'm sure you can appreciate. And they need to do it in a way that is seen to be fair and allowing the right issues to be surfaced in the 2 days of the conference. This is very challenging. I can tell you from my own personal experience, I've been quite involved since I've been at ICANN in the, I know, frankly, thankless task of putting together an ICANN meeting agenda. For which my inbox is full of all sorts of quite spirited emails, shall we put it that way. For any time for about a month in a run-up to an ICANN meeting, I kind of prepare my inbox for the attack. And it's really difficult to do this in a way that keeps everybody happy. I mean, it's all pretty much impossible, actually. But we have a lot of options in an ICANN meeting. As you know, we run a lot of different streams in parallel. We're not going to do that at NetMundial. They will be plenary sessions only. So there will be no, I'm just looking to Daniel to check that I haven't got that wrong, but I haven't. There will be no closed sessions. There will be no side sessions. All the debate will happen with the whole meeting at the same time in the main ballroom. And that is, I think, very, very good from the perspective of showing the world how the multi-stakeholder model engages with itself and with each other to make decisions and recommendations, but it creates some serious pressure in terms of how much can you actually get on an agenda in 2 days, because you can't move anything into another room or into another meeting. So I just thought it's worth mentioning that, because do bear in mind and try and please be very supportive of that multi-stakeholder committee, because I think what they're doing is it's a very big job and it's a big responsibility, and we thank them for it. And then when they've made those recommendations, they will share them with the high-level committee, which is, if you will, the kind of oversight steering group of the whole meeting, which is being run by Minister Bernardo, from the Brazilian government. And this will be the final hand. He says, yes, we're happy with this. We're ready for this to go forward. We're not quite sure exactly what date that agenda is going to be published, but I anticipate people will want to know that. So to give you some guidance, sometime in the first 2 weeks of April, hopefully nearer the beginning of April than the end of April, an agenda will be posted on the NetMundial website, and everybody will be able to see and prepare themselves for that meeting. I think that was all I wanted to say, other than to hope that we see an awful lot of participation from the ICANN community at this event. I think we will. And to thank in public Daniel and the team at CGI. I think what they've done is really unbelievable, actually. And I'm sure that it will be a very successful meeting, and we will owe enormous amounts of gratitude to them for having made it happen. So I'm happy to take any questions. Daniel, is there anything you'd like to add?
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Just would like to introduce some others, members of the Executive Multi-Stakeholder Committee. And I met this morning Professor Flavio Wagner, who's over there. Yeah, thank you. Carlos Afonso, besides him. Yeah. Adam Peak, don't know if he's here. Okay. Okay. So, and also, sorry. Okay, right. Yeah. Please.
Could you introduce yourself, so because
my name is John Berard. I'm a member of the business constituency from San Francisco, and I was curious. It's the expressions of interest to participate have given us insight as to who may be there. Is there anybody that you have been surprised has chosen not to participate?
Well, not to send the expression of interest, you mean?
I'm sorry?
You mean not sending the expression of interest? Well, we received some comments from some committee members after we showed them the list of people who sent the expression of interest, and they remember some people that should be there but were not in the first hand, perhaps didn't pay attention or didn't have time to fill up the expression of interest. What we are doing is inviting these people through the chairman, Virgilio Almeida. So the people that the committee understands that should really be there, we are inviting them directly and registering them as well. So, and this is an ongoing process right now. So, and we are receiving some comments as well from the community. So if you have any suggestion, just let us know, yeah. And also we have Mr. Michael Nibel from the European Commission, also member of the Executive Committee, yeah, together here.
Are there other questions? Anybody, any logistical or substantive questions about what's going to happen in Sao Paulo? Now that we have the date correct, sorry. in the age of mass surveillance, typos still happen and go unnoticed. Any other questions for the organizers here on logistics?
Steve Del Bianco with NetChoice. With respect to the 800 slots, as it were, how were they allocated between private sector, civil society, government, and are any of those allocations or quotas oversubscribed?
Well, the first idea was to have 5 members for each country, like two from government and 3 from the other constituencies. But it will be very difficult to keep this quota, because it was not an homogeneous application from several countries. We had 80 countries applying. Brazil and the United States with the highest number of applications. So Brazil had 215 expression of interest, United States 120. And the third country was India with 28 only. So we found that we will be able to invite all the people from the other countries except United States and Brazil. And for this case, we have to invite them in groups. So that's what we did. So we selected at least one person from each organization, from each constituency, but it will be very, very difficult to keep a balance among all the groups, because of the expression of interest was not very uniform, right? But many people are not registering as well. So in the
Steve, perhaps your question wasn't entirely clear to him.
Yeah, it was just a simple matter of mathematics. Of the 800, I had come to understand that a certain number were set aside for business and civil society and a certain number for government. And of those that were set aside for business and civil society, a big part of the audience here today, just let us know where it stands. Are they oversubscribed, or are there still available slots?
Okay, yeah. So for governments, 200 slots, and for the other groups, 500 slots in in the attendance, plus 100 invitees from international government organizations, intergovernment organizations. Yeah.
I have a question.
So, Steve, I think the answer is it hasn't been finalised yet, is the short answer. But the goal, my understanding of the goal, is that to the best of the ability of the organisers, they will be balanced. But Daniel's point is, it depends who expressed the registration of interest. And there wasn't an even representation from every single stakeholder group. It didn't work like that. So some stakeholder groups applied, a lot of people applied, and others lesser people applied. But the goal is as much as possible to have a balanced attendance, of course, because this is, as I said in my comments, part of the goal of this is a multi-stakeholder process. So nobody wants there to be an unbalanced representation at the meeting, and that would be not at all desirable. But I don't think that the process hasn't been completed yet.
Could I ask a question from behind you? Early in the discussion, there was mention of the possibility of some allocation for global citizens. I had heard mentioned that people like Bono and others might be coming. Is that still part of the concept, or is that gone?
It's still ongoing discussion with the board of chairmen. Yeah, it will be a surprise.
If there are no other questions, oh, okay, one, great.
Hi, my name is Karen Lee from South Korea. I ask about the format of meeting. There's whole sessions. There are no parallel session, right? The meeting without any parallel session, just one whole session process. And is there any other like sub sessions or just the format of? I'm just curious about the format of meetings process.
Yeah, no parallel sessions at all. Yeah, so everything will happen in the same venue, in the same big room. Yeah, the only thing is that the discussions will be divided between, for a certain amount of time we will discuss about principles, and another amount of time we will discuss about roadmap and so forth.
How about the committee meeting? There's no committee meeting in NetMundial meeting?
No.
No committee meeting?
Yeah, no.
So,
unless you want to organize something, but not in the main agenda.
So the idea would be then that you've got a large plenary gathering that will all together discuss and reach agreement on things like principles in a couple hours.
That's right.
Okay.
And the time for specific meetings perhaps will be between when the discussions is running about roadmap, perhaps the people about principle can go outside and discuss and come back in the next round.
I think it will be important, and I know the multi-stakeholder committee will look at this, that when they publish the agenda, they also publish the format. So we have a short document that explains exactly what will happen when. But it's not much point in doing that until you actually publish the agenda, because I think it would be confusing. But the two things should go together, because it's not using the similar format to, say, an ICANN meeting or an IGF meeting. So I think it will need a bit of explanation so that people know what to expect. Okay?
All right. So, well, listen, thank you very much, Sally and Daniel, for that background on the meeting. I had promised the incoming chair of the NomCom, Monsieur Stefan Van Gelder, 2 minutes to make a quick pitch without dropping all of his materials about the NomCom challenge, and then we will go to the first panel.
Thanks very much, Bill, and thank you to NCUC for this event. It's really good. I just wanted to speak 2 minutes to the current NomCom process, the nominating committee, just to make sure that everyone in the room is aware that we are currently looking for applications for leadership positions within ICANN. We are recruiting this year 2 members of the board of directors. Those are 3-year terms. 2 members of the at-large advisory committee, for 2-year terms, 1 member of the CCNSO Council, 2-year term, and 1 member of the GNSO Council, which is a 2-year term. And the CCNSO, sorry, is a 3-year term. That recruitment process is ongoing at the moment, and I just wanted to make you aware of the deadline, which is the 1st of April. The call for SOI statements of interest went out in January of this year, and that's ongoing. So if you know anyone or you yourself are interested, please use the NomCom website to apply. That's nomcom.icann.org, and send in your SOIs. It's a simple process. And please, if you need any further advice on this, I promise, Bill, I'd be very quick. Just speak to myself as chair-elect of the NomCom, or other members of the committee. I see Euro there, the associate chair, who was chair of the committee last year and part of the leadership team this year as well, and our chair for this year, Cheryl Langdonor. I'm not sure she's here yet, but or any other members of the committee will be happy to help you. So nomcom.icann.org, and any questions we're happy to answer. Thank you very much, Bill, and have a good meeting.
Thank you, Stefan. That was amazingly concise. After spending a few years together on the GNSO Council, that's the briefest thing I've ever heard you say. Okay, so let us welcome then the first panel to the podium. If everybody could just come on up, and I will move to the far left where I'm most comfortable. And Rafik Tamek will take over.
So, thanks everybody for joining us today. I think we have all panelists on the table. So, I don't think I need to introduce them. They're enough famous within the community and their group. So, we have a quite, yes, a cross-community panel. And for today, we try to, with this session, to do the scene setting for the conference. So, first, how to say, as introduction, is really about the several initiatives that we saw in the last months with strategic panels, with the OneNet, how to define it as a movement, a space, and also the cross-community working group and the high-level panel for internet governance and so on. And then we have this last announcement from NTA, which I think add more complexity to those initiatives and the kind of outcome that we can expect from them. So I'm not trying, how to say, to impose an panelist kind of to compare between what we can describe maybe between top-down process or bottom-up process. But I will let them to talk for each one, like for 3-5 minutes, to just kind of to give their thoughts, and then after we will try to cover the several questions that we have, so you can see in the program. So maybe we should start from my left with Okatani-san. Okatani-san.
And I'm speaking as someone who's relatively new to this area, and I work for JPNIC, which is a registry for IP address, which are managing our IP address in Japan. We, because of what we do, we collaborate very closely with our technical operators community in Japan, as well as the Asia Pacific region. So this is basically where I come from. And in terms of this area of Net Mundial and wider area of internet governance, what we do as organization is we share what's going on about the events or the discussions within Japan, and we collaborate very closely with Adam Peak from Glocom to make sure that we review certain notable events such as IGF in Bali, and what would be the perspective of the Japanese community, how we should prepare for Net Mundial as Japan. And I've also seen a panel that was held in the Apricot, which is a technical conference for the Asia Pacific region, the technical operators. We had these discussions on how we think about the globalization of IANA. So those are the things that's happening in Japan and the Asia Pacific. And I must say that with my limited experience and observation, I'm really astonished by the difference in the level and the depth of discussions that's happening in the OneNet and the other mailing lists on this topic worldwide, and the kind of level of discussions that's happening in the communities that I work closely with, which is specifically basically operational communities within Asia. And a lot of people are still at the level of asking questions of, okay, what is this meeting in Brazil have relevance? How can we exactly get involved when they're discussing about principles? What would be the impact that would have on us? So we are still at the level of not being able to directly make specific contributions to the meeting or the mailing list. But I still think that this meeting in Brazil is useful, and some of the other initiatives that are taken in the context of it doesn't mean that these people are not interested in the issues itself. It's just that they don't know how to participate or the relevance that that these meetings or initiatives have on them. But I'm seeing that, for example, in the area of capacity building, there are works being done on, workshop being done on developing countries to train people on IPv6, and is a specific case that has really worked. I think Bhutan is now listed as one of the top 10 or 15 countries with really high V6 deployment, and there are really other lots of work being done by the operational communities. But they don't think they do this for the internet governance. They just do it because it helps the internet. And then I'm also seeing on the other side, people who are on this internet governance discussion saying, hey, we really want real life solutions to the issues we're having, and what exactly should we do? So I'm seeing a gap between the people who are looking for solutions and the people who are doing actual specific work, but not necessarily on joining the discussions. So what I think is helpful in some of the contributions I'm seeing on Net Mundial, and also considerations made by the high-level panel or the strategic panel on the ICANN, on the role of what ICANN do, is identify what are the expertise of these people, what are the things that these entities or individuals or communities are doing, and then maybe slowly build some kind of I don't know, a map on helping people. So to give a more real-life example, if you're finding for directions, I think what's happening at the moment is more like people asking any individuals who they happen to know on the solutions they may be able to provide. But if we have some kind of road signs to guide people on where to go, then that would be really helpful on using the maximum use of expertise that's being available, the people that's, the work that people are already doing. And then I think this would maybe, if we can consider how we could specifically do that as a part of the discussions on the evolution of the internet ecosystem on Net Mundial, and continue hopefully discussions through online through OneNet, and if we can also further do the feedback on forums such as IGF, I think that would be something that would be really useful in helping solve some of the issues on the table. So that would be my input. Thank you.
Thank you, Kotori-san. So now we can move to Susan.
Thank you. I'm Suzanne Wolf, and as usual, you know, I wear many hats in this community, but I'm speaking just for myself. I think we're all trying very hard to make sense of what all of the activities currently going on. Sally and Steve alluded a little bit to this. Lots of meetings, lots of papers, advisory panels on this, strategy panels on that, announcements, all kinds of activity. It's a little hard to tell where it's going. I think that's going to be true for a while yet. We're very much in the sort of creative phase of some of these activities, but it does mean that we have to pay attention to where it's all leading. I do have a couple of observations of my own. One that's, I think, a cautionary kind of concern, and another that I think is very hopeful. The worrisome aspect to me is that the level of activity that we're looking at, there's a lot of overload going on. There's a real challenge in just keeping up with all the different venues where these conversations are occurring. I'm looking around the room and I'm realizing that I've had conversations with many of the people in this room already in the last couple of years about volunteer fatigue and concerns of overreaching, and really kind of the need to tend to our housekeeping, the need to not lose sight. There are tremendous possibilities in all of the activity going on currently, but we do need to make sure that we're focusing, we're tending to our housekeeping, to our knitting, to doing the job that ICANN and IANA are charged with as well as possible, and that remains the focus. And the challenge is to be open to new ideas and new inputs and new participation and still maintain that focus to strengthen the institutions we have as well as being open to new ones. So I think that's a concern, and I'm seeing nods around the room. I think that's a concern to a lot of us. But that's a very nuts and bolts concern that comes, I think, from my orientation primarily in terms of what's usually called the technical community. So that actually brings me to the more, I think, hopeful observation also. A lot of what seems to be happening lately is we are getting some good cross-community dialogue and discussion and perspective going. It's in fits and starts, but there's more cross-community discussion within ICANN. There's, I think the OneNet is sort of working its way towards being a really good place for some thoughtful cross-community engagement. There have been serious discussions about internet governance and the role of the technical community in a number of venues where, frankly, I wouldn't have expected it even a year ago. In particular, the recent IETF, there was some very good discussion. And I think that the cross-community engagement is absolutely critical at this point, because we've already done all the things we can do in our silos. We've done the things we can do in our separate communities. And I think being able to work across some obvious challenges in understanding each other across our communities is really where we need to go next. So I'm not entirely sure how we get there, but I think there's a lot of very, very promising activity. And I'm looking forward to seeing what happens this week and in the near future.
So thank you. So Philip, please.
Good morning. I'm Philip Corwin. I'm going to be speaking very fast because I have a lot to say. I'm a member of the business constituency, representing a trade group of domain name investors, but I want to make it clear that this morning I am not speaking for the BC, for any client and or anyone else. Just these are my personal views. I am a globalization skeptic, which does not mean that I'm against globalization in the abstract. It means I have great concerns about the quest for globalization that's going on right now. We are clearly in a time for ICANN of hope and change, And that makes me very nervous because hope is not always rewarded and change is not always for the better. I'm also a firm believer in the maxim, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. How did we get to this point? Unfortunately, and I know this reflects the view of many of my colleagues who work within ICANN, we got to this point without much, if any, consultation with the community on the steps that have been taken in the last period, particularly on the question, which was out there since last summer, of whether the NSA revelations undermined trust in ICANN and the internet and required the type of response we're seeing. Instead, we saw the establishment of top-down presidential strategy panels. We saw, and I hate to say this, I think a new low point in ICANN with the secret board resolution last September that authorized the CEO to take many of the actions that have been taken for Montevideo, Brasilia, et cetera. I think that action showed a disturbing mistrust of the community that should have been a topic of community discussion. And all of this has been based on what I believe is a false premise that the NSA revelations, which I in no way defend everything the NSA was doing, in some way required substantial change in current arrangements at breathtaking speed. Now, let me quote someone, legitimacy comes from accountability. CEO Chahati said that a few months ago. I agree completely, and accountability requires transparency, and we have not had substantial transparency, although hopefully that will improve going forward. As for globalization, I can't imagine ICANN becoming any more globalized than it already is. I've been participating in this community since 2006. I've met other people participating in it from every corner of the world with every type of expertise. It's open to all. The meetings are open. The board is composed of people from around the world, the stakeholders. Governments have as much role as they want through the advisory role in the GAC. So we're left with globalization of IANA, and there the fact is, a historic fact, that the U.S. is the contract counterparty for the IANA functions. Contract, I think that role has been benign. I don't know of anyone charting it's ever been abused, but for better or worse, we have now embarked upon this globalization quest, which raises the question, if the U.S. hands over the contract, who is going to get it? So we all must engage in this process, even in dissent. I believe the contract will be handed over to a committee. I don't see any other outcome that can come from the process we're now engaged in. And committees are become very complicated and hazardous enterprises. And that committee, I can't see any way it does not include governments. And let me point out that the NTI statement of last week does not preclude government participation. It precludes a government-led organization, which is quite different from a government participating organization. But we'll see what happens and if I'm correct in that prediction. As for the other NTIA condition, that ICANN not become an intergovernmental organization, evolution is a process, not event, and I believe that whatever happens in the next 18 months is not necessarily the end game, but simply a transition point that will lead to further change down the road once the U.S. has receded from its role. And it does not preclude, not in 18 months, but perhaps a few years, a headquarter of ICANN in Geneva as some type of litigation-proof organization. Let me speak with a very U.S.-centric observation. And I realize most of you are not from the U.S. and are not familiar with the intricacies of the U.S. Constitution, but there is a 2000 report from the General Accounting Office in the United States and an opinion from the then General Counsel of the Commerce Department, at that time controlled by the Clinton administration, which spun off ICANN from the Commerce Department, that there was a legitimate question of whether congressional authorization in the form of legislation was needed to transfer the IANA contract. I don't have a firm view on whether that is or isn't required, but I do know that it's going to be a topic of great debate on Capitol Hill, with the House Commerce Committee already announcing its first oversight hearing on this matter the first week of April. So for you non-U.S. folks Right now, the contract is in the hands of the U.S., and it's not clear that the administration, on its own, without congressional consent, can transfer it, and this debate involves a separation of power issue, which could become very volatile. Looking forward, I find myself in violent agreement with my friend Professor Milton Mueller, not on his proposal necessarily for where the IANA function should go, but I do believe that the IANA contract cannot be passed on to ICANN or to a consortium of the ISTAR technical organizations that it dominates. That's the same as handing it to ICANN itself. This involves the fate of the oversight function embodied in the affirmation of commitments. If the agreement becomes one with the world, in my opinion, it's an agreement with nobody. It can't be with the world. It has to be with someone with real oversight and enforcement power. I do believe that without adequate oversight and enforcement, and this is nothing negative about ICANN or any individual in ICANN, it just comes from my study of history of organizational dynamics. ICANN is a very well internally funded organization, has an ability to raise very large sums of money without needing to ask any government for a dime, and that type of organization without sufficient accountability can drift toward unaccountability and even corruption. And again, that's not to impugn ICANN or anyone in it. It's just what happens with organizations that are not under adequate control. One last point, regardless of where this globalization quest goes, or if nothing changes, I think one thing that must happen with ICANN is that the board meetings must be opened up. My preference would be for all non-financial, non-personnel matters to be webcast live, but at a minimum, all policy debates should be webcast, and there should be transcript, there should be minutes. When you look at the minutes now, you would believe that every issue the board agrees with, that there are no arguments, no dissents, no votes. That is not adequate transparency. So, and let's not forget that all this globalization debate is happening during the launch of the largest and riskiest project in ICANN's history, the launch of more than 1,000 new TLDs, and something may not go right with that, and that could intrude on this debate over the next 18 months. So, in closing, my final thought, be careful what you wish for. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. That's quite, I think, strong statement, and it looks like kind of insight from DC. So you said something controversial, I guess, so thank you for that. But just I want to remind other panelists, please be concise. We have 5 minutes, so then you will have a question to answer, and then we need really to provide more time for the audience, and then I guess they will ask you a lot of questions. So now we move to Adien, and please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Rafik. Before starting, I would just like to say that I'm talking here not in the name of OneNet to start with, because I will say what I think about OneNet in my personal capacity and how OneNet is probably organized right now. But I'm also the CEO of Afrinic and also the chair of the NRO, which is the Number Resource Organization. I will be able to talk about the African perspective on all of these things happening, and also on the name of what we think as NRO on some of these things. I think there is a lot of debate, discussion around what is happening now. For me, I think it is an important milestone and the turning point in the evolution of the internet governance ecosystem. This is something, in fact, that we have been calling for a while, but I think we are all surprised by the pace at which it starts happening, which explain all the discussion and debate question around it. But if we look clearly at the story of this community, we have been asking for some of these changes that are happening right now. And I think our responsibility is to be able to show that we were prepared, we are well organized, we know what we were asking for, and take the challenge and clearly show the rest of the world that we mean it when we were calling for these changes. To come
That particular to OneNet, I think it is very important to remind everybody where the idea of OneNet started from. If you remember the Montevideo statement, the second point of that statement clearly says that we have, after long discussion, identified a need for an ongoing effort to address internet governance challenges and agree to catalyze the community-wide effort toward evolution of global multi-stakeholder internet cooperation. That is where the whole idea of OneNet comes from. And today what we are seeing and witnessing on the OneNet mailing list is exactly something going into that direction. Probably not perfect yet, but the idea is to create a platform where people from different backgrounds, multi-stakeholder, multi-interests, however we call it, can discuss issue, can put their view on the table and listen from others. And I think that is where we want to push OneNet to become that open platform to discuss those challenges related to the internet governance. Generally, from region like mine in Africa or developing region, the participation is very low. And someone says at the beginning that people who raise the issue are not actively engaged in the discussion and the debate that are happening. Why is that? There is probably two reasons for that. First thing is that right now most of the debate happening on OneNet, to some extent, happen between technical experts. But people who raise issues related to the internet governance or have some issue are not always technical people. They see internet governance from different perspectives, and sometimes they are expecting the discussion to happen outside of the only technical view of things. And probably we need to find a way of conceptualizing the difference between technical coordination of the internet for its stability and all, with what people other issue that people have, which may not be within the internet governance scope. So I think the debate should allow us to open that door to allow other people who can express their issue and have a clear direction on how they can get it solved. One thing on OneNet that we still need is to engage government. I think it is a multi-interest, multi-stakeholder platform. What we don't want is the internet governance to become a government-only led thing, a multilateral solution, but we want it to be multi-stakeholder, wide open. And for that to be effective, we need government to be there so that they can also express their view, they can put them on the table, get answer from experts, and share as well their view from government perspective. So I don't think we have done enough for that yet on OneNet list to allow engagement with government there, because that will be critical for the success of this dialogue. In my region particularly, people are watching, observing, not actively engaged in the process, but from all the feedback I got, and from some government people who are on the list and are observing, is that it is very, very informative for them, because for once they are somewhere where different perspectives are discussed openly, and they can learn from it, which is good. On the other hand, in region like mine, they have some more basic issue that people want to solve than those high-level, very deep, precise technical issue, which is not their day-to-day challenge. So people are looking at it and are asking themselves what and where they can actively or positively influence the discussion, and that will happen through more and more awareness, communication, and narrowing the debate to very specific issue. We have launched yesterday an open consultation very specific to the evolution of the IANA function contract within our community, and we hope that could be one very specific issue that can be discussed on OneNet, because this discussion and consultation has to be multi-stakeholder, and not only within the ICANN framework, not only within the ITF framework or ISOC framework. It has to be completely wide, even for people who do not participate today. And I think OneNet could provide that kind of platform, extended platform for this kind of discussion. It is very important for us to understand that internet governance for people is not only technical issue. People don't see in internet governance only technical issue. They want to discuss things that are beyond technical issue. And as some would say, we have to distinguish between the network itself and the content or its usage. And I think it's for us to articulate that and make clear how those two aspects of the governance issue can be dealt with, or they are not linked to the internet governance. So we'll probably stop there by saying that at RAR we fully support the evolution of the INR function contract. We will engage with ICANN, but more specifically, we will engage with our regional community, because we have a very diverse regional community that are already engaged in our policy development process, and we are going to use those communities to ensure contribution and participation from different regions and from different perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Adiel. As a fellow African, I'm happy that you are giving this insight from the Africa and the perception about the whole process. And it's interesting that you mentioned Montevideo and NTI announcement. So we have two kind of statement or announcement which set the agenda for us for the next months. Okay, so now we move to Byron, and so please.
Thank you. I'm Byron Holland, and I wear three hats that are probably germane to the discussion today. I'm a member of what started out as the high-level panel, but is now the panel on global cooperation and governance mechanisms. I'm also chair of the CCNSO, and I'm also CEO and president of CIRA, which is the Canadian .ca TLD operator. So I'm here speaking on my own, not for any of those three entities, but clearly those three inform my personal views, which is from which I'm speaking today. In terms of what I'll still continue to call the high-level panel, our work continues on until May, so it's by no means a fait accompli at this point. And in fact, our last meeting was prior to the NTIA's announcement, so we haven't had a lot of opportunity to have discussion on that. But I will say, in terms of the high-level panel, we have made a submission to the Net Mondial conference. If you're interested, I encourage you to take a look at that. The panel itself is quite broad. It is not, in fact, there are very few traditional ICANN insider folks. There are a very wide range of opinions, a wide range of geographies, different types of actors, those who are very informed from the ICANN world, although there are only a few of us, and those who bring expertise from a whole range of other sectors, industries, and types of actors. So it's been a very robust conversation. The submission we made to Net Mondial includes a number of high-level principles that we believe would be important for the internet writ large going forward, as well as the beginning of a roadmap to operationalizing some of those principles. And we do encourage, and we are encouraging feedback, but I think there are several that are particularly germane to the discussion today. Certainly one around globalization, and you know, I would add that globalization is more than just the IANA contract. So while that is certainly a hot topic today, we need to continue to look beyond just the immediate issues. Anybody who sat through the Wicket and participated in the Wicket will recognize that today's current state does not address the many legitimate issues that international actors around the world have with the current environment. The notion that if it ain't broken, don't fix it, I think is certainly questionable And while that may be true for a bunch of ICANN insiders or people who've been in and around the internet for a very long time, it is certainly not true for many of the folks who are coming into the space, new to the space, that are not part of the 2.5 billion people online today, but are part of the next 2.5 billion people to come online, who may have different views, different backgrounds, different cultures, different takes on how the internet should be administered and operated. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we look at what ICANN globalization means. One of the other key elements that had much discussion in the high-level panel was around the notion of subsidiarity and the fact that while there should be global solutions and principles, on the ground internet governance still needed to reflect some local flavor and some local color. And I think we see that in various regional internet governance forums, for example, and something that's a little closer to my heart in terms of CCs. Many folks think that the CC community is a homogeneous group. I can assure you as the chair, it is not. It is very heterogeneous with different types of governance structures, different interests, clearly different sizes, different business models, and very different opinions. So whatever global model we choose has to recognize that there need to be local flavors to it. And also we recognize as a high-level panel that the ICANN world is not the only world around which internet governance issues and internet issues in general happen or are discussed or are decided upon. And as such, we need to continue to encourage, reinforce, strengthen some of the other forums that bring other actors into this debate. And certainly the IGF would be but one example, regional ones as well. So there were other areas of discussion, but certainly as we're in the process of having this dialogue in the high-level panel, those would be some of the key threads that I think would be worthwhile mentioning. And like I say, we have put a submission forward, and I encourage you to read it. I won't walk you through the 11 principles we generated, but I think they are worth scanning. You know, we're clearly at a very exciting point in the evolution of the internet, and we shouldn't be afraid of change. We shouldn't leap into it. We should recognize that there's important history that we should learn from. In the CC community, we can look back to the early 2000s and look at a number of issues that we as a community had with ICANN and took ICANN to task with them in terms of delegation, redelegation, ICANN's tardiness, to put it nicely, in terms of doing consensual redelegations. And there were some very tough discussions, and we should learn from that history. But that does not mean we should be bound by that history. That we need to be looking forward in terms of what's right for the broader global community, but we should certainly pay regard to ensuring that we don't find ourselves in the kind of situations that we did in the early mid-2000s. You know, the internet is full of entities and actors who serve their time. As we heard already, the internet is an ecosystem. By definition, that implies evolution. You know, who here remembers the International Network Working Group or the Federal Networking Council? Okay, I've got between 2 and 4 hands. They probably just don't want to admit their age, but you know, the fact is, those were important entities in the evolution of the internet at a point in time. It did not make them required for all time, and we should be okay with that. Today's mechanisms aren't by definition required for all time. And as we have this discussion, we should bear that in mind. As an operator, as a TLD operator, as a CCTLD operator of one of the top 15 largest CCs or registries in the world, you know, we deal with IANA on a, well, not a daily basis, but a regular basis. We are their customer. We interact for real, not in theory, with IANA. And, you know, I do want to say that while there have been challenges over time, I do want to just leave on the note that the IANA function has been well done and very receptive in terms of operations to the community and to the users, to its customers. And we should also keep that in mind, that through the evolution of the IANA function and ICANN's operation of it, we have seen very significant positive progress since the days where the CC community was taking it to task. Thank you.
Thanks, Byron. I think you gave several perspectives, and it's interesting that you talk about we should not be afraid of change, because we have a previous panelist, he said that he is afraid of change. So that's interesting kind of antagonism. So now we will move to my my co-facilitator in the cross-community working group, Olivier.
Thank you very much, Rafik. My name is Olivier Crépin-Leblanc. I'm chair of the At-Large Advisory Committee in ICANN, but also, as Rafik just mentioned, one of the two co-facilitators of the cross-community working group on internet governance. The working group itself was built up in a typical bottom-up fashion at the Buenos Aires meeting. The non-commercial stakeholders group and the At-Large Advisory Committee met and decided to action some of the discussions that had taken place during that meeting, and to put together a small working group to start working on this new, what was called at the time, the Brazil Summit or the Brazil meeting. There was no, the Net Mundial name hadn't been called yet. The two sides decided to start work together very quickly. This was heard across ICANN, and many of the other supporting organizations and advisory committees decided they wanted to join as well, and that therefore transformed the group into a cross-community working group. Today we have 41 members from all across all of ICANN supporting organizations and advisory committees, with about a dozen observers or so. There's a limit as to the number of participants per part of ICANN, and it's all supporting organizations, advisory committees, and GNSO stakeholder groups as well. So the whole principles of the working group are very bottom-up in nature. We have two facilitators. We don't have chairs at the moment. I don't think anyone wants to put this kind of a load on their shoulders. But of course, the first thing that needed to be done was to put together a charter, but at the same time, there was this real deadline to have a statement ready for the contribution ready for the Net Mundial meeting. The charter was worked on and put a little bit on the side. It takes a long time to establish charters which every part of ICANN agrees to. So this, for the time being, is shelved, which means that the contribution of the cross-community working group are not the contributions of the ICANN community as a whole, but should be seen as a contribution of the working group members themselves. And we're hoping that with the next steps will be to collect more input from the ICANN community on Monday, during a Monday public session, and then the working group will meet again on Wednesday to try and focus and see if we can get the supporting organizations and advisory committees to actually ratify this by the time we reach Net Mundial in Brazil. Because this is a consensus, bottom-up, multi-stakeholder group, it's difficult to come up with any earth-shattering contribution in such a short amount of time. So as a result, the contributions of the working group towards Net Mundial were very broad in nature, but focused on several topics that we found were quick wins, easy wins, that we could actually push forward with. One of the restrictions that we had is, of course, because it's an ICANN working group, it really needs to focus on ICANN issues. And whilst we had considered looking at other issues as well, we decided to focus on what we know best. And therefore, the contribution is all about the future of ICANN, et cetera, et cetera. Just going briefly through the different topics that were touched on, and I believe that the statement itself is available on this conference website. But effectively, it looked at broad principles. The ICANN multi-stakeholder, bottom-up, consensus-based model best serves the internet community, and of course, better serves the ICANN community as well. And it touched on the bottom-up multi-stakeholder model in the RIRs and also in the IGF. These are other examples of multi-stakeholder models. The cross-community working group supports an internet with a single root, and there was consensus on this. The cross-community working group supports a unique internet. The cross-community working group supports best practices that enhance internet security, and in that section, allusion to DNSSEC as one of the examples of best practices that support enhanced internet security was described. The cross-community working group supports transparency in internet governance discussions. And then, as far as the roadmap contributions are concerned, the cross-community working group focused on a couple of scenarios. Of course, designing a roadmap for the evolution of ICANN, for example, is not something that you can do in a month. Bearing in mind, we didn't have any face-to-face meetings. All of the meetings were by conference calls, so we basically made use of telephone, virtual rooms, wiki spaces, and also the document itself was drafted using a well-known service where many people can type on the same document at the same time online. And we're scattered around the world, so it was a bit of a challenge for that. The roadmap contributions really focused on the evolution of ICANN, the principles by which ICANN should evolve, and of course, at the same time, the globalization of the IANA function was announced. So this got a few changes, a few amendments in the contribution. And then, of course, the evolution of ICANN, the globalization of ICANN, really the principles by which we should be looking at the evolution of ICANN. And I think the emphasis in most of the contribution was about the ICANN community needing to be involved at all levels of those discussions, and for the input to be really gathered from all across the ICANN community. We warned about some nation states that see the globalization of the ICANN IANA function as being a political thing. I think that ultimately it's something that we have to be aware of. And then looking at the international frameworks for ICANN's accountability, again, we focused on the fact that these need to be all worked out with the ICANN community and by the ICANN community. One of the concerns that I have, I think what makes me nervous about the Net Mondial meeting is the fact that about 75%, maybe even more, of the contributions were made about ICANN. And when one looks at the title of the conference, it's not an ICANN, you know, the conference on the future of ICANN. It says it's all about the internet and internet governance in general. And so I'm personally quite nervous about this, that everyone wants to talk about ICANN for a reason or other. I mean, maybe it's such a great organization, everyone wants to be in it, but maybe it's not, I don't know, for their own reasons. The concern I have is there are a lot of so-called, what some people call orphan issues, which might not be orphan issues as such, but which certainly came out in the World Conference on International Telecommunications in Dubai in December 2012, and which seem to be some of the topics that would need to be discussed at the time. Spam, network security, or what some call network robustness. These issues don't seem to be really touched on by anyone, and I'm concerned about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Olivier. So, nice introduction of the cross-community working group. So I think we have like around 30 minutes, and I guess that we should open the floor to the audience to ask any question, but also panelists can intervene, I mean, to respond to some question that we have in the program. And so we can have also interaction between panelists. So let's start the QA session, and who want to ask the first question? Okay, we have Milton. Wow. Milton, that's scary.
Got to get something going here. Is this mic working? Yes, it is. Phil, I have a question for you. So, I think we agree on the need to keep ICANN accountable, but I want to know how you think the system is not broken. I want you to take yourself out of your shoes in Washington, D.C., and let's say plant yourself in New Delhi or South Korea, and say, how is it that how is a system accountable to me in South Korea or New Delhi or in Africa when every 3 years the U.S. Congress threatens to hold hearings because they've been lobbied by somebody, a big business interest in Washington, and the NTIA has to redraft the contract, and you don't know whether the administration of the U.S. is going to be a Republican or a Democrat, or whether it's going to be completely conservative or liberal or internationalist. How is that system accountable to you? Do you think that system is broken in any way from the perspective of the wider world?
Professor Miller. By the way, you'll indulge me for 1 second. I just want to express my thanks and appreciation and congratulate Olivier for leading the CCWG group for putting together a statement for Net Mondial, an excellent statement under extreme time pressure. I was one of the BC participants in that, made some small contribution, but I think his leadership and contribution should be recognized, and I wanted to say that before I got onto this. To the person, the hypothetical person in Delhi who said, how is this working for me when the U.S. government hold his counterparty status contract, and no other government has that role. It's a unique role by historic accident, internet created in the U.S., spun out of commerce, et cetera. I would say several things. One, your government has ample opportunity to participate and shape ICANN policy through active participation in the Governmental Advisory Council. Two, the U.S. Has not abused its role at IANA contract counterparty to deny an addition to the route, to cause a TLD to be pulled from the route for any political or other reason, and it occupies a certain space, and when it withdraws, a vacuum is created, so the question becomes who will fill that vacuum. And as I said, I believe that the role should not, I agree with you, should not be passed to ICANN or to a consortium dominated by ICANN, because that does not provide sufficient accountability. So you're going to wind up, I believe, with some type of committee structure with various constituency groups, and I don't see any way, looking at Net Mondial and looking at that point of view, that more governments should be involved, where governments do not become part of that committee structure in some way. And I question whether, if you can put aside concern about the U.S. having a sole function there that no other government has, that role has in many ways prevented some bad things from happening to the Internet in terms of taxation, censorship, and other things. And my concern is about what replaces it and whether the barriers to bad things happening to the domain name system will be as robust. So that would be my response. It might not satisfy that person. And I would note that, again, I'm going to quote Fadi Chahadi here. There are things I agree with him on. He gave an interview on C-SPAN last month, and he was quite clear. He said the stakeholders already control the Internet. The U.S. Has no real control through the IANA function. So I'm not sure what the breadth or the concern is, but we'll be in that debate now, won't we?
Yeah, I would just say, I think maybe an appeal to you at a personal level. It's like, give it up. It's going to change. So you'd better be focusing
I don't have it. I have nothing to give up here.
You haven't convinced me of that. What I'm trying to say is you got to be focusing not on defending the status quo. Stop the if it's not broke, don't fix it stuff. It's going to change. It's the U.S. Department of Commerce that's saying it's going to change. If they say it's going to change, it's going to change. So you better be focusing on what changes should be made.
I'm not against change. I recognize that change is inevitable, but my concern is about the way the change has been initiated, the speed with which the change is being considered, and the possibility of the change not being for the better or for the worse, and the great amount of energy it's going to take to make sure that it's at least as good, if not better, at the end.
Looking for constructive plans.
Steve Del Bianco with NetChoice. And Phil, Milton's right. I mean, it's going to change.
There are other panels here.
It's
I don't
going to
want to
change.
take all the
But Milton really did set up a false scenario. This notion that every 3 years Congress rewrites the contract on IANA in some way and politics dictates. Let's be clear that in 2012, the Commerce Department, not Congress, Commerce Department did 2 notice of inquiries and invited the entire world to comment on how IANA should be run, how it should be operated. They did 2 rounds of comments, put out a very detailed request for proposal or RFP, and the first response from ICANN was inadequate. There wasn't enough recognition of that, how they needed to raise their game for operational delivery of IANA. So that was a globally participatory process that Commerce ran. And I'm not suggesting that for that reason don't change it, but it would be a mistake to claim that it is broken using the example that Milton gave, because what he described has no connection with reality.
Steve, I agree. I'm not sure there was a question there. But I would add to what you said that the history of the U.S. involvement has been to diminish control, to replace direct oversight with the Memorandum of Understanding, and then 2009 to replace the Memorandum of Understanding with an end of and just the affirmation of commitments, which I believe benefits the entire global Internet community.
Thank you, Phil. I think that Myron wants also to intervene.
Sure, I just want to make an intervention there that I think there's a false dichotomy being set up between the if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and it's broke, so we need to fix it. It's not about it's broke, it needs to be fixed. It's that we're at an inflection point that is part of a natural evolution, and that it's an evolution that we have seen ongoing, depending how far back you want to go, but many, many years, certainly prior to ICANN and during the time of ICANN. So it's not about it's broken, it's not broken. It's about an evolution that recognizes the next 2.5 billion people coming online, and what do we need to do to make sure they have as positive an experience overall as those of us who've been online since the beginning.
Yes, Adrian, please.
Yes, I just want to reinforce that very specific point. It is not about something is broken, it's about evolution. And we want to recognize that the system, the environment, the use of the internet has evolved. There is no way that the ecosystem itself should not evolve. And I think a lot of people observing things here want to see that evolution happen. So I think it is also very important that we align the way we present this thing externally, so not to be seen as defending the status quo, but being open enough to support the evolution. And that is very, very important.
Yeah, I do want to observe that for the next billion or 2 billion or however many, we have very meaningful and robust processes and organizations already in place, ICANN, the IGF, et cetera, which they are all free to enjoy, to engage in, to join and engage in, and I'm not sure what else is needed that we don't already have.
Thanks, Phil. I think the question is that our panelists want to intervene, so now it's Olivier. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Rafik. Olivier speaking. I was just going to make an analogy. Some of you might not remember, but there's a time in your life when you have to take your nappies off. And now's the time for ICANN.
Okay.
So this is Izumi. I really agree with that we're at the time where we really need to think about evolution, and I think the timing of the announcement is right, and we will have to face the reality that the US government has made this announcement. So the next step for us is, so what part of the IANA function should we change? Should we change? Some people say that we should take this out of the ICANN, and some people feel maybe the IANA actual administrative part of the function should remain as it is, but the oversight, the wording, the oversight might be too strong, but making sure that the checks and balance are being made, that part should be made independent from the ICANN, and those are the kind of things that we want to be start thinking in terms of what we are exactly going to do as the community.
Thank you. Just to be sure, Susan, you want to intervene or? No, okay. So, back. Bertrand, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Bertrand de la Chapelle. I'm the director of the Internet and Jurisdiction project. I'd like actually to piggyback a little bit on what Byron and Olivier have mentioned. The topic of the session is a review of a certain number of agenda-setting initiatives. And I think the term agenda setting is very important. When you look at the definition of Internet governance, I always highlight that it covers the evolution and use of the network or of the Internet, which, in the way I normally formulate it, it covers governance of the Internet and governance on the Internet. I think in as much as the evolution of the INF function is an important topic, and the announcement by NTIA is an extremely important step in a major topic, we should absolutely not forget that the other aspect is as important, if not more. What is missing at the moment is multi-stakeholder frameworks for handling the tensions between the different legal systems that deal with the use of the Internet on freedom of expression, on cybercrime, on international cooperation, on many aspects. The technical infrastructure has its ecosystem that is working pretty well, and there are still evolutions, improvements in inclusion, in transparency, in accountability. Right, and the INF function is an important element of this. But I think we would miss a tremendous opportunity if we didn't use Net Mundial to address also the other aspect, which is how do we continue to develop the institutional ecosystem to handle the issues related to the use of the Internet, to basically governance in cyberspace, and not only the governance of the Internet as a system. My 2 cents.
Hello, Sébastien Bacholet. I concur with what just Bertrand said, and I would have not write as well as he said it, but I agree with him. I wanted to add a few things. The first one, I know that we want to discuss everything everywhere, but maybe we need to try to find where we want to discuss what. And Net Mundial could be the good place to discuss everything but ICANN. There are so much things that for end user are very important for the future of how we use Internet, that we need a place to have this discussion. And my thought was that Brazil would have been the right place to do that. But then we will say, okay, but we need also to discuss about ICANN stuff. But maybe no, we have already the ICANN meetings, we have IGF, national IGF, regional IGF, global IGF, and I am sure we can find other places to discuss ICANN issues. Because if not, at the end, we will just discuss, even in Brazil, the ICANN situation. And the ICANN situation is better than for some topics where there is no multi-stakeholder process in place. Then let's also not forget those places. Now, when some of you talk about don't try to fix something which is not broken, but I will not take the image of Olivier, but another one. When by you start a family, you have children, you know that one day you will have to fix something. They will leave home, and you know that your relationship is not broken before. You hopefully it will not be broken after, but you need to handle that. And we are in this situation. We need to leave the house of the US. And to leave the house of the US, we need to have the agreement with the parents, okay, but we have also to be agreed with our friends, with our colleagues, with all our life environment. And it's exactly where we are with ICANN. And final word, I really like what Byron said, that subsidiary is very important. We don't need to do everything at the global level. Global, it's important because we don't want to stay just for some issue at the national level, but what could be done at the local level, and it's on purpose I don't use national, it's good to be done, and CCs are a good place where we can do things, but there are other, the at-large organization can be also a place where we can do things, and I don't want to take all the other stakeholders, companies and so on and so forth. Then let's do and let's trust in us, because ICANN, it's not the board, it's not the CEO, it's us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I see that there is a lot of focus on the IANA function and globalization, ICANN globalization, but just I want to, that if we can maybe back a little bit to the topic of this panel, which is about the several initiatives that we have and how the community see them. So we want really to hear your feedback about that. But in the meantime, I think Adiel wanted to reply
Okay, yeah. I mean, my response is going a little bit in that. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised that everything everything we are talking about goes back to ICANN, IANA function, globalization, etc. The framework and the agenda of Net Mondial, for instance, was clearly set. However, more than 68% of the proposal were on IANA, globalization, ICANN thing. The reality is, for us to be able to address the other issues, which are equally or even sometimes more important, this one is a kind of a milestone that we just have to pass, because people globally, what they see is ICANN, is IANA, and they tend to focus on that one because it gives them a fairly good way of probably either criticizing or supporting the system. So I think, although it is not the most important, the most critical, we need to probably fix that and then open the door for addressing all the other issues, because if we don't do that, we will be turning in the circle. People will always continue coming back to that and forgetting the other issue. Even locally, we can push things as much as possible locally. What people say, and you know what, this internet thing, it's controlled by the American. Oh, why do you want me to put effort in it? I don't want to talk about that. Let's fix that perception, even if it is a perception. Try to fix it. Try to propose something that make everybody at ease to address all the other issues. That is, I think it's important for me.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Cade. I'm a member of the business community, and I guess like Bono, I too describe myself as a global citizen. Since I probably actually spend more time traveling around the world than even he does. Going to a range of meetings where these topics are being discussed, and I want to build on a comment that I think Sebastian was laying out, and I want to suggest that in fact there are three discussions that are being very confused. And I don't disagree that the discussion about the IANA functions agreement, where it's housed, what its legal backup is, and what the capability of the organization is that both oversees the technical and operational part, but also oversees the policy part of the functions. Those are incredibly important discussions, and we are in an evolutionary process to make changes there, and it is very appropriate that that is being discussed here at ICANN. It will undoubtedly be discussed at a number of other places as well, but I hope that ICANN community is going to take very seriously that this is our opportunity to hold that discussion here and to even broaden the participation in ICANN itself by bringing other people who may be watching ICANN but not thoroughly, totally engaging in ICANN. But the second set of activities is about the further globalization of ICANN in a more responsible, transparent, and bottom-up approach, We are right now rushing toward globalization of ICANN in a staff-driven, precipitous approach that the community can't keep up with. And I think it's really important, since I think most of us support the further globalization of ICANN, that we figure out how we have the discussion here at ICANN about how to accomplish that further globalization, but in a way that actually can engage the existing stakeholders of ICANN in how we broaden and deepen participation again in ICANN. And the third area of discussion is the evolution of the broader internet governance ecosystem, in which ICANN should only be a part of the players. And I feel sometimes like we don't spend enough time kind of parsing what fits in where, and we are rushing to talk about every topic at every meeting. I don't think we have time to do that, and I think we don't have resources to do that. So my call to the participants on the panel is whether you agree with that kind of parsing. I see Azumi and Bill and others who were recently at the IGF consultation with me, where we are trying to build and strengthen the IGF. And I do think we have a little bit of a tendency to just take every question and plug it into, as a community, we plug it into every meeting we go to. I'd prefer myself that maybe this group and the ICANN community in Monday in our consultations think about how we divide the work so that we can actually get work done.
Thanks, Marlene. Just I want also to ask maybe the audience, so just to try to reframe the discussion. So talking about all this initiative that we saw in the last month, what we can learn from them in the, okay, if we want to talk about the transition, what we can learn from them to, how to say, to design this transition process. So what we can use, what we should not do or not. So please.
Michael Pallage, Faris Global. I have a question of the panel, and it's a very high-level one, and it deals with transition. One of the things that I've struggled with in my 15 years of ICANN is its role as a trustee. And as a trustee, it's about coordinating resources. And what I've struggled with is the role it sometimes plays from an operational standpoint. So in connection with the IANA contract, .it and .arpa are two TLDs. And Article 2, Section 2 says ICANN shall not act as a domain name, system registry, or a registrar, right? But it's operating TLDs. It also operates an LRoot server. So I guess my high-level question here is it appropriate for a trustee in charge of coordination and policy to have a hand in operations, or should there be a bifurcation? So in this transition, I guess that would be my question. Do you see a problem with ICANN having an operational role, or should it focus more, should there be a bifurcation between operation and policy? Olivier.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think I've always been of the view that both policy and operations need to be somehow linked, since there is some accountability that has to permeate between the two. And so I've heard some people say that the IANA function should be separated from the policy side of ICANN and the work that ICANN is doing. And I personally think that it's not a good idea. Now that said, some in my community, in the ALAC and at large, believe that it is a good idea because you have a conflict, a potential conflict of judge and jury, of the operations being somehow not accountable to the level that they should be if the policy can be modified to make it accountable. A bit like changing the goalpost so as to make sure that the ball goes between the goalposts. So that's the position at the moment, and I'm not quite sure which direction one can take on that.
I'd like to jump in on this. I think they have to be intertwined. I mean, ICANN's mission statement is technical manager of the domain name system. I don't know how you do that without intertwining the policy with the operational. the whole creation of the new TLD program would have been a meaningless exercise if ICANN did not have the technical authority to delegate new TLDs at the completion of that process. But I think the fact that to me they're inseparable makes the need for continuing enhanced accountability all the more important if you combine those two functions without, and it was the renewal of the IANA contract and the fact that that could be used as leverage to enforce the affirmation of commitments that made it so important. And my concern, I know the concern of many in this room, is whatever the new arrangement is, how will that accountability function be preserved and strengthened?
So Phil, to follow up on your question, ICANN operates the L route. When a new TLD such as .guru gets added in through the process, IANA delegation goes, the NTIA says yes, the instructions are given to VeriSign through the cooperative agreement to add it to the route. That propagates throughout. There are other root server operators other than the L route. So whether ICANN operated the L route or not has no impact. And I guess that's the operational. So ICANN coordinates. Obviously, you can have two people saying they want to operate .guru as a top-level domain. So that is a policy and coordination function as opposed to actually operating infrastructure. And that's what TLDs and root servers are. They're infrastructure.
Well, I understand that, and the way it's operated from the beginning in 1998 is we have not had a fractured route, and we don't want a fractured route where we have two different registry operators for the same TLD, and that's an important technical and policy and political objective in the ongoing discussion.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Talking about operational perspective, I think we have Byron and Susan. They want to reply. So Byron, please.
Thanks. Personally, I don't think there's an issue with having policy and operations together, as long as there is strong accountability and very strong transparency. If you look at CCs, for example, as a smaller version, many of us run policy and operations shops and have done so successfully in spite of the fact that we deal with contentious issues too, who is IP, all of those things within our domestic jurisdictions. So it is certainly possible to have, and to do it well, policy and operations shops run together. I think it bears, of course, note that as NTIA steps away, there will be an accountability space to be filled in, and hopefully that will be a significant part of the discussion in the coming days. But that said, with the right accountability and the right transparency, I don't think that there's any issue inherently with having policy and operations housed in the same place. But one comment I would just like to make is, this is only Friday. ICANN the meeting proper hasn't even started yet, and you can already see people jumping to solution here.
Oh, I don't have
I'm not commenting on you per se.
It was a high-level question
because
it's something that I've struggled with for about 15 years. And as I said, the topic was the U.S. was always there. So if it wasn't, if there was a breakdown, and I guess another question which one would sort of say is, assuming this transition happens and the training wheels are off and it has the keys, what happens when it breaks or if it fails?
So maybe we'll take 3 minutes. We have Susan, and you will reply, Adil, and also for the queue we'll cut with Marilia. So please, Susan,
sure.
Then Adil.
Just to fully, first of all, support what Byron was saying, but also to point out that you were around 15 years ago and remember perhaps the discussion at that time. There was a strong feeling, at least among some of the folks considering those specific operational and policy issues and how they sat together, that in fact having them in close proximity has some advantages as far as informing each. And if that's no longer how the community wants to do that, if that's not how people feel about it now, that's a discussion worth having. I think that is something we have to consider. But there was the rationale that it actually helped, it made things actually work better in some ways.
And I totally agree with you. And 15 years ago, that was Louis, who was ICANN's receptionist, secretary, L-route operator, doing all that. So again, the organization has changed in 15 years.
Yeah, I don't think the issue is about having policy and operational role in the same organization, which is the issue. Is the process and how those two are separated. I am an area, we facilitate and coordinate policy in our region, but our board and our organization has no say in policy. Policy are developed by the community. Our board ratified those policy, not even the content of the policy. They ratify only the process of the policy, so that you have a clear demarcation between the policy development process and the operational aspect, which is the organization side. And maybe I think that is where the concern is. How do we clearly separate the policy development from the implementation and have a clear accountability between the two? Maybe it's the way of posing the question. Yeah.
So, Marida?
Thank you very much, Rafik. My name is Marida Maciel. I am a researcher and coordinator of the Center for Technology and Society in Brazil. I actually have a question and a comment to make. My question is about the panels that have been created. I feel that we have not discussed them enough in this session, and I think that they have an important role in setting the scene of discussions that we are having here. My feeling was that creating this high-level panels, CGI panel, the ICANN panels, they would be places where some of our brightest mind and skilled politicians would come together and present contributions that the community could not present. But my feeling is that they have been put under so much pressure to present reports before Net Mundial or as soon as possible, even to take some of the publicity that internet governance is having on the current moment, that maybe we are not taking enough advantage of the roles that these panels could have in building discussion and really having breakthroughs on the debate. So for those of you who had the chance to participate on the panels, either as members or in observatory capacity, what do you think could be the role that these panels could have in the discussions, and how to make these different panels and initiatives communicate with one another? Because so far we see some disconnected reports, and it will be interesting to see how these panels could dialogue. And just a quick comment on what Olivier has said about the agenda of Net Mundial and the focus that the roadmap has adopted on ICANN things. I totally agree with you. I think that if we focus too much on ICANN, we will really fall short on expectations of many people that are hoping that Net Mundial would be a place to discuss some pressing orphan issues or issues related to the use of internet, as Bertrand put it very well. But for historical accuracy, I think that it's important to remind everybody that there are a lot of people that have tried to discuss these other orphan issues or the use of internet or public policy issues under the very bad label of enhanced cooperation for many years now. It took us almost 8 years to create a working group on enhanced cooperation. So there are many people that are pretty much wanting to discuss that. And if this is what the community wants to do, and I think that there is growing support to discuss these other issues of internet governance, which I think that are very important, let's go to Net Mundial and discuss it there. But I don't think as well that this should be used as a reason not to discuss ICANN in Net Mundial, because this is also something very important on the agenda, and I think that we have grown and we are mature enough to move forward with this institutional improvement. So it's not either or. Let's discuss both together. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So I think maybe if someone will volunteer to respond, and then we can really say wrap up this session. I don't want to compete with lunchtime, but okay. Yes, Olivier.
Thank you very much, Rafik. Olivier speaking. In response to Marilla's points here, I think it probably will be down to the organizers of the meeting to see how they structure the sessions so as to set specific topics, rather than just opening a discussion, an open discussion, and we'll find out after 24 hours that it's all about ICANN.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, so you will have the last intervention.
I just want to say that I've recognized few steering committee members of OneNet here in the room, so feel free to meet them and discuss with them if you want to talk more about OneNet.
Okay.
Rafik is one of them.
And also Susan and Bill. Okay, thank you. So a lot of question, interrogation. So hopefully we have the recording of this session, so we can come back. Maybe people can come back later and try to think. And it's just the start, the beginning of probably a busy ICANN meeting and a lot of talk about IANA. So I thanks everybody for the attending, also the panelists for the, how to say, their intervention. And so, from whom?
Okay. Thank you, Rafiq. And we are 10 minutes over. Lunch is waiting. There is a whole panel in the afternoon about IANA, so people who didn't get a chance to get their yayas out can come back to that later. After the break, we talk about principles. Look forward to seeing you all back here then.
this. That would be contrary. All of the internet is at stake, where centralization of power occurs in a network. This power should be held accountable, especially where it comes to basic infrastructure and basic services such as DNS. Accountability asks for transparency, evaluation by its constituency, its users, and strong complaint mechanisms and oversight. In the case of ICANN, all power lies with the board. The GUC seriously lacks transparency and has a separate role in the policy-making process. And participation in ICANN does not necessarily mirror the group of DNS users. This is the reason why people want to discuss ICANN in NetMundial in the first place. ICANN should be accountable to the internet and DNS users. And bodies within the organization should be accountable to their constituencies in a reliable, open, transparent, and timely manner. This should also be the case with the board. That means the ATRT2 recommendation should be followed and that the independent review of board actions should be strengthened. IRPP's decisions should be binding and should be public. If the GUC is to remain, it should open up and join the policy-making process and not relate solely to the board. And the GUC should not receive additional powers. The multi-stakeholder or network governance model facilitates the core of what the internet is good at: the exchange of information and shared decision-making amongst its users. Everyone can participate, but opening the door is not enough, because there are differences in exposure to the themes, access to the internet, language and resource issues. This should be addressed. All documents should be translated, and revenues from the GTLD domain name registration should also be used to improve representation and participation of developing countries and other not represented minorities, and non-represented minorities. Furthermore, the playing field among stakeholders should be level and transparent. Representation should be relatively balanced, where one sees now there is quite an overrepresentation of registrars and registries. If we want to safeguard human rights on the internet, inclusive and good governance principles like separation of power are of the essence for a strong architecture, the backbone of our communal hallucination, which should keep this hallucination from becoming a bad trip. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move straight along, and Jari, if you'd like to make your comments.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. We're happy to be here in Singapore. Happy to see you all here talking about these important topics. So I wanted to approach the panel's topic from the angle of the people in the organization that I work with, the IETF. And I will first talk about the general engineering angle on internet governance and then continue to the more specific and hot topic of IANA evolution. The engineers and the IETF obviously care a lot about the internet, that it works well and that all aspects of managing it are done in careful manner with sufficient knowledge and with the stability and growth of the internet in mind. We realize, of course, that there are multiple topics in the area of internet governance, and some are further away from us than others. As an example, we care about names and addresses, but their management is the daily task of other organizations, whereas protocol parameters, such as port number allocations, are something that we directly depend on. Some of the key principles for any work that we do include open participation, getting input from different parties, broad consensus on decisions, a natural fit for the multi-stakeholder model, I think. And as engineers, we obviously care a lot about the technical aspects. Solutions should provide global interoperability and scalability. Technical merit and implementability matters. These need to be taken into account even in internet governance where it matters. But we also like our technology to serve as building blocks for further innovation. We sometimes talk about the concept of permissionless innovation. And this is behind so many successes in the internet. What this concept implies is that users and developers have an ability to create their own innovations on top of the general usable technology, and the technology largely allows that today. This has also interesting implications that you may want to think about in terms of internet governance. For instance, new identifier spaces can be created all the time. They are created all the time. Just witness hashtags or social media nicknames and similar things like that. The internet evolves fast. Can we, the internet, or can the internet governance evolve as fast? Question mark. Finally, I wanted to get back to the more specific question of the IANA evolution, and particularly the protocol parameters aspect. Our role at the IETF in that space relates to setting the allocation policies and ensuring that the registry implementation of those allocations has been faithful. And we're working together with IANA function at ICANN, of course. Earlier this month, we held an IAB session at the IETF meeting to discuss the principles regarding IANA evolution from our perspective. And I wanted to highlight a couple of the results. The first thing is that I want to make the observation that the IANA functions have evolved over time. In the last decade, we've seen the IETF and IANA create together a set of agreements or MOUs, SLAs that are being constantly updated. We've defined the roles of various parties and processes in RFCs. We have created groups to track the relationship in various ways to provide oversight. And not to mention thousands of RFCs that actually specify some of the policies involving these allocations. It's been a long evolution. Secondly, the process recently started by NTI is just another step in that evolution. And I think that step is well justified, given our view in the community that the protocol parameter registry function as being and continuing to be capably provided by the internet technical community without the need for external parties. And third, I wanted to observe that we consider the protocol parameters work a big success. Everything is running very well. We're happy with the services provided by the IANA function, and we keep making continuous improvements. I would like to offer that this operating model is perhaps a good basis for other situations as well. That is, we have agreements in place for the function to be performed. There are specifications about how the process should work, and there are boards that are accountable to the specific parts of the efforts on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if we can move along to the next speaker. Thank you, Olivier.
Thank you very much. My name is Oliver Süme. I'm president of the European ISP Association, Euro-ISPA, which is a pan-European umbrella association of national ISP associations, and the association is currently representing more than 2,000 ISPs across Europe and ECTA countries. As internet service providers, you will know that we are running the infrastructure of the internet, the networks, kind of internet exchange points, so everything that is the basis for all the other layers and for business and of course also for human rights and free flow of information over the internet. And in that role, we have been hit quite hard by the surveillance activities that have been coming up recently, and that is one of the reasons why I think that it is very much in time for ISPs to get engaged in internet governance. The ISPs have been in a very special role in this surveillance activities because on the one hand we of course have to guarantee the stability and security of the networks that we are operating, and on the other hand we face a situation where in some parts our own countries we're threatening this infrastructure at the same time when they oblige us to operate it. So that is something that hit the ISP industry quite hard and led to a situation where our clients, private persons as well as companies, lost a lot of trust in the services that we operate. So I think this is also one aspect that has to be part of internet governance discussions. I think it will be one, besides of the IANA function, one of the important things that has to be discussed also at the Net Mundial conference in Brazil. Well, apart from the infrastructure that we operate of our own, we are, of course, also reliant on the IP address and domain name infrastructure, as this is touching the ISP business as well. And I'm looking forward, and I'm excited about the discussions that we will have now in Brazil and besides from Brazil regarding the shifting or the new IANA function contract, whatever will be the result of the discussions that we have. I think this is one of the first times that Internet governance as a model has to be proved now, because in the last years, Internet governance has been an intense process. There have been intense and controversial discussions, but this is the first time that we have a concrete case, the IANA function, that seems to be subject to Internet governance processes in the next 1.5 years. And as I'm seeing this from an industry and from a business perspective for the ISPs, it's very important that we not only can rely on these functions and on the infrastructure, but also that we have legal certainty about everything that surrounds this infrastructure. So at the end of the day, we are talking about, as so often in Internet governance, about accountability. And if we want to reach accountability with a new IANA function and a new contract, I think we have to guarantee that the process that leads us there, the Internet governance and multi-stakeholder process, will be accountable. And I think that this is one of the biggest challenges that we are facing for the next 15 months, for the next 2 years, and for the time after that, because I think there's a lot of room for improvement in processes, in accountable processes, and in a process that guarantees that all the different approaches of Internet governance and all the people and stakeholders who contribute come to a reliant and accountable result. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Erika Mann, and this is probably a good time to remind everyone that all the speakers are here today speaking in their personal capacity, not necessarily for their organizations and so on. So thank you, Erika. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam, for mentioning this. Let me make a few observations. The first observation I would like to make is that when one talks about Internet governance, one has to distinguish, at least I would recommend, between the different ecosystem and environments. Internet governance, it's different if one talks about the ICANN ecosystem or if one talks about the Internet as a whole. All the players which are part, the business players and the NGO and everybody else who is involved in shaping the Internet. I think these are two different spheres. They overlap to some degree, but I think if we don't distinguish between the two, we will always have a confusion. So I think it is important to concentrate on the ICANN ecosystem, because that's where the transitioning is happening. And that's where so much of the confusion actually arrives from. And because of the transition, we will see so many new players entering the space of being part of the debate and the discussion. And not all of them have the history like many of you do, which are part of in this room today. So one has to understand this as well, why sometimes there are debates erupting, which maybe are not as focused as we would like to see. So that's my first observation. The second observation is that I think we will see, to some degree, some confusion as well evolving because of the interplay of different players which are part of the Internet ecosystem as a whole. So the ICANN ecosystem, the different business models, which are even the company I work for, like Facebook, and compared to many other companies, the classical, more traditional players which are part of the Internet ecosystem. So when you look at all these players which are around, they of course have all their different interests. They all have their different perception. They have a different history. And they of course have an interest in shaping the Internet as open as possible, and without unnecessary government interference as possible. Everybody, I think, understands government are needed and important to regulate, but it always depends how it is done and what kind of transparency is exists about it. So I think this interplay will be interesting to understand, and I would be not surprised if in Brazil in particular this will play out, because their governments will be very strong. They will have their own say about what they expect from the internet and what they expect from ICANN. The same is true for all the other players. And so we will have to watch this and we will have to understand it. The same is true for all the new business players which emerged because of the GTLD environment. There are totally different business models evolving, totally different business interests and society interests. And I think, again, we need to understand how these different interests will play out. My third observation is, and I would urge us all again to distinguish when we talk about governance, to distinguish between the more technical side of governance and the more political side of governance. So quite often when I listen to some governments talking about the wish to control spam or the wish to have more to say and to be better equipped in understanding cybersecurity threats, they not always automatically relate to all of the different layers in the internet world. It's a different meaning in the ICANN environment, a totally different meaning in a different part of the internet world. So I think it will be important that we are as clear as possible, in particular when we move into Brazil, because I would imagine that many of the players which come to Brazil, they have more an interest on the political governance issue and probably less on the technical side. So we may want to explain more how the technical side functions to take away some of the expectation on the political side as well. And my last point would be the term which is sometimes used about governance of the internet. I think I understand, and I think I fully appreciate of the need to understand how governance should function in the internet world. But governance of the internet, it's a totally different term, and it shifts the responsibility more to the government side, which I would say the internet, so far as we know it, actually was developed quite well without the active involvement of governments all the time. I think there's sometimes a misunderstanding when people say governments or legislators have nothing to say on the internet. That's not what I mean, because they regulate legislation, and that's their right and that's their role. But the governance of the internet would be something totally different than regulating certain bits and pieces where they have responsibility. But I think we have to, again, it would be wise to look into this and understand the differentiation between governance of the internet and responsibility for governments to regulate certain parts of a regulation which then affect the internet as well.
Thank you, Erica. So we have our final speaker on the panel. Michaela, if you'd like to give us some thoughts.
Thanks. Being the last person to speak is kind of amusing at one level, you know, giving me the last word. It's probably possibly a dangerous thing to do. But then after listening to everybody else speaking so eloquently on this, I find it quite challenging to come up with something intelligent to say. Stefan is going to revel in that. I can see him up the front there with a big grin on him. You know, the thing I suppose is, from my perspective, is, you know, why on earth would somebody like me be even involved in any of these discussions? And I suppose that's the root of the issue. Some aspects of internet governance are terribly abstract. There's a lot of acronyms thrown around. There's terminology that some people think is terribly, terribly important. But the reality is that most people haven't a bull's notion what the hell they're talking about. I was on several calls with ICANN's leadership over the last week or so. And, you know, they spoke wonderfully and very eloquently about globalization, the significance of the NTIA's announcement, and all that. But there's a bit of a disjoint, because if you look at the media out there, most people have no idea what the hell ICANN is. They have no idea what IANA is. They have no idea the difference between the two. They don't know what IETF does. They don't know who RIPE are. They don't know what a registrar is, what a registry is, what a registrant is, or any of these other terms that a lot of people sitting in this room probably think that they understand. So then you end up with somebody like myself, who comes in and you know, ends up getting involved in all these debates and discussions. And you know, people sometimes ask me, you know, what the hell do you do this for? And the reality is, if I don't speak up and say, you know, stop, please, you know, hands off, we could end up in a situation where governments get too involved. You know, the industry as a whole should be allowed to self-regulate as much as possible. My company is a member through the Irish branch of Olivier's Eurispa. We're also members of the Internet Infrastructure Coalition. We're members of RIPE. Some of my staff are involved in IETF. We're an ICANN accredited registrar. I'm on the board of various other organizations that all have to do with various things around self-regulation and self-governance. And the thing, I suppose, is that as an industry, we need to mature. People have got to stop this kind of selfish view that their ability and their right to make money from this should be the only governing principle. That's got to stop. There's got to be a sense of responsibility, that there's an impact to your actions, that if we do not behave, quote unquote, then we're going to end up in a situation where governments are going to step in and they're going to force legislation on us, which is going to restrict our ability to trade. And that is not what we want. Personally, I want, you know, to be able to make lots of money, go off, fly a business class around the world, buy myself nice shiny objects, and not have to worry too much about it. I'm sorry, that's the reality. And you know, that's what I should be able to do. I shouldn't have to jump through hoops and deal with restrictive legislation simply because some people have misbehaved. And that is the fear, that the problem that we're facing now. That certain governments, which I think is what led to the Internet Mondial thing, and hands up, by the way, I won't be going, they've seen how other governments have misbehaved, how other governments have taken certain freedoms. You can have a look at my nice NSA T-shirt, by the way. You know, and this is not right. I mean, we have to get that balance. We have to get that balance between, you know, allowing us as an industry to self-regulate, allowing government to be involved, but letting the government involvement be as light and as non-disruptive as possible, and not forcing a position where private corporations are trying to legislate. You know, ICANN, for example, is not a legislative body. It should not try to legislate via contract. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Before I follow on with my questions and ideas, Olivier, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused with ALAC chairman. You have a quick response. Thank you.
Oliver. It's just Oliver. Thank you. No problem. I just wanted to add something to Michele. I absolutely agree what you say, but the truth is that things have changed right now, and that we are in this situation that nobody of us ever wanted. And that unfortunately means that the way things worked the last 15 or 20 years ago, they seem to change. I mean, we always...
This is what we have to fight back against. Yeah. I mean, this is my point, is that it's not too late.
Yeah.
It's, you know, and the thing is, don't throw in the towel, but at the same time, don't let it consume all the oxygen in the room.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely agree. That was just the one point that I wanted to add.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Erica mentioned something here, that perhaps we should be thinking about this in terms of the ICANN ecosystem. And wanted to come back to some general points that were made. And could we go to the top of the questions on the slide there? It would be helpful. So we've heard people talking about some nice general principles that we look at. I've had the pleasure of reading through about 180 of the Net Mondial contributions, and there are some very common words and threads that appear there. People are supportive, generally, of multi-stakeholder approaches to internet governance. They are supportive of inclusive mechanisms, of consensus and bottom-up. But whenever these phrases are mentioned, there's always a but or an and that follows onto that. There's also a commonality, as we've also heard from speakers this morning, that people are supporting the importance of principles of transparency, of accountability, inclusiveness, meaningful participation. So I'm interested to know from the panel how you see those broad principles being actualized within ICANN. Of course, we have the ATRT. Is it going well? Is ICANN performing? ICANN is leading the way in many of these principles and actually adopting mechanisms for them, but how well is it doing in actualizing them and operationalizing them, and what can we learn from it? And that perhaps goes to some of the questions you mentioned just then, Michaela. And a very specific question for you, Michaela, would be, if I may, you've written previously about the Article 29 Data Protection Working Group. How would this, as a very specific example, fit with, sorry to put you on, but think about it for a moment, we'll come back to it. No, not all day. And how does that fit with notions of principles, accountability, and how ICANN should be acting in this ecosystem? And please come back to it and we'll think about it. But I wonder if anybody else has any thoughts on how well is ICANN doing for some of the principles that you mentioned when you made that introduction. Who would like to?
Well, maybe you and ICANN thinks it's a champion of all these principles, but that's not necessarily the case at all, as I pointed out in what I said, especially where it comes to accountability of the board. ICANN is no longer a membership organization, which it was earlier on, which makes models of transparency and accountability harder, and we need to improve. And indeed, the ATRT2 report and the process has been very promising, but in writing on Net Mondial contribution, I found a lot of recommendations about better accountability and about better transparency and about better participation and inclusiveness have been made, but just have not been implemented.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I have a comment on the general aspect of how well ICANN is doing in this sense. I'll observe that there's probably many different aspects of that because ICANN deals with many stakeholders and many different topics really. Being a simple engineer, I just want to think about this in terms of simple things, practical things that we can do, and just highlighting one particular improvement that we're making this year in the relationship between IETF and ICANN, or the INA functions there. And that is that we're implementing an audit function where we can audit the allocations, make sure that they actually follow a policy, and that the audit will be publicly accessible. It's a concrete improvement that we have not been doing before. We're going to start doing it, and I think it provides additional information for the communities around the world that things are actually, hopefully being done the correct way, and I'm sure they are. So, there's this evolution process that we need to go through, and there's also no one-size-fits-all answer that ICANN is doing either great or badly on transparency and accountability.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to think about those comments, or can we go to your data protection?
Gee, thanks. I love the way I just get set up for these things. Data privacy, data protection. These are a couple of topics that ICANN as an organization has not got a particularly stellar track record in. It really doesn't, and it's something that it needs to address, and that hopefully it will address in the next couple of years. Data privacy is something that I know some people feel very, very passionate about. I'm sure Article 19 does. But, up until relatively recently, it wasn't a topic of discussion over the dinner table with my mother. But in the last year, it has become a topic of discussion. You know, it's the kind of thing where you end up going out for drinks with non-technical, non-industry, non-internet people, and they kind of go, "Hey, you work with this internet stuff. You know, is this possible?" And they start talking to you about, you know, and it's all to do with privacy. It's all to do with surveillance. And you know, while one can say whatever the hell one wants to say about whether Snowden did this or Snowden did that, the reality is people are actually discussing this a hell of a lot more. And if you ignore that, well, really, you are living on a different planet. So when it comes down to the entire Article 29 thing, I mean, there's a few things that Article 29 have said. Now, first off, what the hell is Article 29? The Article 29 Working Party, it's the representative body of the 28 DPAs of the 28 member states of the European Union. Are their opinions legally binding on anybody? That's a debate that certain people would like to have, and it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it's 28 member states DPAs. So if you're the subject within one of those 28 member states, the DPA can have lots of fun and games with you and sue you, like the case of Google, who was sued for 150,000 recently in France, which was probably not that much for a company of Google size, but that would wipe out smaller companies. They don't like Whois. Article 29 have stated more than once that they think the way ICANN forces all Whois data to be publicly available to everybody is a major issue. When it comes to data retention, again, you know, they've repeatedly stated that, you know, that any contract that ICANN has, be that with a registry or with a registrar, must respect the basic principles of data protection and data privacy, which the 2013 RAA doesn't. So ICANN came up with a wonderful process and then proceeded to ignore it. We're now in, what month? Are we March or April? March. Sorry, I'm a bit confused. My contract with ICANN expires in about 3 months or so. I can't sign the new contract because if I do, I'm putting myself directly in breach with Irish law. And yet I find myself in the ridiculous situation that my legal counsel has to negotiate with ICANN's legal team about a matter of Irish law. Explain that one to me. And then people wonder why governments get involved. I mean, this is the kind of rubbish that causes it. You know, an entity, be that IETF, RIPE, ICANN, whoever, shouldn't be playing around with things where governments have already stated this is the law. And you may not like it. I mean, you know, this entire thing about, you know, freedom of speech, freedom of that, freedom of the other. If a particular government has come up with its own rules, I mean, the rest of us can go, okay, that's not good, but we shouldn't be getting involved there. We have to be really, really careful.
And one of the common comments that we saw in the Net Mondiale contributions is that if principles are affected offline, they should be applied online as well. That, of course, also has very significant consequences because people and countries have different cultural backgrounds and so on. So this is actually something that's not as easy to apply as it sounds when you first look at it. Erika, you had something to say, and then Yari. And then perhaps if people would like to start thinking of your questions, please come up to the microphones and we'd like to hear from you, please.
I mean, I just wanted to make a short comment. I think Michele raises an interesting topic which affects all operators depending on wherever they are located and run their business. So how much, and then it affects ICANN, of course, as well, because in an environment like ICANN, the same is true for many other businesses on the internet. One tries to find systems which work globally and approaches and contractual relations ideally as well as global as possible. And of course there are conflicts quite frequently with national laws or with regional laws in the case of Europe. The problem sometimes which then comes and arises as well, that these national laws shift as well. So when you take the data retention regulation in Europe, which is an interesting one, which we practically, there was a kind of uniform legislation across all 20, at the time it was 27 member states, and then because of a constitutional case in Germany, one practically will have to review the data retention law. So these kind of systems happen all the time. And I think this is something we are used to. I mean, we sometimes think that I imagine something from the internet which the real world can't deliver neither. I mean, there are cases of conflict, either legal cases of conflict or whatever kind of cases they arise. So then you have to find a solution. So I think it's not, we shouldn't expect from the internet more than we can actually, deliver in our real world. It's just natural that these kinds of conflicts arise, and then we have to find a solution to it.
Yeah, I just wanted to return quickly to Michele's point about privacy and surveillance and things like that. I don't want to go into the particular contract or agreement details that he spoke about, but I just wanted to touch on that on a general sense that, the topic of privacy, and I think we need to understand that there are different topics in internet governance, and not all of them are related to, say, the privacy issue or surveillance issue. In particular, the role of IANA and all these registries, that is very far from the topic of privacy for the end users in the internet, and basically has nothing to do with that. It has its own evolution. And don't get me wrong, I really care about the surveillance privacy topic, and we do a lot of work in the IETF to try to address that the best we can from the engineering perspective. But just, again, want to emphasize there's multiple topics here.
Thank you very much. Now, would anybody, any questions from the floor? We're not seeing enormous lines joining here, but if there's anybody who has any questions, or would then the microphone should be open, and please come along. Questions, or simply making, if you wish to make a point, and join in the discussion. Thank you. And if you'd state your name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Elliot Lear. I work for Cisco Systems, but I'm speaking only on behalf of myself at the moment. And I'm responding to the comment that was made earlier by the first speaker about the notion of availability and inclusiveness, and as relates to translating documents. This is an area where, so far as I can tell, almost no organization gets right, and there's a real reason for it, which is that it's both very hard and very expensive. For instance, I do a lot of work at the ITU, and the ITU spends about 1,200 Swiss francs per page to translate into 5 languages. That's one page. If you impose translation costs on an organization, the next thing that happens is you have to worry about the budget. And the next thing that happens is you have to start limiting contributions that get translated. And so this problem occurs. And I'm not blaming, it's not a blame thing, it's just a very, very hard problem. And so it was said earlier, be careful what you wish for. But we should think about how language itself is an inhibitor to inclusiveness.
Well, luckily, budget is not the biggest problem ICANN has at the moment, especially with the new GTLD registrations coming up. And I think inclusivity and participation is really important, and we need to pay a price for that. And that price needs to be paid, because else we're excluding people from the thing that we actually try to build, which is a global, open, and inclusive internet. So indeed, it's hard, but that doesn't mean we should really try it.
Mukhtani-san, please.
Izumi from JPNIC. Regarding this language issue, this is something that we really face within Japan. But JPNIC, my organization, actually translate the NTIA announcements and other efforts that are being made. And what I think would be helpful is, instead of the central organizer, I don't know, whoever it is, translating everything, increase these kind of organizations who are able to help in localizing, not just in terms of like actual language, but in terms of trying to engage with the community so that more people, I think just reading the announcement itself is hard to understand what the issues are and get the community get involved. So if you have like a facilitator, local facilitator kind of organization, and if we can have more of these organizations or individuals, community
being able to help, then I think we can really spread what's going on in this kind of community, and then probably, hopefully, be able to feed back to this discussions forum. So that's my personal thought.
Yeah, +1.
Thank you very much. I think one advantage of all this translation is that it's the base data for Google Translate and Bing and the rest to use in their big data crunching, which is improving our access to language online. So that's helpful. But anyway, Stefan, please.
Thanks, Adam. Stefan van Gelder, Miliathan. Just had a comment following on from the language and the inclusiveness comments that you made, looking at the Article 29 person. To me, as a French and English person or speaker, ICANN is actually very inclusive in that regard, in terms of both ease of access and including money to participate, i.e. you can remotely participate and it's free, or you can pay to come to the ICANN meetings, and they are all open and free to access if you're able, obviously, to pay to come. And there is an effort to translate, an ongoing effort to include more translation. And if we talk about general governance principles and just step away from internet governance principles for a moment, this is something that I don't actually see elsewhere in governance institutions worldwide. So my question really is this your view as well? Is this your experience? Because you seem to be implying that, you were saying that there is a cost to inclusiveness that ICANN should be paying. From my point of view, ICANN is actually already doing a lot to promote inclusiveness and paying that price. Thank you.
Well, and it's definitely commendable that these things are indeed done, but we need to do better, and we need to push ourselves to do better, because maybe we're setting a standard, but we need to set higher standards, because we need better participation to really build this global community that we want to be part of.
I'm sorry, I really have to step in here, because I think you're just constantly going on as if ICANN is like the solution to all the world's problems are going to be solved by ICANN. And that is completely and utterly ridiculous. You're hanging your entire thing around ICANN as some kind of super duper special organization is this kind of magic bullet that is going to solve the world's problems. Now, you take, for example, ISOC, which has chapters around the world. If you want ISOC, get ISOC to get more people involved there. This translation thing is a great big red herring. I come from a country which has more than one official language. The Irish language is the first language of Ireland. And so our government spends millions of euro per year translating documents that nobody ever reads. Because under the Constitution, the Irish language is the first language. The fact that nobody actually uses it, apart from a very small percentage of our population, is neither here nor there. And you can disagree as much as you like, but I'm sorry, I just really am actually quite offended that you're taking this kind of view that ICANN has to have some kind of moral obligation to do better than any other organization around inclusiveness, and as if translating was the solution. It's not. The solution in many respects is down to a choice of terminology. You can put out a document in 23 languages, and native speakers of the 23 languages will not understand it due to a choice of wording. And the lady from JP, Nick, she hit the nail firmly on the head. It's to do with engaging more with users, using terminology that they can understand, taking the abstracts of internet governance or whatever other principles it is that you're discussing and turning that into something that they can relate to. My mother doesn't know who ICANN is. My mother doesn't know who IANA is or who RIPE are. Yet all of those organizations have some possible impact in the background on her ability to be able to send an email to me whilst I'm on the other side of the globe or to read news. But just kind of assuming that ICANN is the sole organization that can possibly fix all these things, I think is completely unreasonable.
I think a quick response, but one thing we do have to do in response is stop using TLAs and FLAs and things like that, which, anyway. Niels, just a quick response, because I think you...
Well, ICANN is not there to solve all world's problems, but it should make sure that there is representation when it comes about DNS. And I'm sorry that I've offended you, but I think it's a bit weird to say that one can do either translation or simplify documents. We should do both.
If I can just... Sorry.
So, continuing the same topic here, I fully agree with Mikhail that there's, a lot of world outside ICANN. There's certainly many organizations in the internet space that all need to do some of these things. They're working on parts of the technology or internet governance, and that's really important that we also discuss those parts and not just what ICANN can do. Of course, ICANN needs to do what's relevant for it. But I wanted to also abstract away a little bit from this translation issue. That, to me, is not the real issue or the real cost. The real cost is how do I reach 200 different organizations in the world without actually traveling myself to those places and discussing with them. And that's a scalability problem, and there's some ways of addressing that by finding forums where you can actually meet together as opposed to having to reach out to a very large number of entities.
Stefan, very quickly, and then...
Yes, Stefan again. Just to make a quick follow-up on Mikhail's reaction to my question, and Niels from Article 19. I think, I got exactly the same reaction from your answer, which is basically, sorry to say it this way, but empty words. So what you're saying is we should do better, which to me means nothing. I don't understand what you are saying in terms of what should be done better. Because what I'm saying as a member of this community is, and that was my question to you, where else in the world, in terms of governance structures, is it being done as well as this? I think, at times, it's good to give ourselves a pat on the back and say, anybody from the world can come into the ICANN process and participate to some extent. Apart from, obviously I understand there's a language problem, I understand there's a translation problem, I understand we could, speak to people in all languages of the world. What I'm saying is I was trying to bring it into the context of what exists elsewhere, not just blanket theory on, we could do better. Sorry, just to clarify that point. Thank you.
We'll quickly go to Grace and then to remote participants, please.
A very quick question. My name is Grace Githaiga from the Kenya ICT Action Network. I know all of us are talking about the need to have to be inclusive and to have participation as part of the internet governance principles. But, from where I am sitting, multi-stakeholderism has costs and cost implications. And I'm wondering, isn't it time we started speaking of a multi-stakeholder financing model so that we bring everybody on board? Thank you.
Could we go to the remote? Could we go to the remote participants, please, and then to Bertrand? Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, not really. First of all, we are already doing it to some degree. And then if you want to go beyond and would love to see more inclusiveness in the sense that more financial sharing models will evolve, I think it will be, it's possible, and certainly the board would be willing to look into it, like we have done in the past, but would be nice then maybe to have some ideas from you coming up as well, what you think about and what kind of models you have in mind.
Okay, so with the remote moderator or person in touch with the remote access people, would you give the comments?
It's more of a statement from Alejandro Pesanti. He says, I would like to recommend reading the set of principles for ICANN and related governance ecosystem organizations put forward by the strategy panel on ICANN's role in the internet governance ecosystem?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alejandro. And Bertrand, please.
Hi, my name is Bertrand Lachapelle. I'm the director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Project. Regarding principles, there have been a lot of principles that have been adopted that were related to the Internet in general. I mean, we had from OECD, we had from Council of Europe and others. What we're talking about here at NetMundial is Internet governance principles. And it will be very important at the NetMundial event in particular that there is clarity on which layer we're talking about. Without belaboring on the discussion that just took place, I think there are, first of all, three principles that are floating around, usually coupled together, which are inclusion, transparency, and accountability. If NetMundial were about the practical implementation of those principles, because there are many ways to do it, there are many different modalities to address inclusion, as we just saw on the translation thing. Accountability has a lot of dimensions as well. And accountability can be done either by external accountability oversight mechanisms or internal accountability systems, including in the dispute resolution mechanisms, as we're discussing with the evolution of ICANN. But I think those three elements are almost a given as principles. The question is how far in the discussion we go in NetMundial. But I would like to address and mention three other elements which I think shouldn't be forgotten in the discussion. And it is the idea that Internet governance should be conceived a little bit, or as much as possible, like the Internet itself was built. And this includes the notion of a layered Internet governance system, a distributed Internet governance system, and the multi-stakeholder dimension as well. The multi-stakeholder dimension will have many, many aspects, and there are as many implementations of the multi-stakeholder approach as there are organizations. The way ICANN functions, the way ITF functions, the way the RIRs function, and their own constitutional framework is different, just like representative democracy has many implementations. But the two elements of layered and distributed are, for me, extremely important principles regarding Internet governance. Layered means the kind of distinction that I was making earlier this morning between the governance of the system and the governance on what is using the system. The governance of applications may be different from the governance of the social behavior of people. When we're talking about whether, for instance, app stores should be closed or not, this is something that is different from the behavior of users on platforms, for instance. But the notion of distributed governance mechanism is one of the key issues that will be addressed or should be addressed in NetMundial. There is a natural desire in the traditional institutional discussion to say there should be one institution that deals with Internet-related issues. It can be almost an Internet international organization. It can be one committee of the UN dealing with all Internet-related issues. This is not only the spirit, but this is not the way Internet governance has functioned so far. And I hope that we will have the opportunity to make the clear discussion about how to produce a framework that produces different regimes, different issue-based networks, rather than saying the solution is to fight about, I don't know, a sort of Internet Security Council where people will be fighting on who has the seat and the permanent seat. That makes no sense. Distributed.
Thank you. Robin, hi. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to add one point to the principles Bertrand mentioned. I think Bertrand has one principle which is maybe the most fundamental one, which is openness. I mean, the Internet will not function if we systems which are closed or which are, governed by totally different, systems. And so I think this probably you want to add to your... No, I'm sure. It just came to my mind when you raised the different points.
I just wanted to add something regarding the principles. I absolutely agree to the principles that you mentioned. Take inclusion, take transparency, take accountability, take openness. You could even add legitimacy. These are all principles that I would consider as kind of horizontal principles. I think regarding the upcoming conference, it's also very important to discuss about vertical principles. What can be governed by Internet governance and what, and that is even more important, cannot be governed by Internet governance. If you come back to the problems that Michele mentioned regarding his conflict between the ICANN registrar contract and the national or the legal framework regarding data protection in the EU, that is a classical conflict between governance, Internet governance systems or multi-stakeholder systems on the one hand and a national legal framework on the other hand. And I think it's very important to also discuss principles at the Brazil conference. What cannot be subject to the horizontal principles like accountability and so on and multi-stakeholder approach. I think that can avoid conflicts and that can in particular avoid wrong expectations of attendance at the Brazil conference that might not be so deep in these discussions like the people in this room.
Thanks, Olivia. Last two comments from the floor and then we'll have to close. Thank you. Hi, Robin.
Thank you. My name is Robin Gross. I wanted to propose one small, simple principle, and that is that ICANN's policies, Internet governance policies, should comply with human rights principles. If we could get that, I think that would be quite a remarkable step forward. Unfortunately, we don't have that right now with ICANN. We heard Michele talking about some of the problems that we have here in terms of getting ICANN to respect the privacy rights of Internet users. For years, the data protection officers have been telling ICANN that their policies violate the privacy rights of citizens. And from ICANN, we get the equivalent of sticking their fingers in their ears and closing their eyes and simply saying, well, we choose not to interpret the law that way. So that's a problem for an organization that wants to be a global governance organization. Also take, for example, freedom of expression rights. The standard response from ICANN Legal when we try to talk about freedom of expression rights is that, well, ICANN is a private California corporation. It doesn't owe any responsibility to free speech to anyone. That's not a winning argument if you're a global governance organization. I think ICANN is really going to have to step it up and begin to recognize it's got an obligation to comply with human rights principles in its own policies. Thanks.
Izumi, please.
Izumi, I just want to make a short comment. I very much like the idea that Bertrand has mentioned about the idea of distributed and not having a single authority. So I think even just looking at the technical community, there's so many communities discussing like the IETF, the RIRs, there are so many NOGs that is like within the region or are based on economies. And then, so I think it's good that we have all these different communities discussing, focusing on their own expertise. And then at the same time, it's good to have some place where we can gather all these inputs as something that we can see commonly, but not seen as an authority. I think that would be something that would be useful to consider as a way of sharing issues widely with using the maximum use of expertise of each of these communities.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to have to close. I would like to thank the panelists very much. Thank you all for coming today. And good luck with the next one, Bill. It's globalization and institutional reform. Thank you very much. And perhaps some of the principles can be adopted as we think about globalization and institutional reform. What are the principles that are going to underlie those particular ideas? That would be helpful for Net Mundial. Thank you very much.
So, I'm Aubrey Doria. Well, let's start the next panel, since we're a couple minutes over already, on the roadmap for ecosystem evolution globalization. Now, it's actually interesting because I think we've sort of been talking about it on and off all day, so perhaps this one ends up a continuation of the conversations we've already been having. This panel was set for 4 questions, which of course they can take or not take or go beyond. But the questions were about globalizing ICANN and or IANA functions. And very much lately we've been talking about the IANA functions and perhaps less so about the ICANN globalization. It asks, what are the roles of the various stakeholders? It asks it interesting, it asks about governments, and then it asks about the rest of us, but it asks about what are the roles of the stakeholders. It asks about where does accountability come from once the US oversight is eliminated? And so that's another question that I hope that we can touch on. And then it asks sort of the same question, again, sort of in a different way. Should the IANA functions be linked to political oversight, which I assume means government, although I'm never quite sure that that's what we mean by political oversight, or be made a purely clerical function? And perhaps that's 2 sides of the issue, and there's space in the middle between pure politics and pure clerical functions. So anyhow, there's a wonderful panel up here. There's Chuck, there's Milton, there's Keith, there's Steve, there's Paul, and there's Fiona. And I'd like to start with Chuck. I've asked each to give a 3 to 5 minute or quicker initial statement. I really want to get quickly back to the discussion with the participants in the room. So thanks. Chuck.
Thanks, Aubrey, and thanks to the NCUC for hosting this event. My name's Chuck Gomes. For those of you who don't know me, Vice President of Policy for VeriSign, but speaking mostly in my personal capacity today. I'm going to at least briefly address each of the 4 questions. The first one is, what might it mean to globalize ICANN and the IANA functions? First of all, I'd like to point out that there are 2 different functions, the ICANN functions and the IANA functions. That's a fundamental fact that we need to keep in mind. And we should talk about how to globalize ICANN functions separately than globalizing IANA functions. And as all of us know, the IANA performs multiple functions. So in determining how to globalize IANA functions, it would be helpful if we think about, okay, do some of the functions look differently when they're globalized than others? Not necessarily package them all in one bucket. Question number two, what should be the role of governments in a globalized model? What should be the role of civil society, technical community, and the private sector in a globalized model? I think the role of each of those groups kind of depends on the function that we're talking about. From the point of view of governments, I fully understand that they want to have some control over their own national assets with regard to the internet, in particular their country code top-level domains, including their IDN country code top-level domains, especially regarding delegation, redelegation, and a term that we haven't talked about too much, undelegation. I don't know if that's a word. So it may be worthwhile to consider CCTLD delegation functions separately to more effectively deal with the concept of globalization. Question number three is, if U.S. political oversight is eliminated, how do we ensure the accountability of ICANN and VeriSign? So, in my opinion, accountability is probably the most important issue in this whole topic. It's absolutely essential if we expect to ensure that there will be no degradation of service and no new risks added. It's insufficient to rely on the good intentions and even a good track record. there's too much at stake for all of us in the internet, both now and in the future. Is ICANN suitably accountable at this time? Well, I think there are two accountability mechanisms for ICANN right now. The U.S. Department of Commerce has the agreement with ICANN to perform the IANA services. So that agreement is one accountability mechanism. There's also the affirmation of commitments that the two organizations have. If USG oversight is eliminated, the only continuous accountability form is the ICANN board. Now, the affirmation of commitments, accountability and transparency review team number 2 that just finished its work gave us a report card on ICANN, and I think that's a measuring stick that we have. And there are definitely some needs for improvement in that. Let me go to the other part of the question. Is VeriSign suitably accountable at this time? And by the way, I'm not here to defend VeriSign, but I'm just trying to share some areas of accountability that exist. The cooperative agreement that VeriSign signed with the Department of Commerce actually goes back to an agreement with the National Science Foundation in the 90s. That provides for contractual accountability for the duties we perform with regard to the root servers and the zone files. Also, our reputation as a company is at stake. That's a big issue for us, so there's a lot of accountability with regard to that. And as a publicly traded company, we also have accountability there that most of you are familiar with regard to publicly traded companies, and that applies to everything we do, including the root server functions that we perform that are totally independent of our performance as a registry. I think the community can evaluate whether both ICANN and VeriSign are accountable in those regards, and certainly make good decisions going forward with regard to what accountability mechanisms should be there in the future. The last question is, should the IANA functions be linked to political oversight or made a purely clerical function? As noted previously, in dealing with CCTLDs, I think there's a possibility there in that area that some political oversight may be useful. But it's critical that such oversight doesn't result in less timely responses, poor customer service from that point of view. Some of the IANA functions can be termed as clerical, but I don't think they're all clerical. Some are also technical in nature. One example of that is the iterative technical oversight that's needed for the root zone with regard to DNSSEC and those requirements. And extreme care needs to be taken in cases like that with regard to the technical requirements that are fulfilled. I believe that clerical and technical functions should be performed by different organizations, and that the technical functions should definitely be performed by a very experienced organization that has the right track record and the applicable experience to do that. So in conclusion, I believe that any framework, whether it's new or existing or some combination thereof, that is considered must enhance confidence, reliability, and accountability, and avoid the introduction of risk. Any entities tasked with IANA functions must be fully prepared to assume these critical responsibilities and must be fully accountable to the global multi-stakeholder community. Thank you.
Thank you. Milton, would you please like to go?
Thank you. Yes, I'm Milton Mueller, Syracuse University Internet Governance Project. So we've been looking at the problem of U.S. control of the DNS route for a long time, mainly as academics and people concerned with the justice and efficiency of global governance. And we've always believed that it's not sustainable and not a good idea for one nation state to have control of something that's part of a global infrastructure. We've reached the point post-Montevideo statement where we had to decide, okay, if we are going to globalize IANA, how are you actually going to do it? Somebody had to seize that problem and deal with it seriously, and that's what we tried to do. We thought about it very carefully. We pored over the actual IANA contract and tried to figure out what parts of it were useful and which parts of it were not, and what happens when the US government actually isn't there anymore. So we came up with 3 basic principles that I'm going to relate to you. We started out actually thinking that this should all just devolve into ICANN, by the way, and we changed our mind. We believe now the first principle is that you should structurally separate the DNS-related IANA functions from the DNS policy-making process, that you have to establish a structural separation between them. Secondly, we supported ending governmental oversight, not multilateralizing it. And third, we wanted to put root zone changes in the hands of parties with the strongest incentives to do it right. I don't believe in oversight or a bunch of committees telling people what to do. Whoever is doing this has to be strongly incented to actually do it right the first time. So based on these requirements, we came up with an organizational blueprint for the IANA reform. The essential elements of our plan are this. First, take the DNS-related IANA functions away from ICANN, take VeriSign's root zone maintenance functions out of the cooperative agreement, and put them in a new organization, independent of ICANN, which we call the DNS Authority. The DNSA would be a nonprofit controlled by a consortium of top-level domain registries, CCTLDs and GTLDs. We see no reason, second, that we cannot complete this transition by September 2015, and we believe that people who overemphasize the need for a delay probably don't want to make the transition. Finally, we think it's important to leave aside reforms in ICANN's policy process once you've separated them, and ICANN's incorporation to another day. That will take a long time. That is extremely complicated. So this plan has received a gratifying level of support. Let me try to address a few elements of it. I hope we'll have greater discussions about it. The first 2 principles seem to be widely accepted. Indeed, the existing IANA contract already tries to implement the first principle of structural separation. So some argue that we don't need to do anything, just give IANA to ICANN. But an IANA inside ICANN is an imperfect implementation of the separation principle. It is a functional separation, not a structural or organizational one. And once the NTIA contract is gone, the accountability framework collapses. Nothing would prevent ICANN from mixing the 2 up. If we want to maintain a separation principle in the post-NTIA internet, we need structural separation. In the absence of a governmental contract, we need a balance of power move. And ICANN, in complete control of both policy and the root zone, would be a highly centralized global authority with the ability to impose policies rather than simply develop them and achieve consensus on them and pass them on for implementation. The bottleneck power of the DNS root could be used to impose forms of control that would be harmful to the public. And structural separation is not a complete safeguard against this, but it's an important one. As for principle number 2, relating to the role of governments, we thank the NTIA statement on March 13th for pretty much settling that issue. It's been taken off the table. The idea of replacing NTIA with a multilateral or intergovernmental authority is now off the table. We think this is the right thing to do. It's principle 3 that's taken the most flack. We stand behind the idea that root zone data changes are changes in data about and mostly made by top-level domain registries. No one has a stronger interest in secure and accurate management of their own data. People who talk about adding new committees or bureaucracies to the process of making highly technical and clerical root zone changes strike me as people trying to use a hammer when the proper tool is a saw. That is, they're applying the wrong tool to a problem it just doesn't apply to. But I'll leave it at that and open that up for discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you, Milton. Actually, in 5 minutes. Keith.
Good afternoon, everybody. And just for the purposes of clarification, my name is Keith Davidson, and it shows on the schedule that I'm the chair of APTLD, and I haven't been that for 2 years, but that's probably symptomatic of me not replying to Bill's questions as to what roles I have or haven't got in a timely fashion. But I am the vice chair of the CCNSO Council in ICANN. I also serve on the ISOC board, and I think my strongest interest in today's discussion is through the work that I've done chairing working groups within ICANN on issues relating to delegations and redelegations of CCTLDs, which is a subject that's very close to my heart. And I think just to pick up on a couple of comments so far, Chuck was mentioning the issues of governments versus the CCTLDs, and I think it's a bit more sensitive than just portraying that governments have an interest in their CCTLDs. There's a very delicate balance between the sovereign rights of nations and the obligations under RFC 1591 to service the best interests of the local internet community, and quite often those interests are separate and discrete from each other. Also noting that in the United Nations there's about 193 countries, and there are 246 CCTLDs in the database, so quite a few CCTLDs don't have a government as well, so who do you go to? Or disputed governments, like Antarctica has about 7 governments vying for control, and they can't agree on anything, let alone what a CCTLD should do. So I think, on the basis, I think, historically of the US government's role in terms of IANA, I think it would be fair to say that mostly their role has been as a custodian of IANA rather than the owner of IANA. And so I think they've discharged their responsibilities quite usefully along the way, at least as it applies to CCTLDs. And so that then takes us to the point of what might replace this, and what is a function that might be useful. And so I'm stuck in this mindset of thinking, how can you allow governments to have fuller control? The US government's already expressing some distress around the idea that they would hand on to a multilateral organisation. So I think it behoves our community in particular, for probably the most sensitive areas of the IANA database in terms of delegations and redelegations, to come up with a plan that it covers off those broader interests. And whether that's inside or outside of ICANN, I'm not really sure. I think there's 4 discrete parts to the IANA contract. There's the clerical function and the technical function and the policy function that Milton has referred to, but there's also the authority who stamps the form to say this is approved, and who responds to that in terms of pushing that finally out. And I see extreme dangers in the concept of a single organisation being responsible from top to bottom of those functions. So I think the principles encapsulated in Milton's model resonate very strongly. I can fully subscribe personally, and I think Internet NZ, the organisation that contracts me, also subscribes to those principles. We may have a bit of a dispute about the structure of the organisation that you're proposing as a straw man, but notwithstanding, I think there's a lot of merit in entertaining what you've written, Milton, and it's quite useful. So, I think it's also very important to have to structurally separate the debates of the globalisation of ICANN and the globalisation of the IANA database. I think they are 2 very separate topics. And in terms of the globalisation of ICANN, I think there's a bus that's moving very quickly, and people who've been able to run beside the bus are probably following that process and in touch with it. But it's going through a process, and it seems to be moderately accountable and transparent along the way. I'm a little bit concerned with the apparent haste to get the IANA globalisation complete, and I think given that it's taken 16 years of ICANN for us to even be able to mention the word redelegation of a CCTLD with governments in the room, to being, having an 18-month program in front of us to achieve a new structure is quite ambitious. So perhaps there's an opportunity for us to step through the changes to the IANA function in an orderly fashion, and those organisations like the RIRs or the IETF who might be ready to move shouldn't be held up because of us, but hopefully we won't be dragged with them to have to act too quickly and potentially make mistakes along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Steve, please.
Steve Delbianco with NetChoice, speaking for myself on this. The first question was, what was it meant to globalize? Well, ICANN. And with respect to ICANN, I mean, I thought we were on the track of globalization with the affirmation of commitments in 2009. It was an amazing document, creating the global public interest as the standard and calling for these affirmation reviews. And when they signed it, both ICANN and the Commerce Department wrote in 2009, quote, this completes the transition of the technical management of the DNS to a multi-stakeholder private sector model. Quote, well, I guess it wasn't complete all the way, as we're learning today, because there was one more shoe left, and that was the shoe to drop of IANA. So that was affirmation 1.0 in 2009, just 3.5 years ago. I think to globalize ICANN, we need an affirmation 2.0. I think that the first thing you need there is for all governments to sign. Every government that has a framework agreement, for instance, Keith, should sign it. And Alejandro Pisante mentioned the Ecosystem High-Level Strategy Panel. And when you read their report, they too recommend on this roadmap, they recommend the notion of all governments signing a version of the affirmation that they can sign. I think that in affirmation 2.0, we should make sure that there's a way to retire an obsolete review that was in the affirmation. Think of the Who Is review. There ought to be a way to modify reviews and create brand new ones, like modifying the new GTLD review. Now, for IANA, to accelerate the globalization of IANA, think about IANA in two ways. It's an operations, day-to-day, and it's a contract award decision that's made every 3 years. So I think that the operation of IANA, it could go to a new entity like the one that Milton and Brendan have suggested, like DNSA. If IANA functions stayed within ICANN, however, we should add a new affirmation review to review IANA's functional performance over the previous period. That's something that Fiona and her group do every 3 years to review how well ICANN did at IANA functions, but we would want to put it into the affirmation. And I don't propose tearing up the contractual part of IANA just yet, and I'll explain in a minute. Now, the second question was, what would be the role of governments in this new model? And I say two things. It should be broader, and that's what I talked about earlier, about all the governments should sign, not just one government, the US, and it should be deeper. The role of GAC advice ends up being one of the key aspects of government participation. Currently, GAC advice, and we really refine this on the new GTLD program, is based on consensus. Remember the GAC operating principle 47? It says that consensus is understood to mean the practice of adopting decisions by general agreement in the absence of any formal objection. And that was what the governments have used in the GAC to give us formal advice on the new GTLD. Now, it's very different than a process where most governments are used to at the UN and ITU, where the simple question is the majority rules. That a simple majority would carry the day. And we're all familiar with what happened at the ITU last year with respect to the ITR voting. The third question was on U.S. political oversight and ensuring accountability. And by political oversight, I think you meant by a government, because the IANA contract is really a point of leverage more than it is oversight. And I know it's done by a political body today, the USG, but it isn't leverage for political purposes. The leverage has been used for security, stability, and resiliency, to protect free expression, the private sector model, and the global public interest. That's what it ends up being used for. And I cited this morning the example of the 2012 RFP for IANA, where the U.S. government forced ICANN to resubmit its bid because they weren't responsive enough. And the final question was, should the IANA functions be linked to political oversight or made clerical? Well, I believe they should be purely technical and clerical. In the moment, when they're approving root zone changes, it's got to be done in real time on a clerical basis. But, here's the but, I think we need a way to rescue the root operations from ICANN. if there's an episode that a review or another, some kind of an issue surfaces. Now think about this. We've talked about principles all day long, but as an engineer, when I design systems, I would most often design not some starting from principles, but I'd start with use cases. I think about a couple of programmers nodded already, because when you have use cases, knowing the problems I have to solve, it turns out when I've solved several use cases and problems, principles emerge. So I'm just going to list 5 or 6 use cases that I believe should guide how we design the replacement for the contractual leverage exerted by a Commerce Department today. One would be, well, the failure of ICANN to implement the commitments in the affirmation of commitments, including the implementation of recommendations. What would be the leverage to get them to do that and to live up to an affirmation that they can currently quit with 120 days notice? What about performance failures with IANA? I mentioned the review. ICANN, what if ICANN avoided legal jurisdiction in countries where it had contracts that were adjudicated? That would be a use case we need to solve for. What if ICANN were overwhelmed by lawsuits and injunctions and becomes unraveled? That'd be a use case we should design around. And then governments, what if governments moved away from consensus to a simple majority voting? Because the GAC can rewrite its own operating principles anytime it wants, and if it moved to simple majority, it's one thing for Turkey. On the previous panel, do you remember there was a discussion of Facebook.com being blocked in Turkey? It's one thing for Turkey to block YouTube.com or Facebook.com for purposes of suppressing what they feel is offensive speech. But those offending pages that they're worried about were still visible to the rest of the world and to any techies in Turkey who know how to get through the firewall. But when .YouTube is a TLD in the root, well then a majority, say 65 of the 130 countries who show up at the GAC, they could drive GAC advice that would threaten the removal of the entire .YouTube TLD if offending domains weren't globally taken down. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch to suggest that the root control and a simple majority of GAC votes is a use case we need to work around. So who would rescue the root? I don't know, but for now it's the USG, although I doubt that Fiona actually knew all the ways that I was hoping she would rescue if the time came. But we've got to replace that with something, and we better get busy.
Thank you. Paul, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Wilson, the head of APNIC, which is the RIR, the Regional IP Address Registry for Asia Pacific. I think a lot of what needs to be said has probably been said, at least from the panel, and there's hopefully plenty of time for interaction from the floor. I won't say too much at this point, but one thing that does keep cropping up is what exactly does globalization mean? And I've heard that question many times, and I don't think there's a single answer. It's a single word that was chosen. I think quite significantly in the Montevideo statement to reference to a couple of different changes needed that we felt were needed for ICANN and the IANA. So globalization is a sort of placeholder for a number of different changes, but they're actually quite different changes, and I agree completely that we've got to separate very distinctly the need or the process of globalization of ICANN from that of IANA. So in my view, the globalization of ICANN as it was used in the Montevideo statement simply refers to the replacement of the AOC with another mechanism which doesn't have an individual government in a special role, a mechanism of accountability to the global community, which could involve agreements with multiple governments as an option. Multiple organisations, including, not limited to governments, of course. In the case of IANA, the term globalisation was a reference to the replacement of the existing contract between ICANN and the US government for IANA services with some other mechanism or mechanisms that under which ICANN could continue to provide those services. So the common thing is that in both cases, globalisation refers to removing or replacing a document or an existing agreement, which happens to be with the US government. But the similarity ends there because those existing agreements are very, very different in their nature, and they serve very different functions. The other thing to mention about this, though, is there's also nothing new about this call for globalisation. It may not have been phrased in exactly that way, but I believe this is exactly what's been expected of ICANN since ICANN was formed. And at least in the case of the RIRs, we've called publicly several times for globalization, as I've just described it, to happen. So we've made statements through the Number Resource Organisation calling on the US government to continue its process, to take more steps, or at the very least to give clearer, firmer indications of what's coming up in the future. So finally, this has actually been achieved, I think, very clearly, and I think most of us should be very happy to see that, which is not to say that there's not plenty of work to be done. It is just to say, though, that this is not by any means a new thing that we're looking at. On the question of role of governments and different stakeholders, there I think, as has been said, the situation for ICANN and IANA are very different. So in the case of ICANN, and AOC seems to be a likely mechanism to continue there, but one which involves multiple or many governments or others who wish to enter into that. In the case of IANA, I think it's worth subdividing further to look at the roles of particular stakeholder groups, because IANA is a kind of a historical collection of different functions which happen to be done in the same place. But I mean, to be clear, they need not necessarily be done in the same place. Although in our statements in the past, we've expressed the RIRs have expressed satisfaction with the fact that they're being done by ICANN and with the way in which they're being done. But they are very different, and most of the IANA functions don't, with respect to the question about governments, most IANA functions don't operate at a national level at all. So I think we've already heard that it's the delegation of CCTLDs which do have a special relationship with nations or economies, and which might carry some sovereign issues or whatever, and there's a clear possibility of government interest there. But in the case of others, particularly the protocol and parameter functions and the Internet Address Registry functions for V4 and V6 and for autonomous system numbers, there's no obvious national connection at all. I don't expect that governments have any special relationship with IANA with respect to those functions. Look, I think I'll leave it there and hope we have plenty of discussion. I'm happy to comment more later. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Well, we've heard a bunch, and now I'd like Fiona. What do you think?
I'm not sure where to go now after all this. There's a couple different ways to go, and maybe I won't speak too long to have a broader conversation with the group, but maybe I find that providing a little bit of history is helpful. People tend to forget where we've come from, just focus on the issue of the day. So this idea of globalizing ICANN and the IANA functions has been on the table since '97. So this idea that we've just started globalizing in the last year and a half is incorrect. We've been globalizing the system since '97. Our relationship with ICANN and the United States government as steward of the system started with a Memorandum of Understanding and the IANA Functions Contract. The MOU was modified 7 times, I believe, and culminated in the Affirmation of Commitments. And I think it's important to keep in mind what the Affirmation of Commitments actually has. There's three parts to it. One, what the U.S. government commits to as a part of the system, which is to participate in it. 2, what ICANN commits to, and I believe that almost all the parts of the affirmation that ICANN commits to are reflected in their bylaws in some fashion or another. And then the third part of the affirmation, the operational part, is really these multi-stakeholder reviews that provide accountability and allow the multi-stakeholder community, including the Department of Commerce as a part of that, to actually evaluate ICANN's performance to date. And I would hope that everyone would recognize and acknowledge that evolution, which took a good 12 years, really was a huge step in globalizing ICANN. So the question about what's the next step for globalizing the affirmation, I think, is a fine one to have. I think Steve put forward a couple of good ideas that'd be great to hear what people have to say. We wouldn't want to prejudge that, but I do think it's important that we do maintain the sort of reviews and accountability tool that's in there. On the IANA functions, it's a slightly slower trajectory. But I also think that people tend to conflate and maybe aren't necessarily sure what they are. I think Paul's presentation just a second ago probably came closest to actually articulating what are the IANA functions. There are 3 primary functions, of which there are 3 different sets of customers, direct customers of the service. So the protocol parameters, which is really the distribution of something developed by the IETF, the allocation of IP numbers, which really is something that goes to the RIRs, and then the processing of root zone changes, which are requests that come from TLD registry operators. 3 distinct customers in the service with different policy structures. So when we did this last round of the IANA functions contract, we went to great lengths through an NOI and a further NOI to take a step to globalize this. That was our attempt to do that, to ask for stakeholder input, to ask what kinds of new changes wanted to be in the system. I think Milton's referred to one of the changes that's in the current contract, which is functional separation. And this is to deal with the fact that of the three services, the policy authority for protocol parameters and IP allocation is not ICANN. It's the RIRs, IETF, IAB, or the IETF. Where the root zone process is the policy authority is within the ICANN family of policy making. So the IANA functions operator is functionally separate from that policy making process, and that's the current construct. And again, this was our attempt to globalize the system and make it more robust. So I won't speak at length as to what we've said last week. Our statement is readily available. You guys can take a look at it. But what we've done with this announcement is to sort of put forward, in cooperation with ICANN, what's the next step in this evolution. And I think it's really important that people keep in mind what's on the table is removing the USG role in this space. And that role, with respect to the IANA functions, is twofold. It's the role we have in clerically administering the root zone process, and it's the confidence that comes with letting of the contract. Keeping in mind these three categories, protocol parameters, IP addressing, root zone processing, we are not the customers of those services. So maybe it just helps frame it a little bit more factually.
Thank you. I want to thank, first of all the panelists for staying so close to the time and so close to the questions. I think it was really quite interesting. We actually got some principles laid out, several of them, whether they were the primacy of accountability, the three principles that Milton's proposal put out, the 1591 principles, which is always really good to hear, and such. One of the things, though, that we haven't quite gotten to, though Milton's presentation got close, is sort of the roadmap. Milton gave us principles and gave us sort of an end goal. The rest of us have sort of talked about the principles, how we want to go, perhaps even where we want to go. I had, thanks to Sam Dickinson, Samantha Dickinson, I had the privilege of reading all of the IANA contributions, or the IANA-related contributions to Net Mundial yesterday, and it was really quite an expansive from one extreme to the other extreme and just about everything in between. And yet even there was very little of roadmap of how we actually make this happen. And one of the things we do need to remember was in a blog by Emily Taylor is we have to succeed at coming up with this plan in order for the U.S. government to have the ability to pull back. So there's a lot to be done. So in terms of calling on the participants in the rest of the room, I hate the word audience, but calling on the participants in the rest of the room, I'd sort of like to ask you to look at the questions, to perhaps look at some of the implications of the questions, but if you have really good ideas about the roadmap part, about how we actually start this, how we actually do this, and get it done within 18 months or what have you, it'd be lovely to hear those recommendations. And I'm sure the people from ICANN who are here, who are sort of responsible for orchestrating or this whole process, would also love to hear that part of it. So I'd like to invite people to come to the microphone. I'd like to ask them to do pretty much the same thing I asked the panelists to do, which is keep it really brief, make a single point if you can, get back in the line later to make a second point, get back in the line later to make a third point. But please, if there's anyone that has a comment, a question, a solution, a principle, please. Please introduce yourself, and if you have a person that you're directing your comment to, please mention that. Hi, Mikey.
Hey, Aubrey. My name's Mikey O'Connor for the transcript, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. So I represent none of this bling around my neck. I started walking when, Aubrey, you started talking about the how do you get this done thing. And I want to do kind of a working group plug. I always plug working groups. And I'm sort of feeling like I'm interested in defending the working group brand, because we've started diluting that term a little bit here in ICANN land. We started calling a lot of stuff that isn't really working group based working groups. And I think that really true working group work is a good approach to getting this done, which means a really good charter that, because this is so broad, probably has to be a cross-constituency kind of charter. And so we're sort of racing against the clock. Chuck and I and others have been working on how do we do cross-constituency stuff, and there's working groups working on that. We'll just have to work through that. But charter it fairly quickly. Try not to solve all of the problems in the chartering, but put some fence posts in there. And I think that the NTIA announcement sort of did some of that. It did some cool things in terms of putting out some dates and so on. I like that a lot. But use that kind of a process and try not to spend a whole lot of time inventing the process.
Thanks, Mikey. Before you go away, one of the comments that's come up in some of the Net Mundial contributions has been, this has to be wider than ICANN. So, and I think obviously ICANN building on its working group model, its working group plan is probably a good start. But how does that extend beyond? I mean, how do, we've not succeeded in doing that outreach to working groups as well as we would like. So how would we do that?
Well, I'm inventing on the fly. I'm a guy, so I make stuff up to fill the void.
That's why I asked you.
So here's my on-the-fly invention to that. I think the working group model is pretty extensible. It's, I have to stay in the GNSO model because that's the one I work in the most and understand the best. But that model is not closed. Anybody in the world can participate in a GNSO working group. And if we used a model like that, accommodating the other, we do have other working group models within ICANN, the CCNSO, and the SAC, and so on. Some of those, the SAC is probably the best example of a not as open one for the obvious reasons. The nature of their work needs to keep that a bit closed. But use that extensibility model, part of the GNSO model, and to the extent the other ones have it, as the basis for something like that. Now, there's another edge to what you were talking about. One of the problems with the working group model is that it takes a long time to get ready to be an effective participant in that model. And so if you recruit 10,000 people and try and get them into that model in one go, that's tough because there's a lot of knowledge and connection that needs to be built. And that can't be done in 18 months. There's going to be some trade-offs in there.
Thank you. Steve, you want to comment?
Yes, Mikey. You're presuming that once NTIA asked ICANN to develop a transition plan, that ICANN would rely upon the cross-community working group model. And there's no way to presume that.
No, I'm not.
Let me finish real quick. Over the past several months, the inclination at ICANN is the opposite. It's to handpick outside experts and convene them in a strategy panel that makes its recommendations directly to the board. And as you know, there's already a 5th strategy panel looking at the evolution of the ecosystem, their reports in, but there's yet another one that was formed more recently that is going to look at coming up with it. So I don't know for sure if the board of ICANN will let the community do anything more than comment on what the high-level experts put into the process. So we may need to spend the week not only defending the working group model, but asserting that it actually is the model we're supposed to use.
Thank you. Milton, you wanted to comment on that?
Yeah, I'd like to amplify Steve's comments. I think that's it's a real issue here. The fact that ICANN has been given such a, I guess, a blanket mandate to convene a process. It's not clear exactly whether that means that ICANN is absorbing all of the IANA functions into itself or whether it would actually entertain other models. It's not like the ICANN management and staff don't have a vested interest in that outcome. So we do need to talk about a working group. In our plan, we did talk about a working group that was beyond ICANN, that involved the IETF and the IAB and a multi-stakeholder working group that would be developing an MOU. But we do have to ask, if it's a GNSO working group, as you described, does that mean the board approves it? Or so we really need to ask questions about that. And I agree with you, we shouldn't waste a bunch of time inventing a process, but we do have to worry about who controls the process.
Did you want to give
one? Yeah, let me just come
more
back. A couple of clarifications. I think that I always use the GNSO as a model. I mean, clearly the GNSO can't be the only participant in this. Steve, I am very cranky about top-down versus bottom-up, as you know. I think that there are two things. That's part of the reason I want to defend the working group brand. But the other thing is that it's my experience that on the internet, national that marketing, that use of working groups, that use of the bottom-up process as the fig leaf that covers up essentially what is becoming a very top-down, very administration-directed process, that's not going to last much longer because the world is watching now. And they're watching folks like us at the bottom saying, we are becoming marginalized or almost irrelevant as these royal panels get formed to dictate the direction. And at some point, that fabric's going to tear. So this is an opportunity to make that choice. Either we go that way and we face it, and we say it's an administration that's top-down, et cetera, or we re-embrace the bottom-up stuff, take the best parts of the bottom-up model, not just the GNSO, but the good stuff, and use it as an example and as a test case to show the world that this works and that it's really good.
Thank you. I see a line building up now. I see a line of usual suspects, which is great. They're all very, yes, even you. You were the chair of the last panel. How could you not be a moderator of the last? But anyhow, I just wanted to take a chance and sort of say, anybody that's never stood at the microphone before, it's a great experience. And you really should take the opportunity, if you've got something to say, to get in the line. By the time you get to the front of the line, you're so used to standing up there that it's easy to say something. Adam, please, introduce yourself.
Adam Peake for the record, and the reason I'm not used to this is because I hate these microphones, and I think this is the most unfortunate way of trying to communicate with an audience, but there you go. Because I find it nervous, and because by the time I got here, I got confused by all the interesting things that you said in response. Because what I wanted to say was that, as I understood it, NTIA asked ICANN to convene a global process. And this session, or this meeting, is about Net Mundial and beyond, right? Sao Paulo and beyond. It's not about ICANN working groups. Working groups are perfect, but you have an opportunity now, perhaps, in this time in ICANN to help create a charter. Milton and others have said we have an end goal. We know what the end goal is. What's the roadmap? And so perhaps take a charter, a draft charter from the ICANN community into Net Mundial where that can be internationalized. Because the problem with ICANN is we're not representative of anything. Looking at you lovely panelists, not very geographically diverse, are we? So that's a problem. And this is a problem problem with the cross-compute. No, but it's North American and to Australian, Australian and a New Zealander. And, we don't do this very well. Net Mundial hopefully will globalize in a way that will be more important. So please, a charter. Think of a charter. How can we get this roadmap going with a goal? We know what the goal is. And use Net Mundial perhaps to itself charter a working group on this going forward. That's what Net Mundial might be able to do. We may be able to get some basic agreement on a charter that can be then globally taken forward towards the end goal of September 2015. Thank you.
Thank you. Great idea. Thanks. Please.
Thank you, Avery. Philip Corwin. On the issue of what should be the role of governments in a globalized model, I don't have a firm view of what that should be at this time, but I do believe that we will see proposals that involve governments in some way in this role. I think ICANN will be hard-pressed to keep the discussion of what replaces the NTI role just confined to within the halls of ICANN. It's clearly going to be, we heard this morning that many of the Net Mundial submissions talk about ICANN and IANA. It's being co-hosted by a government. There's a substantial government presence, and many of those same governments participate in the GAC, and we'll bring those views back here. Milton, I must respectfully disagree with you. Said something that the NTIA statement precludes any government role, and I don't believe it does that. I've got the press release here. It says, and the key sentence is NTIA will not accept a proposal, and I agree with the basic statement it makes personally, will not accept a proposal that replaces the NTIA role with a government-led or an intergovernmental organization solution. And I know from all my years in Washington that statements like this are heavily vetted, that words are chosen very precisely. And as I read it, the phrase government-led does not preclude some type of organization that includes some government participation in it without a control relationship. So I think the issue's very much on the table. I would never ask Fiona, a hypothetical, would this organization pass muster or not? But if I would invite any response on whether the phrase government-led precludes any government involvement in any of the organizational solutions that may be proposed to replace the NTIA role up to now.
Thank you. I have
Thank
Milton. Did you also, Fiona?
Sure. I think just from NTS perspective, we wouldn't want to prejudge the discussion that the community is going to have. And my understanding is the Monday morning session, I don't know what time it is, 10:30 or whatever, is going to have, a version of this conversation, it seems, in terms of getting community feedback on the process. And maybe someone from ICANN wants to provide some details on that. But from our perspective, the words are very clear. We would not accept a government-led or intergovernmental solution, but the details of a replacement. And again, someone suggested that the scope of this is broad. I think it was Mikey. It's not. It's a very narrow scope. Our role is very narrow. It's not broad.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had both Milton and Keith wanted to add a comment, and then I'll come to it.
Yeah, so for example, in our proposal, the CCTLDs would be involved in this DNS authority, and many of them are government-owned or government, actually, they're under government legislation, including .us, for example, one of those evil governments again. So I don't see any way that you can not have governments involved. I mean, governments are involved in GAC. Currently, and I think Steve was expressing some very valid concerns about the strengthened role of the GAC that could happen with the change of their procedures. These are more valid concerns, actually, than an ITU takeover or these kinds of strange scenarios by which somehow Russia or China takes over the internet because the U.S. This is junk. But when we talk about the threat, it comes from a corruption of ICANN's internal processes through these strange combinations of processes in which governments are playing a sideline or parallel role to the bottom-up process. And we have to be very careful of that. So it's good for you to focus a spotlight on what is meant by government-led and how a solution would deal with the role of governments. But I think the straight-out, face-plausible interpretation of what they say is okay, it's not going to go to the ITU, and we're not going to have the NTIA role transferred to 192 governments. I think that's all quite good.
Thank you. Keith?
I think just also for a bit of clarity too, I think, you know, for a lot of the changes or a lot of the things that happen on a day-to-day basis in the IANA database, things like, you know, .nz updating its technical contacts phone number or something, I'm pretty sure the New Zealand government or the US government or any other government is not interested in those changes in the database. The sorts of things that will interest governments are things like delegations and redelegations, or in GTLDs in country or territory names or capital city names. So when it gets to that stage, there is the issue of sovereignty. But I think if we remember the WSIS principles on internet governance, that a multi-stakeholder group that has equal participation from all stakeholder groups, including government, then you start to get to something that is probably workable. But in some instance where the governments are all powerful, we've got to exclude that very early on. And I think the US government has done a really good job to have painted that pathway for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivier.
Thank you very
Please.
much, Avery. Olivier Crépin-Leblanc. I'm going to wear the hat of the co-facilitator of the cross-community working group on internet governance, which, for some of you who haven't been in the morning, has been looking at the, especially what this specific question, and especially looking at the actual framework by which this should be achieved. The working group did say that there was a preference for all of the ICANN community to be involved in the future of the IANA function and the designing of the overall goals. And so effectively, I totally understand Adam Peake's view, which is to say, well, let's include the whole world into the design of where we're going next. But the concern I have is we do have in ICANN this extraordinary amount of knowledge about how to run working groups, how to reach consensus, how to do bottom-up multi-stakeholder work, how to actually get input from remote parts of the planet. And I think that this is not something which is commonly shared among the rest of the world. You can see some other fora out there that when they need to do policy development end up being totally hijacked, I would say, by some constituencies or some vested interest in some cases. So I would say that the ICANN community certainly has to be key to the future of the IANA function and also the future of ICANN with regards to globalization. Second small point I'd like to make, this is wearing no hat whatsoever apart from being myself. I think that with regards to working groups, there needs to be more than one. Certainly, one function is going to be the legal location, the actual framework by which the IANA function can work. If it's not going to be under a US approval, then it's going to be under some other kind of system, whether it's going to be in Geneva or somewhere else. So legally speaking, some framework has to be built on that. But there also needs to be a framework of accountability that needs to be built. And I think that this cannot be a framework of accountability on the public interest because it's not something that is actually defined as such. We've been told that many times. However, the human rights framework has been defined and is something that a lot of governments, I'm not saying all governments, but a lot of governments have signed up to, and I would say that most people would resound to and agree with. So a human rights framework, in my point of view, is something that would really be higher than any other framework of accountability with regards to the IANA function and perhaps further in the future for ICANN.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think anybody was suggesting that ICANN wouldn't be part of it. That's obviously a given, but thank you. Anyone? Oh, okay, please.
Hi, Desiree Milosevic with affiliates. Already forgotten why I'm here, but standing long in the queue. But I think what's been said is worth repeating. This work has been this work has been been done for more than 15 years. I think this is something that we all been expecting will come to an end at some point.
the NTI's transition of IANA functions. So there's no surprise there. And I think if we ask ourselves technically what would happen tomorrow if the NTI is no longer part of the IANA agreement, technically nothing will happen. ICANN would continue to do the IANA role, and it would thread carefully, and so on. I'm trying to stay positive here and say we have 18 months, but we do not need to use these 18 months to actually decide on this. I think things can move more quickly. The issue is not with the IANA customers, the CCTLDs and GTLDs and ITF and RRIs. I think where we need to thread carefully is this inclusive of global community and use the opportunity, like Adam has said, use Net Mundial and use other fora to get some basic agreement. And on the point of structural separation, that doesn't have to happen on day one. And I think one of the biggest concerns we need to address is probably GAC's response, not to 250 ex-CCTLDs, but to some CCTLDs that I have more direct control of. So I can see various working groups being formed between CC and SO, like a fast-track working group and GAC, trying to address some of the concerns that every sovereign country state may have, that nobody would ever take them out of a root zone file, and you can come up with a principle like that. So some ideas for the charter. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give it to Keith in 1 second. I've heard a couple times that we all knew that this day was going to come. And I would say, yes, we all knew that, just like we knew Godot was going to come.
Godot.
The one we wait for.
Okay, just in terms of structural separation and re-emphasising the importance of structural separation, I think we all paid the price in the early days of the establishment of ICANN of not having a structurally separated concept for IANA. And ICANN spent much of its early years in trying to so entwine the IANA contract into its everyday business as to make it inseparable. And it was probably only after the further notice of inquiry where there was the opportunity to actually reject the contract that ICANN probably realised that there was some risk attached to their ongoing right to the IANA function. So I think if we don't start out with a very clear understanding of where separation of duties and responsibilities is, we could easily walk down paths that have been walked down before that are not useful to any of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, please. Oh, you want to? You had it. Okay. Do you mind letting the remote go first? Okay, please.
Okay, we have a question from Don. Milton talks quickly about CCTLDs and government involvement. This is true for some CCTLDs. Could Keith use his knowledge to share some idea of how extensive this is?
Oh, okay. That's a really good question. I don't have any statistics, but can I just say that in terms of the CCTLD world, there are a number that are controlled directly by government. There are some that have some input or some mechanism of seats on the board of the CCTLD. There are some that are at arm's length but friendly with their government, and there are some that have very hostile relationships with their governments, and some that don't have a government at all. So it's a mixed bag. The developed world probably has a tendency to be less government controlled than the developing world perhaps, but there's no general rules in that regard. And there's no one size fits all in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Okay, jag kan nämna det.
Now on, that's better. My name is Jordan Carter from Internet NZ. A couple of points on the roadmap and then 1 point on the functional separation issue, if I could. It's quite clear from the energy behind Net Mundial and so on that a lot of these IG questions are attracting interest from well beyond the ICANN community. And I think that if ICANN is going to be responsible for designing the transition, it needs to be pretty clear that interest is broader. And if we as a technical community turn away from that broader interest and say, this is our thing, we're going to design the transition, we're only going to do it at our meetings, you have to come to us, we'll be in trouble of our own making for no good reason. So I think that the people in ICANN, the staffers and so on who are thinking about the process, need to make sure it's an open process with other ways for people to get involved that go beyond just showing up to an ICANN meeting and just remote participating in ICANN meetings. There are 5 of them between now and the deadline. Thank you. Is that one on? Yep. The second point to make is that as we do this, there's a lot of talk about bottom-up grassroots discussion. And there's a bit of a habit of ICANN in recent months creating presidentially selected working groups that then provide inputs. I think that we need both expert inputs and grassroots discussion. And the process that gets designed has to reconcile these two things and make sure that professional or expert inputs come early enough that they can have proper community debate. So I just urge those, again, design the process to allow time for that. I want to make a point about functional and structural separation and note our support generally for the paper that the IGP and Milton have put together. A structural separation of a DNSA seems to be more similar to the status quo with the NTIA contract and with the functional separation obligations it imposes than a sudden move back to an integrated IANA function within ICANN. So I don't think that those who are critiquing the idea on the basis that it's a big change or shakeup have got legs to stand on. If they want to make that argument, they really need to substantiate the point. Because I'm not an expert. This is only my second time on this microphone at one of these meetings. But it seems to me quite clear that with the absence of NTIA control, the obligations that were developed through the NOI and so on, absent that, we have to create a situation where we don't have to rely on goodwill, we don't have to rely on good behavior, we don't have to rely on appeals to trust ICANN. We're not trying to design a system that relies on nice people doing the best that we would like them to do. We're trying to design something that's a robust way to govern critical internet infrastructure. And so to do that, functional separation has to be part of the mix. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment? Yes, yes, please.
Elliot Lear. I guess we're hearing a lot of the same thing. I'm going to throw a slightly different spin on it. There are certainly a lot of conversations that have gone on outside of this room and outside of the ICANN context. As we heard from Fiona and also from Desiree, there are various different constituencies in terms of the ICANN function, I'm sorry, the IANA function. And so, for instance, in London, at the last IETF meeting, there was a session on how to develop principles for how we want to see the IANA parameters go forward. And I'm pretty sure that the RIRs, for instance, when it comes to address space, are thinking about these things too and are going to their communities. And so vis-a-vis the last point that the gentleman made, the previous gentleman made, there are the affected communities and there are the experts. Sometimes they're the same, sometimes not, but all have to be reached out to. And I would also reinforce the point that discussions should occur where those constituencies and those experts are and not just at ICANN meetings.
Thank you. We seem to have an empty microphone line, and what I'd like to do, okay, no, Steve, if you want to respond. What I was going to suggest is that we take turns starting with Fiona and moving it. Oh, we got somebody at the line again. Good. Please.
Thank you very much for that. Welcome, Avery. It's Martin Boyle from Nominet, the .uk operator. And I've got 2 points. The first one is to echo what I think Chuck said about, certainly when looking at the root zone file, that you've got different issues that you're dealing with when you're dealing with the GTLDs and the CCTLDs. Although I would actually flag that you've probably also got a separate issue for those that are regional or geographic community based. The reason I sort of put that one in, though, is that we've got three fundamental conditions for ensuring the good operation of, oversight of the IANA. Accountability, which needs transparency, but you need to have an enforcement mechanism. And I'm struggling to see how functional separation is different to structural separation, in that your new organization from structural separation can go rogue in the same way as ICANN could go rogue. The current mechanism, as it operates, following the statement of work, I think gives us a very, very good basis for accountability and transparency. My feeling is that the policing function ought to be that which is the direct responsibility of providing what is essentially a service for maintaining the operation of different top-level domains, whether or not that be a redelegation. And it's exactly why you would argue to introduce a functional separation to cure the problem, which I can't see wouldn't be solvable through a structural separation. Sorry, I'll get that around the right way. Why you want to introduce structural separation when actually a functional separation is probably no different, but in fact you've then got all the right people available in the community, which you wouldn't necessarily have with a structural separation.
Thank you. Milton wanted to make a reply to that, and I want to declare the line closed at this point so I don't get surprised again. Thank you. Milton.
Yes, so two things that Martin said I want to respond to. One is and I think also Chuck, the idea that country codes and GTLDs have different requirements at the IANA level, I think is actually incorrect. Those are policy differences. Yes, there are completely different policies about how you would redelegate a CC compared to a G, but the information that goes into the root, the operational implementation, there is no distinction between CCTLDs and GTLDs. That is a purely policy distinction. Now, what about functional versus structural separation? I think there's a vast difference between the two, and the difference has to do with accountability. With functional separation, again, without a contract, no authority saying you have to maintain this, just a promise or something. We're very familiar with this from attempts to separate AT&T, for example, in the telecom field. We literally drawing tape lines around different parts of the same office to decide who you had to talk to when you were doing one role or another role. Functional separation within the same organization is a joke. I mean, most antitrust economists have totally given up on that idea. If you're going to separate, you do it structurally. And think about the way an instruction from the policy process would move into the technical operational process. If it's a different organization, it's inherently transparent. There has to be an objective communication from one to the other. If it's internal, what do you know? What do you really know about what happens? Now, you could say this operational entity could go rogue the same way ICANN could go rogue. Well, let's think about that for a moment. Of course, anything could go rogue, but let's suppose there is a DNSA and it just completely goes rogue. Number one, it's very clear that it's gone rogue. Okay, it can't say, oh, that was the policy we all decided on and we're just implementing it. It's clear that they don't decide policy, and they suddenly are deciding policy, so it's very clear that they're going rogue. And secondly, if they are going rogue in a way that has, for example, competitive effects or operational effects, then they're very liable legally for all kinds of damages. And I think it would be easier to constrain that than it would be to try to constrain something that mixes up the policy and the implementation. Sorry.
Keith, you wanted to add something? And then we're going to start with like a quick minute each going down the line.
Okay. Just a little bit further, I think, to Milton and Chuck's earlier comments. You know, currently IANA is functionally separated, and it currently prepares the edits to the database, and some of those edits, when it's a delegation or redelegation, are approved by the ICANN board and then sent on to NTIA, who do their checks and balances and then authorise the change to the database to be sent to VeriSign, who do their check and publishing of the database. I'd be really interested how often VeriSign is receiving an error at that point and returning the entry for further work. But it strikes me that in that instance you've got essentially IANA functionally separated from ICANN with NTIA and VeriSign, so 4 discrete parts of an organisation approving the changes in the database and not always getting it right. So if you're going to abbreviate this to a single organisation doing everything, we might not find that the output is the secure and stable internet that we have today. So checks and balances is a wonderful thing, and the only way to achieve that is structural separation. Thanks.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask each one of us to give a quick summation, less than a minute, so that we can get people to coffee in a timely manner. So Fiona, this time I'd like to start with you and then move down with Chuck having actually the next to last word, because I will say something after Chuck.
Sure. Thanks, and thanks again for an interesting conversation once again. Maybe just to remind everybody that this is something we've been doing collectively for the last 17 years, so we need to keep that in perspective. This is the next step in that process. And also just to sort of keep in mind what we're talking about clearly in the facts of the matter in terms of the 3 primary functions of the IANA functions, where the policy is made in those 3 processes, and that the IANA functions contractor is just implementing those policies. So the issue at hand is what happens when NTIA is no longer there. I think people need to sort of continue to always look back at the facts of the situation, and that would be helpful, I think, as the discussion moves forward.
Thank you. Paul?
Well, it's been a long process so far, and it's not over yet. But I'd like to keep it moving, and bear in mind that the perfect is the enemy of the good. I think a path of least resistance through the coming 15 months or so is going to be fairly important, with a pragmatic view that we can actually get things done without getting everything done in that what is actually a pretty short space of time. From APNIC's perspective, and this is partly in response to Jordan Carter, that we understand that ICANN has been asked to coordinate community consultation, but also to encourage or to work with others to extend that consultation to new communities and to other communities. And I think in the APNIC community, the board, the Executive Council of APNIC will be, I hope, launching a consultation which will go out through a community of people who, the very large part, do not attend ICANN meetings, but we will do our best to bring their messages in and their priorities into this process. It's actually quite a challenge within a very largely technical community to take this and to express this priority that we have, that we feel here, to get these issues resolved. And I think, as speaking as the Secretariat, from the Secretariat of this organisation, APNIC, I think it's actually quite important that we work together with other organisations who are trying to facilitate the same process to work out really what are the best ways to aggregate our stakeholder views and to create so-called regional views or community views that can actually be heard and aggregated into this process. And this is really non-trivial. There's not a lot of time to get a lot of consultation done. So again, I think we need to set our sights fairly pragmatically on not on the perfect, but on something that keeps this process moving forward. I think I can't speak for the NRO, but we have the RARs have said in the past that we are happy to see ICANN continue running the IANA function. We support that. We're happy to see the bundling of that function as a perfectly proven effective implementation of what needs to be done. And so those again are things that we can accept that these things aren't broken. We can get on with the job of actually moving forward, and there's plenty of time to keep evolving after that. Thanks.
Thank you. Steve, a few words, please.
Yeah, the metaphor was a roadmap, and a roadmap doesn't imply a map to a single point of arrival or destination, like September 2015. A roadmap implies an evolution because the journey goes on after 17th. As Fiona said, for 17 years, the keys to the car, to stick with the roadmap analogy, for the keys to the car were held by NTIA, and they were able to pull the keys back, which they did in 2012. But in September 2015, NTIA will peek in the windows of this car, they'll look under the hood, and as long as governments don't occupy the entire front seat, I guess they're going to turn the keys over to ICANN forever, no cord attached. And at that point, what I mentioned earlier is that as soon as that car heads down the road, governments could get in the front seat. They can vote themselves, simple majority powers for the GAC to give advice. ICANN could run into problems. The car could crash through legal problems. And in all those situations, we should map out how it is we get back those keys into responsible hands. And if the U.S. government isn't there anymore, we need to replace that mechanism.
Thank you. Keith, do you have some last words?
I'll be very brief.
Thank you.
I think it has been a long road to continue with the roadmap analogy, and I think probably one of the milestones on that path was the fact that Milton and I actually agreed on one thing. It's probably the only thing we've ever agreed on along the way, and that was with the IANA contract renewal and the inputs that we made during the notice of inquiry and further notice of inquiry that achieved a lot of the functional separation of the IANA function. And thank you, US government, for taking note of those inputs and reacting. But I think it'd be fair to say that the point we've reached right now is probably the end of the beginning. It's been sort of 16, 17 years in the making. So it's the end of the beginning, and so therefore we move to the beginning of the end, which is another long stage of work to be done. Thank you.
Beginning of the end or beginning of the middle? But anyhow. Milton, please, a few words.
All right, more roadmap analogies. So from my point of view, the U.S. government was stuck in a rut for about 15 years and was spinning its wheels and announcing that it was stubbornly moving forward, and it really wasn't going anywhere. And what we have now are things are changing for the better. I mean, this is great. We should all be extremely optimistic because really it's a big change. And it represents a renewed flexibility and vision on the part of the U.S. government to try to do things. And I think we can do it. That's my other message, is that we can actually do this. We can figure out how to do it, and we can implement that. The only question I think we have to keep uppermost in our minds is, what is IANA absent the NTIA contract? What is it really? And how do you maintain a separation of that function without a binding contract between ICANN and the U.S. government? Now, if you think of a way to maintain the accountability of ICANN without that contract and without structural separation, let me know what it is. I'll be happy to do that. But let's enter into this process with optimism and capability, because it really is a great movement forward.
Thank you. Chuck, a few words?
Sure. Probably take a little more than a minute because a couple people raised some issues that need to be clarified, I think. First of all, I want to make sure that everyone understands that what VeriSign does with regard to the propagation of the root zone file does not involve any subjective decisions. We don't decide whether a change is right or not. Make sure you understand that. We do technical checks to make sure security, stability, resilience are taken care of. And then we follow orders. With regard to the root zone propagation, I agree with Milton that that's not a political process. But as part of the IANA process, a decision has to be made whether a change is authorized and properly approved. So that's what I meant when I said there's some political issues involved at that stage. With regard to separation, whatever kind of separation that we're talking about, that provides checks and balances that are critical in this essential process. And interestingly enough, in the IANA world, a couple of the processes already have some separation that's working very effectively. Protocol numbers. The IETF develops the protocols. They're implemented by IANA. With regard to Internet protocol numbers, there's a separation there in terms of the work with regard to that and the implementation of it. Separation. So there's two good illustrations in IANA already. And those kind of things probably are changes that can happen fairly quickly. I disagree, though, that all of the changes can happen quickly. And so if you'll permit me, I'd like to survey the audience. One question. How many of you, raise your hand, if you think that a basic principle of this process going forward and the ultimate solution should be a multi-stakeholder, bottom-up process of the whole world? Raise your hand if you believe that. So most people don't believe that it should be a multi-stakeholder process? Is that what I'm hearing?
I said of the world. You did say of the whole world. Yeah.
Well, I was trying to be inclusive.
I raised my hand.
Thank you. Anyway, if you do, you have to recognize that a multi-stakeholder bottom-up process is slow. But if you speed it up, you compromise. Now, there are lots of things we can do to make it go faster, but people get very frustrated in the multi-stakeholder process. This is such an important exercise that we're going into now, that we have to have some patience, otherwise we will compromise. It's not enough, as several people have said, just to throw out comments. Ask for comments, get comments in, and then have some group of people make the final decision. That is not a multi-stakeholder process. It can be done that way, and it will be faster. But don't be surprised if it takes a little bit longer, maybe a lot longer, but let's do it right. Thanks.
Thank you. I want to thank the whole panel. I want to thank the participants in the House, especially the ones that came to the mic. And the last thing I want to say is the one word that was missing, though Milton did whisper it in my ear at one point, is we are all the stewards of this process going forward. And I think it's important for us to keep that in mind, that what we're really trying to do is preserve something that works and steward its progress going forward. So thank you all.
Stefano, are you still talking? I changed to the bold structure. Bold structure without the connector. Well, connector is all connectors in the middle. Every two of them. So you have to here. Here, here.
For the people who are online, just to let you know, we'll be starting a little bit late in a couple of minutes.
We're just doing a quick audio check. We are streaming this live, and for you, Jolly, does this sound better for you on the stream? We're just verifying that the audio on the stream sounds good and is of quality. All right, Jolly, this will be one more test for you. We have dropped the levels down a bit, so it should be less crackly for you. Let me know how this is sounding for you, and we will let you know. So if you will just let me know how this sounds. Thank you.
All right, if people could please take a seat, we'll start in about a minute. To end a 15-minute coffee break, they needed a half-hour one. Unfortunately, we didn't have that. But we can slim this session a little bit accordingly as needed. All right. Get some calm in the room, that'd be great. This is just a reminder, this is the fourth panel, Roadmap for Ecosystem Evolution, Institutional Innovation. And just a reminder what this conference title was, ICANN and Global Internet Governance, The Road to Sao Paulo and Beyond. And why do I say that? Because many of the issues that will be discussed in Sao Paulo at the Net Mundial are not fundamentally about ICANN in the first instance, or even the second. Although ICANN has very much a strong stake in the broader ecosystem and its evolution, there are aspects of that ecosystem that are not specifically about how does one manage IANA and so on and so forth. And that's really kind of the agenda for this last session, because if you look both at the agenda that's been set out for the Net Mundial and the submissions, and again I remind you that if you click at the bottom of the link at the bottom of each of the session descriptions on the program, it takes you to a page with a bunch of submissions from the Net Mundial and some other documents, including documents from the participants, the panelists and their organizations, specific to particular topics. And if you look at some of those documents, you will see that in fact there's a lot of discussion about some issues that would seem to be quite unrelated to ICANN in important ways. They reflect the fact that there has been, for the past decade, since the beginning of the World Summit on the Information Society, an ongoing debate at the international level, based particularly in United Nations type forums, about whether or not there is a need to create some kind of new mechanism to help to fill real or perceived gaps in the global internet governance institutional architecture. And for a long time, that debate focused in particular on the notion, as we called it back in the days of the WSIS and the Working Group on the Internet Governance, on oversight of ICANN and names and numbers. But it also focused on the notion that there needed to be some sort of a new policy space, that governments, particularly developing country governments, felt that there was not any sufficient place in the existing institutional frameworks we have for global internet governance to address many issues that fall outside the domain of, just names and numbers and so on. And often these were described as orphaned issues, issues that did not clearly fall within the jurisdiction of any existing organization. But there was also a broader sort of discussion about the need for mechanisms to help promote the formation of international public policies about internet governance. Governments for a long time have argued that indeed they don't have sufficient support from the international system to be able to develop effective policies to deal with a wide range of internet governance issues, not just the infrastructure issues, but the issues pertaining to the use of the internet, which are also part of internet governance, whether it's intellectual property, electronic commerce, privacy, surveillance, any of those kinds of questions. Many governments have felt for a long time that there's something missing, and there's been an ongoing discussion about that. That has included, in the current context, a discussion about enhanced cooperation, which is ongoing within the UN. Under the UN Commission on Science, Technology, and Development, the CSTD, there is a working group on enhanced cooperation, which is working very hard right now to try to come to some agreement, and we'll have a final meeting in the weeks ahead to try to do that. There's also a second set of questions that one might see as being tied in here, which is if governments are saying that they need some place where they can go, the framing often is we need a policy space. We need a place where we can talk to other governments about internet governance issues at the global level. Either you're talking about creating some new mechanism perhaps that has decision-making authorities, or you could be talking about some alternatives. And one alternative might be to strengthen the Internet Governance Forum and give it more of a proactive role in contributing to solving global internet governance issues. So I think we also want to talk about that a bit. And then also, there has been more recently some discussion about the idea that perhaps what could be useful in the ecosystem would be some kind of a new multi-stakeholder mechanism that would be more of a knowledge-sharing, expertise-sharing nature. Let's just say something like a clearinghouse that would help to map issues and expertise to outstanding issues and help developing country governments and others find effective solutions without having to create a negotiation body. So there are three sorts of poles to this discussion, really. The questions of whether some kind of new intergovernmental mechanism might be devised, whether instead one could just build out the IGF and make that more satisfactory and useful to governments and other actors around the world, and whether some kind of new mechanism of a more knowledge-sharing, expertise-sharing nature might be advisable. And so it's in that context, then, that we have the questions that are before you, although you can't quite read them. Perhaps the staff could scroll down a little bit on the questions that are shown on the screen. And we have a very good panel of people to talk about these kinds of issues. And you can see their names on the program, quite obviously. I'll just run down from my left here. We have Marcus Coomer, who's the Vice President for Policy at the Internet Society and formerly the head of the Secretariat of the Internet Governance Forum. We have George Sadowski from the Board of Directors of ICANN, who's been very closely involved in these issues for many years. We have Peter Major, who still represents, I believe, the Hungarian government in the GAC, right? Sometimes, but is also, more importantly, in the current context, the chair of the Working Group on Enhanced Cooperation in the United Nations. We have Marilia Maciel, who's from the Getulio Vargas Foundation in Brazil and a member of NCUC. We have Alice Munya, formerly with the government of Kenya, and now, I'm sorry, Alice, I'm losing your, where exactly? Not Africa, right? No. African Union, sorry, I'm losing my mind. I need more coffee. And at the end, we have Bertrand de la Chapelle, formerly of the Board of Directors and now the head of the Internet and Jurisdiction Project. All of whom have been very closely involved in these issues, both within the ICANN environment and in the United Nations environment. So that's the background of what we want to talk about today. I thought perhaps we could start with the first set of questions pertaining to this debate about intergovernmental policy spaces and whether anything can or should be done there. And it's very easy for people to instinctively say no, but there are some very real concerns on the part of a lot of governments, and I think they need to be addressed, and they will come up at the Net Mundial. So let's start the conversation perhaps with Marilia. Could you kick us off and give us a few minutes on what's going on with this discussion?
Thank you very much, Bill, for the introduction and for the invitation. When I was invited to be on this panel, two expressions that were on the program kind of stood out to me. The first was institutional innovation, which is the main topic of the panel, and the second was the road to São Paulo. And being one of the representatives of civil society in the executive committee, I thought that maybe I could provide and answer some questions and doubts on my personal capacity that people might have. But we have a very good presentation this morning from Sally and Daniel regarding Net Mundial. Of course, if there are still questions, even regarding what is the political environment in Brazil, what are the expectations of actors and so on, I would be happy to address if you have questions about that. But to save time, I'm going to focus on this expression, which is institutional innovation. Some days ago, the community had very important news about the willingness of the United States government to transfer the stewardship of the IANA functions to the global community. And I think that is very natural and even desirable that this community here focuses on the development of a comprehensive plan for transition until 2015, a plan that would involve all the community that is part of ICANN and also the broader community. Nevertheless, even though that this is a very important moment to ICANN and that names and numbers underpin the whole functioning of the internet, so they have this fundamental importance to us. Yet, when we talk about names and numbers, we are talking about a very specific area of internet governance. And as Bill presented, this panel is about other areas of internet governance that are broader and that are on the agenda of Net Mundial, and we should not forget about that. We should not focus on ICANN and forget about this very important stuff regarding the roadmap that is also on the agenda. When the Tunis agenda, that was one of the main documents approved at the end of the World Summit of the Information Society, and talks about institutions, it clearly separates the day-to-day management of the internet from the public policy issues related to the internet. And when we talk about the day-to-day management of the internet, we notice that there are institutions in place. These institutions are operational. Of course, they could be improved, as we saw on the last panel, but they are there. When we talk about public policy issues, the Tunis agenda talks about two different institutional structures. Let's call it this way for lack of a better expression. One of them would be a space for policy discussion, and this space has been created in 2006, it's the IGF, and it's working fine under constant improvement. And the second would be a structure for policy development, for policy making. And many people understand that there is a gap that regarding the second structure that was predicted by the Tunis agenda. And the size of this gap, of course, varies depending on the opinions of each actors. And therefore, the remedies to address this gap are also different when we talk to different actors. But I think that there is a general consensus that there is a gap there. And when we talk about gap, that is the reason why we talk about institutional innovation and not evolution, as we talk about when we refer to ICANN and the IANA functions. It's not only about an evolution, but it's also about an innovation. It's about having the creativity and the boldness to put in place something that was not there before. And this something is what is being discussed right now. I think what is important to emphasize as well is that even though we don't have a structure for policy development, that does not mean that policies for the internet are not being developed and not being put in place. Policies for the internet are developed on a daily basis. If we think about, for instance, terms of use that are developed by platforms such as social networks, of platforms of e-commerce, these terms of use are policies. They govern many aspects of our lives. They govern our privacy, our freedom of expression, what happens with our data online. So it's a way to develop policy. If we think about standards, technical standards as well, many of the standards that are developed, they have policy implications, so they are a kind of policy development. If we think about the many international organizations that have a stake on internet governance, they also develop policy on a daily basis. So then we could ask, why should we need institutional innovations if we have all these organizations developing policy for the internet already? The problem is that we have issues with how these policies are being developed. First of all, if we think about terms of use, for instance, they do not involve all the actors that should be involved in the development of such an important way that affects our daily lives. So there are areas of policy development that we could say that they are not multi-stakeholder. They do not involve all actors that should be there. There are other areas that are not open enough. And if we think about international organizations, and many times we have so many problems even to have access to documents in international organizations. And this is a real barrier for non-governmental actors to form positions, to be able to participate meaningfully, having access, having transparency of what is being discussed in international organizations. This is another issue. And if we think about standards, for instance, much of the process of developing standards, it's not accessible enough. And I don't say accessible, meaning that it is not open. Of course, the process is open for those who want to join the list and participate and so on. But the process is not understandable. It's not readable by the average people. And if technical standards have policy implications, then I think it goes without saying that all the people, even though they don't have a technical background, should be able to understand what is at stake and participate. So we have all these problems and issues that need to be addressed. And moreover, there are some actors that point to other points that need improvement in internet governance. For instance, how can we guarantee that policy development will be sufficiently coordinated between all these different organizations? How can we guarantee efficient communication between them? And how can we guarantee that policy development is not fragmented? So there are many issues that are raised. And if you go to the background documents of this session, there is a very good questionnaire that has been developed by ICANN. They interviewed stakeholders across all sectors that have identified reasons and points where internet governance ecosystem, this larger area of policy development, should be improved. And I think this is a valuable document to look at. Just to finish and begin concluding, because we have little time, I think that the debate of institutional innovation has been driven by fear of change for much time of the internet governance debate. But we have to bear in mind that 10 years have passed since WSIS, and most actors have moved away from extreme positions, from thinking about only intergovernmental arrangements or thinking that the status quo is the best that we can have. I think that actors are making a confluence to more moderate and constructive positions. And if you go to the background documents again of this session, we have tried to identify some of the best proposals for improving the ecosystem of internet governance. Many of them come from civil society actors and organizations, which I think that is also important to emphasize. This is not a point only for governments, for developing country governments. This is something that has been advanced by civil society, by non-governmental actors as well, this evolution. And I think that ICANN and the ICANN community has a role to play in this debate about institutional innovation, because ICANN can serve as a very important model of how multi-stakeholder debate has worked in practice. The ICANN community puts a very important emphasis on the bottom-up process, and this is something that is very, very valuable on this discussion. And ICANN is a place of very clear procedures, and these procedures are points of security that all actors are going to be heard into the process. Procedures usually help those that are less resourced, even in terms of financial resources or knowledge and so on, and guarantee that everybody will have an input into the process. And joining ICANN discussions is amazing, how many procedures we have here to follow until we reach a decision about something, and I think this is very positive. Some evaluation and forward-looking, in my opinion, we have to think about the political moment that we are in, and we are in the middle of the WSIS Plus 10 review. In 2015, the WSIS is going to be reviewed, and there are some proposals on the table saying that the WSIS, we should have a full-scale review. We should have a whole new text about the information society. I don't think it would be the best way forward. I don't think that we are right now in the position to negotiate a better text than we negotiated 10 years ago. We have a good text with the Tunis agenda and all the documents that came out of WSIS. What we have to do now is to move forward and implement these documents comprehensively. And that includes moving forward with the debate of institutional innovation. And politically, I think that we are in a key moment right now, because we are in a moment in which there is persistent people are let down because this debate has not moved forward as it should for many years. And on the other side, there is eroded trust into the system. And if we fail to provide any solution to this institutional deadlock on this other area of internet governance, I'm afraid that this will just grow the frustration and the trend of fragmentation of the internet. So I think we need to present some response to that. I think that in the internet governance debate, some actors have treated this discussions as a game that I should win 5-0. If my team wins everything, if the winner takes it all, it is the best scenario. And this is not sustainable. We have many relevant actors, governmental and non-governmental actors, that have asked for change, asked for institutional innovation, and we must not ignore them. It's not sustainable to continue to ignore them. And to conclude, I would say that we had made advancements so far. The announcement from the NTIA was very important. We here in this room and in this meeting know the importance of it, but it is not enough. The peoples of the world, they don't know about the roots, they don't know about the importance of the change, and this will not really impact their lives. And this is positive, because if the root changes do not impact their lives, it means that we did a very good transition that did not impact the internet. But they understand what the privacy issues and concerns that they have. They understand how their privacy and freedom of expression and consumers' rights are important to them. And Net Mundial was envisioned to be a people-centered event. We should not forget the background and what were the immediate reasons that triggered Net Mundial. And it was to make people's rights respected in a scenario of mass surveillance. Mass surveillance is not a topic of Net Mundial. This is off the table. But the mindset to put people in the center of our discussions should be there. And to do that, we should go beyond the discussions of the ruled file, and we should talk about institutional innovation in Net Mundial too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That's a good broad background to the politics of the discussions are around creation of new mechanisms that have gone on over the past 10 years in Net Mundial. So very much appreciated, Marilia. Alice, would you like to follow on that point? By the way, 5 minutes each, perhaps, and then I have a little thing that'll make a noise.
Oh yeah, just to quickly reintroduce myself, Alice Munywa, currently with the African Union Commission, formerly with the Kenya government. The Daughter Africa project is a project of the African Union, mandated by the African member states, and the African Union Commission is implementing it together with the ZACR, just to be clear. I'm going to be speaking for myself, but also on behalf of the African Union Commission in terms of just the way the African region is trying to innovate in various ways to be able to get as many of us as possible on the internet and as many of us as possible participating in several of these internet governance-related policy and governance processes. I'm sure many of you have had these statistics ad nauseum, but again, just to repeat it will, in terms of just demonstrating why my continent is not that meaningfully participating in these processes. The UN says that only 26% of the population in developing countries uses the internet, while 74% of 74% come from developed countries. Africa has less than 20% access, with most users concentrated in urban areas, and most of them accessing the internet through mobile phones, despite the poor quality and extremely expensive prices. And there are various reasons for this, but these reasons have resulted in a low level of participation in these processes. They're not just ICANN, but also internet governance processes and all the others that are coming up. And also this means that most of the assumptions that are made about internet governance come from developed countries. And those are the ones that inform global internet governance debates, discussions, and even decisions. So an understanding of this unevenness in not just access to the internet and use, but also in disparities in terms of effective participation is very, very important. And it's a debate and discussion that must continue. And from our part at the African region, and especially at the African Union Commission, we are making quite a lot of progress in this area. So apart from our Africa ISTA organizations, AFRINIC, which we all know are RRI, which has, have made very impressive strides in deployment of IPv6. We've got nearly 52 African countries allocated. The others, AFTLD and AFNOG, complement each other in various internet governance areas, focusing on different areas of specialization. But one of the things we have to realize that in the Africa region, internet governments are still extremely important and are still the most important stakeholder because they're the ones putting down the infrastructure and coming up with various policies, conducive and otherwise, and especially in my country, even important in actually supporting and providing space for the multi-stakeholder process to continue. For example, in Kenya, multi-stakeholder policies processes are part of our constitution. So it's a constitutional provision for any ICT, any policy, not just in the ICT sector, while it's being developed, to adopt a multi-stakeholder approach. So now you can imagine why an intergovernmental organization like the African Union is a very important organization. It's made up of member states, and you can see the role that it played, for example, during WICIT, because it's the African Telecommunication Union that brought all the African member states together to develop what we're calling a common African position, even though not all African member states signed to it. So the African Union leads several processes, harmonizing ICT policy and regulatory frameworks. And some of the more concrete initiatives include, for example, infrastructure in partnership with ICOC, called the Interconnection and Traffic Exchange Program, which is aiming at developing as many IXPs as possible in each African country. The aim is to have at least over 80% of our internet traffic exchanged in Africa by 2020. So trying to keep it local. And then we've got our internet governance forums, which have been actually quite successful. And I think the East African one was the very first one, sub-regional one, which was convened by Kenya. We started off with the national IGFs in the 5 East African countries, and then which were the building block for the East African IGF. And now we have a continental IGF. And for Africa, the IGFs are very important. It's the place where we feel that our local issues are able to be discussed. It's also the space where we feel that we can go beyond what the global IGF can. We can even, for the East African IGF, we've even gone beyond and in some spaces develop policy and regulatory frameworks. For example, the discussions around an African cybersecurity convention started at that level. And right now we are considering an African Union Internet Governance Declaration, and this is taking into consideration that we haven't even started to develop an African Internet Governance Agenda, or we don't have a vision, a collective vision. And so we started initiating those discussions, first at the ministerial level last year in December, to create our own agenda, our own vision, which will provide or propose mechanisms for facilitating internet development in ways that really respond to our own local African conditions. It will also contribute towards reforming an internet governance decision-making bodies and policies with an African agenda in mind. And also support and enable meaningful participation of African stakeholders. And this is in the works given in the mandate during the African ICT Week in 2013. I've mentioned the African Union Convention as another one of the areas and issues that came up and has been quite high on the agenda, where African member states feel that there's no other space to discuss this issue. And that's the reason why we laid that foundation for an African-wide cyber ethics convention that it begins to provide fundamental principles in this very important area of cybersecurity, and it will, harmonize African cyber legislation, and as well obviously strengthen existing member states and regional economic community frameworks, and also defining security rules. And then one very important one that is part of this ICANN process is the Africa project. I think it's one of the biggest projects that has brought that is internet related and has brought the biggest number of African member states towards one initiative. We've currently got nearly 30 African member states participating in Africa, which is in itself an ICANN process. Through what we are calling a government reserve name list, which provides African governments with a priority to reserve names that are important to them and their constituencies. And this is an ICANN process. that in a way we've taken we've taken advantage of these projects to begin to educate, create awareness with our African members, for ICANN and for them to actually get even more involved in ICANN processes. So we have more of us participating in the GAC. We have several of our private sector organizations also beginning to participate in various ICANN processes. So, I mean, this is the value and the way of innovating, of the African Union innovating processes and initiatives to be able to bring as many member states, not just member states, but other stakeholders into these processes. Another one coming out of the project is creating our own, what we're calling trademark, a rights protection mechanism. This is recognizing quite clearly that the ICANN trademark clearinghouse is an important rights protection mechanism for across all GTLDs. But I think we have to understand that there are very few African trademark holders who even know what ICANN is, forget about even the trademark clearinghouse. And the fact that we have a few generic top-level domain names that are coming from the African region, it's important that we have to build our own mechanism to encourage trademark holders, both registered and unregistered, to be able to participate in this process, because we have a promise to the African members, to our stakeholders, that we are going to try and protect African intellectual property as well. And so the reason why we've come up with our own local mechanism called the Max Validation system that will provide a more efficient and cost-effective mechanism to engage with a broader collection of local services and products providers within our own geographic areas, and specifically to African geographic TLDs. Apart from that, I think I've mentioned the government reserve name list, which is extremely significant to our governmental authorities, and which for us has been very significant in just bringing as many stakeholders as possible to participate in this process. I mean, the current challenges are, I think our current challenges is finding that we have then made to conform to some of the processes at the ICANN level, even though they do not conform well to our own local, local context. For example, if we're going to be launching the Dot Africa project, we have to have given our own governments a priority. But ICANN rules, current rules, actually, say that they all have to have gone through a trademark clearinghouse. I don't know how you're going to have governments and member states doing that. Anyway, that's a discussion that we're having with the ICANN staff and the ICANN board. And the other one is the Max validation system. And I think several of our stakeholders have made calls and have continued to request that ICANN to actually allow for local approaches to some of these ICANN processes to be able to engage as many of our organizations and many of our stakeholders as possible. I think I'll stop there and wait for questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Alice. So there's a ton of stuff going on in Africa, and clearly a great deal of interest in creating spaces to be able to tackle a lot of these many issues that are happening in the broader internet governance environment. Perhaps we could turn to Peter Major to tell us what's going on with the working group in Enhanced Cooperation and their efforts to think about that problem at the global level and what they may come out with in the weeks ahead. Peter?
Thank you, Bill. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this panel, and I have to apologize in advance because I just got off the plane and after a 20-hour flight, so probably I won't be that coherent as I'm usually. So, during the IGF, I participated on the panel of George about the multi-stakeholder approach, and I got intimidated by the theories. And I got intimidated right now by the two ladies again, because you are telling me that we are doing something very, very complicated, a very complex thing in the working group, which is unfortunately true. It is really true. But I just want to dwell on a little bit on what is the working group and how it was created. You may know, some of you may know that there was already a working group, which was a multi-stakeholder working group within the UN system, within the CSTD, that is the Commission on Science and Technology for Development, on improvements to the IGF. And after a couple of meetings and long discussions and very heated discussions, the group concluded with about 40 plus recommendations to improve something which is already, to my mind, was very good. But there were some essential points which were pointed out already during this series of discussions, tangible outputs and policy questions. And the UN accepted the report of the working group and the recommendations in 2012, at the end of 2012, and it created a new group also within the Commission on Science and Technology Development to investigate about the implementation of enhanced cooperation. I don't really want to go into details what enhanced cooperation, if I want to be very blunt, I don't know. There are more knowledgeable people here who know it. Anyway, but basically, to me, it's a perception. It's a perception of governments not being involved. And I could hear from ladies on my left that there is a perception also from civil society, and there's a perception from business. And so all over, we have this perception that we are not involved. So I was very, very pleased to chair this working group, because that was a real multi-stakeholder working group. Well, still governments were a bit in majority. We have 43 members of the working group. There are 23 governments. But we have five representatives of the other stakeholder groups. And we have results. We have results. First of all, the discussion itself goes in a very smooth way, very polite. But to me, it's already something that people can work together, even if they disagree, even if at the end of the day we don't achieve great results, but at least we can sit down and we can discuss. We have started the work just sending out a questionnaire, about 18 questions, to all stakeholders according to the mandate we had. And we received 70 responses to this long questionnaire, which made up of about 1,000 pages. So naturally, of course, you can't work from 1,000-page document. So it has been kind of reduced to a 25-page summary. But one of the major results of this questionnaire and responses was that there was a correspondence group within the working group which was set up to identify the main problems, the main issues which came out of these responses, and to try to map the problems or policy issues to existing mechanisms, or to identify the gaps. And this is a very serious work, and I really appreciate it. Now, let's get back to the perception. As Marilia pointed out, and she is following remotely, I think, the sessions we have, there was a big polarization within the group. There are two groups who are two major groups who naturally don't agree on anything. I mean, they are just opposing each other, and apparently they can't agree on that. And getting back to the original question, what I'd like to achieve, at least to rely on the work of this correspondence group to show that, yes, there are already mechanisms. There are quite a lot of mechanisms which do real work. And yes, there are gaps. There are real gaps, and we have to do something about that. And once we have that, probably we can go a bit further and to be a bit innovative in creating some eventual new institutional framework. I'm not really sure whether we will have that, considering that even the working group itself is being funded on a voluntary basis. That is, it's not in the regular UN budget. So, I mean, those proponents who are claiming to have a new UN institution, I can't really see how it can happen. Because this is something in the UN you can't say that we want to create a new one, but it's being downsized everywhere. Anyway, so we have made some progress, and we are going to have our last meeting before reporting to the Commission on Science and Technology for Development in May. And I hope to achieve at least a couple of recommendations to put down on the table where are the gaps, where are the real mechanisms, and where are the divergent opinions. So on that basis, I think we can provide some input to this whole process and to move forward in a very slow way, but we are going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. So the UN process turns along, but sounds like we may not end up with a consensus there. That's not surprising, which then leads us to the question of, can we do better with what we already have? And one of the things we already have is the Internet Governance Forum. And we have here Marcus Coomer, whose Internet Society has recently had some thoughts about that. Marcus.
Thank you, Bill. It's a pleasure for me to be here. Let me also start with the Tunis agenda and with the history, as we have many veterans around the table here. There have always been different interpretations of what we mean in the Tunis agenda in the details. We agree on the broad outlines, but like Peter, I'm one of those who never understood what's in enhanced cooperation, what is exactly meant there. And there are different schools of thought. There are those who think it should be enhancing cooperation, improving the functioning of organizations from within and between organizations, and there are those who think there's something new needed. But when we talk about institutional innovation, we should not forget that the Internet institution are actually examples of institutional innovation, starting with the Internet Engineering Task Force, a really open gathering where anybody can participate and contribute. And then we have to pay tribute to the US government in the 90s coming up with the idea of creating ICANN, because basically, based on the realization that traditional intergovernmental mechanisms wouldn't be fast enough to cope with this rapidly developing technology. And that brings us to the role of governments. Yes, of course, the role of governments is key, but the problem is the governments are used to different kinds of cooperation, different kinds of working methods. They are used to one-stop shop organizations. When they talk about trade, they go to the World Trade Organization. When there's avian flu, they go to the World Health Organizations. And when there's something to do with the telephone, they go to the International Telecommunication Union. So for them, it's only normal that for one issue, you want to have one organization. And now the Internet is different. It has different distributed governance arrangements that are adapted to the underlying distributed technology. So are there gaps in these arrangements? The answer is yes and no. Yes, if you think there are no institutions dealing with this or with that that are universally known, but it is no because there's always somebody dealing with something. Spam is a good example. All of a sudden at Wikid it emerged as a problem. Many of us had thought this is no longer a problem anymore. We know how to deal with it. We cannot deal with it completely, but we have methods on how to make the problem bearable. But there are many developing countries who didn't know the solutions. So, okay, let's take it up and let's work on it. And we, as ICOC, we took up what I like to call the wicked leftovers, and we put some effort into working on spam, organizing workshops, and we continue with working on spam in this year and preparing an anti-spam toolkit, and. There are practical measures there, but they are not known well enough. And I think this is, to a large extent, the issue. There are groups dealing with the problem, but the problem or the solutions they provide are not universally known. And this is something we definitely have to address. Now, do we need new institutions? Do we need new mechanisms, or do we need to strengthen what we have? And the question you asked, Bill, there is the IGF that is here, that exists, and when we look back, there are various people in the room who are part of these discussions when we had the working group on internet governance. Yes, we identified there's need for something else which does not yet exist. And the working group came up with a proposal to create a platform for dialogue. And at the time, the vision was, let's look at some organizations that provide that. And the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development was seen as a possible role model. But of course, we realized at the time that I was far too ambitious to think you would be able to replicate an established and well-existing international organization. But the idea was always, through dialogue, identify possible solutions, share best practices, and find a bottom-up way of finding a convergence of policy through dialogue. And it's very gratifying to hear from Alice that the IGF model in Africa actually helps policymakers to develop their policy. Now, to begin with, the global IGF was very, very fragile. It was not so that the entire world embraced the model as it was put on the table. People came, and again, the veterans may remember when we had the first discussions at the first meeting in Athens, there was a lot of nervousness around, there was a lot of mistrust, might be hijacked, maybe be captured. But over the years, we managed to install some confidence and trust and also a sense of community among those who attend the meeting. And that was apparent at the last year's meeting, I think, in Bali. And yes, there are recommendations from the working group on IGF improvement, and these have been taken seriously. And the time has come now, I think, to move a step further, and we have proposed as Internet Society to take this step and also to learn from the Internet institutions, and in particular from the IETF, with the notion of rough consensus, of having maybe policy recommendations that are here on the table up for voluntary adoption, and that could be a tangible output. We have also recommended taking up something which has been in the air, and I know you were one of those who recommended it from the beginning, to have intersessional work. But to begin with, the institution, or it's not even an institution, the platform would have been too fragile, because precisely there were fears of capture. But maybe time now has come, and it is an opportunity really to take this extra step and to strengthen the IGF and really to let it fill this perceived gap. And this is a place where governments can meet other stakeholders, and this dialogue is important. Governments need to talk to the technologists. They need to know whether the solutions they envisage are actually implementable, or could they break the internet? Because some solutions politicians propose could be very detrimental to the good functioning of the internet. And this dialogue, I think, is only at the beginning, but it will be more and more important as we move forward. We have started on a very small scale with the Internet Society inviting policy folks to the Internet Engineering Task Force meeting, and the results are very encouraging. They come to begin with, they don't know what to expect, and they go, and they are actually enthusiastic believers in the model of how the ITF does business, which is opposed to the intergovernmental model where governments need to approve the standards they want to have. And as Jari explained this morning, the belief in innovation without permission is at the heart of the internet, and this is something that we want to maintain. And the IGF as a multi-stakeholder model with a link to the United Nations, it is not a UN organization as such, but it has the credibility of the United Nations, which is important to many countries. It's linked to the Secretary General of the United Nations as its convener, gives credibility to governments that might be reluctant to go into a meeting of an internet institutions, but the IGF can be a port of entry for those governments, and I think we don't lose anything and we gain everything if we work hard to strengthen it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Marcus. So perhaps institutional maturation should be the title of this session rather than innovation, or maybe they're tied. Bertrand, what do you think about some of the topics here?
Thank you, Bill. If we're looking at the title of the session, and I'd like to connect the whole exercise today and praise you for having actually mapped the topics to what is likely to be the agenda of NetMundial, basically. So there's one big track around principles, and then there's another track around roadmap. And the way you framed it is actually the way I think it's going to evolve. There are two sub-elements in this roadmap issue. One is the whole discussion about the globalization of the INF function, ICANN, that we've been discussing. And the second one is what I tried to allude to this morning in one of my comments, is the second dimension is precisely this question of how does the ecosystem of internet governance that we have today, that basically deals with the governance of the network on the technical issues, so to speak, is going to expand or to develop under the same kind of principles to address issues that are fundamentally different in their nature, because they are much less technical and much more political, that are related to the use of the internet, that are related to freedom of expression, privacy, and so on. And here I want to make a very fundamental distinction. Most of the technical issues that are being addressed by the IETF, the W3C, the IRRs, and ICANN, the governance ecosystem for the governance of the internet, start from the assumption of unicity and universality. When you think about it, the standards, the addresses, the protocols, the naming system are intended to be unique. The problems we're addressing on the governance on the internet start from the contrary. The problems are being addressed in systems that are fundamentally heterogeneous because they are national frameworks. And I hear very often that the limitation of the intergovernmental systems is that intergovernmental discussions is too slow, cannot cope up, and so on. I don't see this as being the main obstacles. Multi-stakeholder discussions can be long. It's not the problem. The fundamental distinction is intergovernmental organizations are based on one fundamental principle, which is the separation of sovereignties, which means that cooperation is an afterthought. It's something that you are doing when you are basically forced to do it. It's not the fundamental reason why you exist. The reason you exist and the reason why you do international organizations is to very carefully ensure that another sovereign is not going to infringe on your own sovereignty. This is not the recipe for handling the kind of problems that we're facing with the internet because of its transborder nature. And so fundamentally, the reason why the multi-stakeholder model is needed is because there is, one, a lot of situations where there are conflicts of laws between the different countries. And two, as was mentioned by Marilia, in many respects, the large internet operators, it can be DNS operators or platforms, develop terms of service that have a natural vocation to apply across borders. It is a normative system that actually sometimes conflicts with the national laws. And we do not have at the moment, in the international system, any principle regarding the hierarchy of norms. No national law is supposed to be superior to another national law. And the problem of governance on the internet is how do we manage disputes that come from conflicting norms in shared spaces? How do we manage conflicts between the terms of service of one company and the national law of another country? There is no principle of hierarchy. And we need to develop mechanisms to deal with that. So I do believe that this is indeed one of the two sub-tracks of the notion of roadmap that should have a lot of attention in Net Mundial. The second quick thing is, as I said this morning, I strongly believe in the notion that governance, internet governance in general, needs to be distributed, layered, distributed, multi-stakeholder, and so on. But distributed is very important. It means that instead of having the natural reflex of creating a single entity that deals with governance of the internet or on the internet, the approach should be to have issue-by-issue networks, governance frameworks. And when you look at the definition of internet governance in Tunis agenda, and this will make Bill smile, we all recognize that the expression principles, norms, rules, decision-making principles, and programs is actually the famous definition of regimes. And he's well placed to know why this is in there. So the question is, the governance on the internet, the infrastructure or the institutional framework for governance on the internet needs to be something that allows the creation of regimes. And the way to create regimes is actually to get the relevant stakeholders around the table to discuss the issues of their common concern. We do not have this mechanism so far. What we have is the embryo of this. And the embryo of this is the IGF, which is the first place where some sort of agenda framing or issue framing is happening, which means that you get people who are interested in one given topic, and they begin to talk about this. The problem is that it has many, it's not a problem actually. The good thing is that it has many similarities with what happens in the IETF when you create a birds of a feather. But the problem is that in the IETF, you get a next step. Once the birds of a feather meeting has identified that there is a topic, and I've been helped also by discussion I had this morning on the fact that to move to a working group in the IETF, you do not only need to have a successful birds of a feather, you need to have a group of people who say, we're willing to work on that, and another group that needs to say, we are willing to vet or to observe or to criticize the work that is being done. So what we have today with the IGF is the early stage of something that can lead afterwards to working groups or processes, or what I personally call a multi-stakeholder dialogue process as the one that I'm leading. But we don't have the mechanism that allows for the formation of those issue networks. And what is at stake is what kind of lessons, I believe, can we draw from what is working in the IETF and maybe other processes to create this mechanism that build on top of the IGF. I do not believe, for instance, without getting into detail, that the MAG of the IGF can play the equivalent role of the IESG, sorry for the acronyms, in IETF. It is not this thing that will evolve into more than a program committee. But how to create those groups is probably the way forward. Let me finish by one point. We're talking about roadmap, and what I just sketched here is just one possible option to address those issues. But what is at stake in the roadmap and in the Net Mundial is, are we able to collectively frame the topic we want to solve in a way that we all agree upon. There's no way you can find a solution to a problem if the formulation of the problem is not shared. And so we are now rushing with various options. The roadmap, I believe, on this specific topic is basically to try to frame the topic in a way that is acceptable by everybody at Net Mundial, bring this into the IGF in Istanbul so that there is a plenary session and a few workshops that discuss this on the substance, so that in Istanbul there is a sort of endorsement of a process to move forward. And the key question is, what will be the process to discuss this? Leveraging the working group on enhanced cooperation, leveraging the work of many panels that have produced this, so that it feeds into what is on the horizon, which is the WSIS plus 10 meeting. And the WSIS plus 10 thing is such a question mark that we have the power to basically feed what we think it should be. And I personally believe that the Net Mundial is the kickstarting of the preparatory process for the WSIS plus 10, because otherwise we're going to get into the whole debate of a new summit and so on, which is the worst thing that can happen.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. A lot of interesting thoughts there. We're obviously running a few minutes late, having started late after the coffee break. We will wrap the session about 15. So, George, if you can clean up with a little quick integrative thought, then we'll take any quick comments from the floor. Okay?
So I'm paying for the sins of my predecessors.
Yeah.
As usual.
This has been known that I've been in that seat many times.
Okay, well, I have so much to say and so little time. Let me start. For me, the starting point of this discussion is the NTIA statement, because it opens up in a real way the possibility of institutional change in Internet governance. The first issue, once that happens, is that we need to understand what the problem is. As Bertrand says, if you don't have a common view of the problem, you're not going to like the solutions very much. But for any, if you can define the problem well enough, if you can define the problem well enough, then the next thing to realize is that there are bounds on the solutions. There are constraints. Some of them have been provided by NTIA. And to make it short, it's the digital Hippocratic Oath, do no harm to the Internet. Some of them are going to be provided by the technical community, because if it looks like any part of the solution is going to be detrimental to the way the Internet works, they're just going to walk away from it, and rightly so. And some of the constraints will be provided by civil society and the government, saying this has to be a part of the solution, otherwise we're not going to play. The issue, I think, the practical issue at hand is, how do you take those various spaces, assuming they have a non-null intersection, and converge to find out what that intersection is? I'm a little bit pessimistic about that, but maybe the roadmap that Bertrand just sketched out has some hope of paying off. So if you're thinking that the solution has to include new institutions, there are some issues that come up. Institutions take time to build. There's a process of generating confidence, building trust, showing that the institution is stable, understanding what it can and can't do. A new institution is likely to be characterized in its first years as a struggle for power, representation, all kinds of things which do not lead to any sense of stability in the institution. So those of you who were around ICANN for a long time may remember that ICANN itself was essentially lambasted as illegitimate for at least its first 5 years by quite a few people. And legitimacy is going to be an issue for any new institution. Things have to proceed marginally, maybe more slowly than some of us would like, but building a foundation which is solid. And in addition, if we move to a new institutional regime, whether it's new institutions or not, I think the the burden is going to be on us, us being the people who define the new arrangements, to show that it's at least as good and probably better than anything we have now. Otherwise, it's not going to be acceptable. Full stop. There's a wonderful essay in a book written by a computer scientist named Fred Brooks called The Mythical Man Month. And the title of the chapter is, there's never time to do it right, but there's always time to do it over. And I submit that we cannot afford to be the victim of that. I'll give you an example of the cost of that. Some of you may remember an organization, a UN organization called GAID, G-A-I-D. GAID grabbed the floor of the ICT for Development agenda immediately after the cessation of the ICT task force, UN task force for ICT, something like that. For 4 years, it did very little except hold conferences and fly people around the world. Essentially, the output was close to zero. But by doing that, by grabbing the focal point of that subject, I think it was in 2004, they preempted anyone else from grabbing the focal point and doing something else with it. So the real cost of GAID was maybe a few $1 million. The opportunity cost of GAID was blocking anybody else from doing a better job and taking the subject and doing something good with it. We cannot let that happen in this internet governance transition to whatever the future is. Now, all of this might make you think that I'm very much opposed to change, and there were some comments in the first session this morning about this. I don't think there's a fear of change as much as there is a fear of breakage if the change isn't well engineered. And by the way, there's no way to operationally test this change, this institutional change, before you make it, unless you go very slowly and very carefully. So that, we are all familiar with unintended consequences. We suffer from them. Sometimes we benefit from them in our daily lives. We need to understand what those consequences are and minimize the unintended consequences of any change that we make in the internet governance regime. Let's see. Let me go on to something Bertrand said this morning. He made a differentiation between the governance of the internet and the governance on the internet, and I think that's a really important differentiation which tends to get lost in many of the discussions that we have. Certainly it gets lost on the OneNet discussion list regularly and found occasionally and restored. The governance of the internet is an issue that involves ICANN, IANA, the iStars, et cetera, et cetera. By and large, if you look at the internet, it's scaled from a few people to 2 billion people. It has thousands of moving parts. It's intricate. It operates on the basis of cooperation and not necessarily even contracts, where contracts would be common in the business world. It works. As a technical phenomenon, it works. The tougher issues, the issues of the governance of issues on the internet, because the internet as a disruptive force has entered into our society, is much more important in the long run, and the problems are much tougher. Let me give an illustration of one of them just to show a different side of it. And this has to do with orphan issues. Is cybercrime an orphan issue? Well, I see Steve shaking his head saying no. I would say yes and no. And let me describe something that happened a few years ago. In the United States, there's a television program called 60 Minutes. It's a journalism program. And they have people on and talk about various issues and problems. Well, Ron Noble, who is the Secretary General of Interpol, was on the show. And he was given, and this was when cybercrime was an issue, and this was one of the focal points of the discussion. And by the way, you can see this on YouTube. If you can find it, you can see it. That's how I found it. So he was asked, do you have enough resources to handle this problem. And he started crying, visibly. And he said he recovered, and he said, no, we have maybe a few percent or something like that of what we need. So is cybercrime an orphan at the international cooperative level, or is it being starved to death by its parents, who are the governments of the countries of the world? That's a much more difficult problem to address, and yet it's an important problem. I think it's becoming, I suspect it's becoming more important. And that's an issue of national priorities. How does the internet governance movement, if you call it that, or how do this internet governance community, people who are involved and interested in it, make an impact in terms of priorities that have to do with accommodating this disruptive influence in a way which is positive for society? So these are really tough issues, and I just hope that once Net Mundial is over, that we will be able, at least on the OneNet list, which I'm active on, we will be able to say that there is life after IANA, and we will be able to start addressing these issues because they are by far the most important. The conclusion I have, and I think Bertrand said this more eloquently, as he normally does, is that the institution building we need is the institution building within this community. Because we are not equipped to deal with converging on acceptable solutions. I'm very pessimistic about the IANA issue. I hope we'll be able to converge. But if we can't do that, what hope do we have on the larger issues? We need to build institutions among ourselves that will allow us to address effectively these problems in a way that makes sense and makes good use of the resources that we have, because we are they're a fair number. Let me stop there.
Thank you, George. I think that probably the jet lag setting in, the day is getting late, everybody wants to hear Larry Strickling. So let's try to just move real quickly and just see if there's any questions on, on this broad nexus of issues. I mean, the fundamental problem remains that whether all of this kind of like non-ICANN, broader IG stuff is your top priority or not, the fact of the matter is the Net Mundial process, it will be there, and will be there because these issues are very much of concern to a lot of actors in the international community. So it has to be recognized and addressed. Do we have any intervention? Sure, please. Could you just go ahead. Let's just take a couple of quick questions, and then we'll just go through the questions one all together, and then we'll do a quick response, and then we'll cut this and move on to the next bit. So, Jeremy.
I'm Jeremy Malk at EFF, but now I'm just representing myself. I thought this third question, this third bullet point was really good, and none of the panelists really addressed it. A number of the proposals for institutional change are trying to make a compromise by saying, well, okay, we're not going to form a new institution, but we're going to form a new clearinghouse, or the various words used to describe it, where governments and other stakeholders can come and say, okay, there's this problem. Where do we go with this problem? Who do we talk to about it? And the clearinghouse could say, okay, you can go here because the ITF is dealing with it, or the OECD is dealing with it. Or it could say, nobody's dealing with it. Let's form a working group and deal with it. I'd like to hear from the panelists. Do you think that is the right sort of approach? And just for those in the room, if you want to find one example of a proposal like that, go to bestbits.net, which is the website of the Best Bits Civil Society Coalition. And down the bottom of the page, you'll see links to our submissions to Net Mundial. And one of them is this sort of proposal for a decentralized model of internet governance that uses this sort of clearinghouse function. So if anyone wants to give some thoughts about that, could that work? Could that be a compromise that would be satisfactory? Thanks.
And in fact, that's linked off the website for this meeting.
Young Lee from .kr. I'm currently a council member of the CCNSO, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. I think there is an elephant in the room that a lot of people are not actually addressing, and that is the issue of actually the role of government that, or the enhanced role of governments that the ITU has been talking about. And I think that there is a general agreement, even within the ICANN community, that the role of government enhanced, maybe, I mean, more than at least the current status that the governments have within ICANN. So, because we're talking about net Mundial, I actually wasn't able to look through all of the 187 documents, but I did try to skim through some of the major countries' contributions, like Russia, China, India, Iran, and Argentina, who actually, when we're talking about multi-stakeholder, whose voices actually are not being heard in this room within ICANN. Because what I hear from them, not that I agree, but I would just like to point out that there is a significant force that does not agree with what we have been talking about and what I think most of us have been agreeing on, which is that yes, ICANN has a lot of problems in governance, and there is no, as Bertrand said, there is no defined international structure for addressing that issue. So far, individual countries or couple of sometimes bilateral or some 4 or 5 countries cooperating, but there is no international mechanism. And what India, countries like India seem to be pointing to is a mechanism like the UN, an international mechanism like the UN. And I think we need to, when we're addressing this, not just emphasize that the current ICANN system is one of the best, or the current IGF system is a good one, but especially, and George mentions security, but that is the area that these countries are voicing their opinions most strongly, because they are talking about the sovereign rights of states to protect their citizens. And yes, of course, as Bertrand said, no one country should be able to have control over the sovereignty of any other country, but each country would like to ensure, I mean, not all of the countries, I think that some of the huge forces that are trying to organize something that is not friendly to ICANN, to phrase it mildly, seem to be pushing for the sovereignty of individual states. And that's something, I mean, just Keith in the previous session mentioned that we need to try to have a delicate balance between the sovereign rights of states and the freedom of the internet and transparency and all. But that's something that that's something that we haven't been talking about, and I think that's something that we should actually try to address, whether, I mean, with regard to cybersecurity issues, because these countries have the administrative power, and because ICANN and other organizations do not. Yes, European countries are saying that countries have sovereign rights, but they seem to be emphasizing the fact that it needs to be a multi-stakeholder effort. For example, technical communities having a very strong role, or a very important role in cybersecurity, but the other forces are trying to emphasize the sovereign rights of states more, and I think that's something that we need to try to address. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you very much. Yes, undoubtedly, the politics of sovereignty and claims about sovereignty have been a driving force over the past decade in these contexts, and we will undoubtedly hear this in the Net Mondiale, and could be more proposals like the one that the Indians put forward before. I feel like we're running quite behind, so I'm just going to look at the panel and ask, is there anybody burning to have let's just can we really do a 30-second last comment each? Because I want to go to Larry Strickling next. Anyone know? Alice is fine. Bertrand, anybody looking? Bertrand, just quickly.
Quickly to say to Jeremy that actually the expression clearinghouse is probably not set in stone in any way. The key question is what I was addressing earlier is precisely this issue network forming type of mechanism. And if Net Mondiale were to bring some convergence of perspectives on something of that sort is what we're trying all to build, that would be a big step forward.
Okay, fantastic. Peter, did you have a quick one?
Yes, also addressing the issue of the clearinghouse, it has been brought up in the working group on enhanced cooperation, and I hope it will be retained, because I think this is a good way forward. And as for the role of governments in the IG ecosystem, I think it's extremely important, and probably this will be also included in the working group, because this is the essence of the working group itself. So yes, we are going to address these issues, and I want to just point out that in the GAC, the countries which you have mentioned, except Saudi Arabia, all of them are represented on the GAC. So we are moving forward in this direction as well.
Thank you, Peter. So I'm glad to hear that you think that'll survive the WCAG discussion. Really, the last word for you, and then we really will go.
Thank you. I just would like to call attention to a proposal that was advanced by the Internet Democracy Project, which is an Indian civil society organization that talks about the clearinghouse. We are concerned about which organization will receive outcomes that come from the IGF. And this clearinghouse, on their proposal, would work like a router that would send the policy issues to multi-stakeholder networks that would deal with very concrete problems. So it's a way that the issues would be discussed in a multi-stakeholder fashion that is distributed. It is a distributed model of governance, and I think it's a very interesting proposal to look at.
Thank you very much. We will be hearing a lot more about this at Net Mondiale, those of you who go, and we will be hearing about it more beyond that, whether in the plenipotentiary at the ITU or so on. The concerns of states and the search for alternatives will not go away, and they are highly relevant to ICANN. I want to thank the panel for their interventions. I'm sorry that we went a little bit late, and let's turn it over to the panel. So I think probably, Larry, I get to say somebody who doesn't need much introduction in this case. Given recent events, I think that I don't have to read your bio, but it is linked off the website. If anybody wants to know who Larry Strickling is, the Honorable Assistant Secretary of State, head of the NTA of Commerce. Sorry, Commerce, I'm tired. And head of the NTIA. Here is Larry Strickling.
Well, thank you, Bill, and thank you for having us here. I mean, no better way to show a person he's welcome than to have him fly 24 hours and then sit through 8 hours of meeting and then react to what he's heard all day. So we'll see how exactly this plays out. But Bill had assured me, no, you don't have to prepare any comments, just show up and react to the group. So that's what I'm going to do, but we'll try to cover any of the topics that I'm sure are on your mind, whether if I don't touch on them directly. Do we have some time for Q&A? We'll try to take a few questions to make sure we are able to address your issues. But I am extremely pleased to appear here because for 15 years people said this would never happen. And I want to be able to, I'm so pleased to be here to be able to say that finally the United States government has done something that Milton Mueller likes. So. Not that that was our goal, but it didn't hurt. So I just have a few points I'd like to emphasize. And again, I did sit through the discussion today with the idea of trying to pick up some of the themes and trying to weave them together into some points that then relate to the action that we did announce last Friday. And I will say that probably the most important takeaway for me out of the discussion today is a point that was emphasized right from the beginning by Steve Crocker, right through the end. Marilia emphasized it again, and that's this idea that this IANA issue, the transition of the United States out of its role with the IANA functions, is really only one part of the internet governance debate we are facing this year. And I would tell you that one of our greatest concerns in the U.S. government about this was the fear that, well, not fear, the concern that by taking the action we took last week, that somehow we would suck the oxygen out of this larger discussion that I will tell you, in my own mind, is much more important longer term. And that's the question of how do we engage the developing world and build acceptance of the multi-stakeholder model in countries that haven't had the same level of experience with it as the more developed countries. That, I think, should be the focus of Net Mundial, and I'm pleased from Marilia's comments to hear that it should be a major topic down there. That's the role of this high-level panel chaired by the President of Estonia to start to think about that, and frankly, it was a very important part of today's discussion as reflected in the last panel, but that, I think, is the big set of issues that we have to be working on. We have to find a way to get the developing world engaged in this more than they have been. And part of that requires getting the communities in these countries, civil society, business communities, to be able to organize themselves to then provide the stakeholders that you need to have for a multi-stakeholder discussion. So it's not just a question of talking and convincing governments of the wisdom of this. It's partly how do you reach out to the economies in these countries that are struggling or get their arms around the internet economy and how to kind of ride that economic wave that comes with it. But that's what we really have to be focused on. And my deepest hope of what we put into play last week is that it might serve as something of a booster shot to the efforts to focus on this larger question. And if it doesn't turn into that, then we should all say shame on ourselves, because that's really what's at stake here, not just the question of who or what replaces the U.S. role in verifying the accuracy of changes to the root zone. So that's kind of my first point. The second one is that we did set out some principles for this transition last Friday. And what I hope and what I heard today is that I think that what we laid out, which were very basic, but I think that they already represent a consensus of the community. And I hope that that gets established in the discussion over the next few days, and in particular at the public session on Monday. But you know, the four principles that we use to build the frame around the transition planning were: we need to support, the transition plan needs to support and enhance the multi-stakeholder model. It needs to maintain the security, stability, and resiliency of the domain name system. It needs to meet the needs of the global customers and partners of the IANA services, and it needs to maintain the openness of the internet. I hope those are not controversial. We didn't intend them to be particularly controversial. We thought that these did reflect consensus viewpoints, and I hope that the community is able to affirm that. I read with great interest Milton's and the IGP's proposal, and I think the statement of principles laid out there is very much resonant with some of this. Certainly his comment about governments is one that I think is very much in sync with what we have said, which is that we are saying very clearly that there shouldn't be a government-led solution to this, or a solution that is an intergovernmental organization. And just to clarify, because I guess it was a matter of debate this morning, we're not saying governments don't play a role. Governments are part of the stakeholders like everyone else, so they clearly need to be part of the discussion. But I think Milton's paper makes a really good point, which is you don't want to replace a single government solution with a multi-government solution, and I think that's common sense, and it's certainly something that I hope the community embraces. But on the question of the multi-stakeholder involvement for all this, we've tried to make it very clear from the outset that this is broader than just ICANN. ICANN is the party with whom we contract for the performance of the IANA functions. ICANN, obviously, through these meetings and through its activities, has great experience in terms of running multi-stakeholder processes, and more importantly, iterative multi-stakeholder processes where people can work together on an issue over a period of time to reach a consensus decision. So we've asked ICANN to convene, but we've made it very clear that this is something that we expect the Internet Society, the Internet Engineering Task Force, the Internet Architecture Board, the RIRs, all of the technical community needs to be participating in this, and we expect that'll be reflected in the session on Monday and will be reflected in the process as it's designed and carried out throughout all of this. We think it's essential the process be transparent. I mean, I don't know how long it'll be. It's something where it's just large groups of people continuing to meet on it, but whatever it settles on, whatever the community settles on is the right process. We believe absolutely it's got to be transparent so that people can see exactly how it's playing out. And we certainly aren't interested in seeing a top-down solution. We'd like to see this emerge out of a discussion in the community that then filters up into the proposal that is finally presented to us. A lot of questions about accountability, a lot of discussion about accountability. And one thing I wanted to make clear, I guess people read our statement, but maybe they didn't read what we didn't say. But one of the things we didn't say was we didn't put the affirmation of commitments into play by this at all. Now, does that mean the community can't talk about it? Not at all. We fully expect that the discussion that will take place among the community is going to fairly quickly segue into these larger questions of accountability and transparency and how well the existing AOC will operate in whatever is designed and whatever the community wants to go forward with. But I want to make it crystal clear that we didn't come back and say we think that document is out of touch with the times or is past due, and we're basically saying that can work and it should still work, and if the community wants to now find a way to improve it, go to it. You're welcome to take it on. But in the absence of that, the affirmation is still there and will continue to operate as envisioned. I think Steve made the point a couple of times today, and I know he's made it in some of his writings, this issue of the fact that when we did the IANA contract in 2012, we had to go out and do it twice because we had to make it clear that first, we took input from the international community and we reflected that in the scope of the contract that we wanted parties to compete for. And we had to do it twice to make sure that the winning bidder was actually going to take on the commitments that the international community wanted. I do think the community has to have an important discussion about that as it thinks about what replaces us. As Fiona made very clear, our role today is primarily fairly clerical. In terms of what we actually do with the IANA functions. But we certainly understand the symbolism of all this. That's been a source of comfort for a lot of people, but it's probably been a source of irritation for just as many, if not more, other people. But this whole question, in no way are we doing this in a way we're handing the keys to ICANN and walking away from it. We're asking the community to step up and say, what is it that you want to have in terms of not just replacing the technical role we perform, but how do you replace that sense of confidence that people take out of the idea that somehow we're sitting in the middle. So we do think that's going to be a very important discussion for this community to have. I do want to also talk a little bit about some of the international versus domestic interplay here. Those of you who are from the U.S. and have been watching the press know that already we're starting to see other issues emerge out of all this. And I think people need to be understanding of that. Not that they should be modifying their discussions or their viewpoints about this, but already we're seeing people who are suggesting that the U.S. is abandoning the internet or that this is somehow going to inevitably lead to the loss of free expression on the internet. We don't think that's the case. but we are being pushed by some of the political elements to keep emphasizing how conditional our offer was of the transition, the idea that conditions have to be satisfied. And I think the community should simply take that up as a challenge to bring back a well-thought-through, very solid plan to us so that we can push back against some of the political pressure that's starting to emerge on this. In our mind, it's time to do the transition. But the community's got to step up now and really take this on in a way that can reassure policymakers in Washington and other people who simply want to comment on this sort of thing or use it to score political points, that there's a sense of responsibility here in the community to ensure these very important values such as free expression. So my final point to you is, as this discussion plays out over the next many months, don't let this become a political football. We've got at least two communities that need to be really, really impressed by the discussion and the debate that's going to be held. The first is where I started. It's the developing world that still isn't certain that the multi-stakeholder process is going to meet their needs. All right, well here, we've been talking about the benefits and the values of this for years and years. Now's a chance, as I think Mikey said, the world is watching. Yeah, they are watching, and they're going to see, is this community able to come together quickly? Are they able to approach this as in the goal of reaching consensus as quickly as possible? We all know the multi-stakeholder process is chaotic, and there are going to be people out there looking to pick at it. Because the second audience we're dealing with are the people who want to score political points out of this by trying to say it's not working or that it's a mess or that it's chaotic. Well, we know it's going to be that way at the outset, so it's really important for this community to act with a real sense of purpose and get people engaged in this process who are absolutely dedicated to reaching a consensus outcome in a responsible, realistic, maybe creative, hopefully creative way. We can't let all these extraneous issues kind of take away from the goal we have, because there's just too much at stake here. So I hope the community on Monday is able to establish some consensus around the principles we set forward, and I'm really hoping the community can step up and take responsibility for this as quickly as possible and demonstrate once and for all that this multi-stakeholder business really works and is the way to move forward with these internet policy making issues as we work through these issues over the next many years. So thank you very much, and with that I'll take some questions.
Somehow, oh, Avri Doria, what a surprise. Okay, Avri.
No, we should let the government go first.
Stefano. No. Ladies first.
Thank you. Avri Doria. My first time at the microphone today, but I said it was fun to come to the microphone. The question I wanted to ask was about the AOC, and you did invite people to talk about it, and I'm really glad to see that it's not one of the things. There's been various conversation about getting other governments to sign an AOC. Now, there's specific roles for the U.S. specifically in the AOC that's written. So if other governments were brought into sort of an AOC mesh, as it were, is that something that you're also willing to talk about, how that specific role that you have and that you've, I've been on the ATRT with you fulfilling that role, that is something that could be shareable among other governments if they did sign into an AOC?
I don't have fully formed views on this, but I have a big concern, which is that I view the commitments made by ICANN in that document not to be made to us. As Fiona mentioned, they're basically what's laid out in the bylaws. These are commitments ICANN has made to the community. Not just governments, they've made it to civil society, to businesses, to technical experts. If this simply becomes an issue of, well, let's get more governments to sign the AOC, are we starting to lose that notion of ICANN having obligations to the entire community, or the idea that somehow by the governments are the representatives of all of that community? So I see a concerned if the only focus is on getting other governments to sign, because I do think the commitments are broader than commitments to governments. They're commitments to every one of you. And I worry that somehow we weaken that bond if all of a sudden it simply becomes, let's get more governments to sign the same document. Because, as I say before, these commitments are broader than that.
Okay, Larry, I appreciated a lot your speech, and especially when you say that what we were actually doing was mostly clerical work, let's say, but it's not so clerical, only because there are a number of problems, difficulties, agreements around, and so on. And, but I think what you said is just right, that then you, before reaching the end of the contract, hopefully that we will find an agreement, ICANN and the other ISTATs that you mentioned, has to work very heavily and trying to avoid something that in the papers I already read about this action will involve perhaps a doubt about the future of ICANN, or will involve the fact that there should be something more close to ITU models and things like that. So there will be an effort needed to explain while doing things, while reaching this possible agreement, just to make it possibly simple, because I think that this is not something that is so difficult to be done, but there are critics and enemies that want to make this more difficult.
So on that point, I mean, again, all we have teed up by our announcement is, how do you transition out the United States from its role? We haven't suggested that the ICANN role needs to be re-examined. We have not suggested that the VeriSign role needs to be re-examined. We've simply looked at the question of the U.S. role. And so I think it's important that the focus remain on that. The other question is that, is the U.S. somehow saying there needs to be a new organization created to replace the role we performed? And we are by no means saying that has to be an outcome here. Again, when you look at exactly what it is that the U.S. does in the course of being in the chain of root zone updates or root zone changes, I don't know why it couldn't go to machine, and people might conclude that with appropriate transparency, you don't need any entity in that chain. I'm not saying that's a good outcome or a bad outcome. I'm just saying it's a possible outcome, and it doesn't mean that people have to start out saying, yes, we have to start figuring out what the body is that has to be formed to replace what the U.S. is doing. But that's for you all to decide. I'm just saying that we're not insisting that there be some new organization formed for that.
Is that it? Seriously? Are you that desperate to have a drink?
Everybody arrived like what I did, like at 1 a.m. this morning.
Yes, jet lag for all and thirstiness for all. If there are truly no more questions, you can ask Larry questions probably at the reception. I think that he'd probably be willing to deal with them there too. So, all right, listen, thank you very much, Larry, for your time. Really. And just for closing, we thought we would just have a couple of quick observations from a couple of members, including some new members of NCUC, because we are all about outreach and bringing in new people into the process. And so I just wanted to bring up Prakesh and Steffi. Are you feeling okay? Steffi Milan's been coughing a bit. And Robin, is Robin here? Robin has stepped out for the moment. So just a couple of closing quick thoughts from new members, what they observed coming into this process. Anywhere you want. And then we will have a drink.
Hello, everyone. So, first of all, I really apologize for the coughing. It's not intended. I don't have any scary disease, don't worry. So I was asked to just suggest, bring in the perspective of a newbie, some sort of view from outside the bubble. And as I don't want to be the one who stands between you and the wine, I'm going to try to be very quick. And I have only three minor points. Well, first of all, why am I here? Well, there's a very simple idea that I think keeps coming back throughout the day, which is the idea that infrastructure is not neutral. And so I come from a sort of an interest on a perspective of ethics in cyberspace. Now, I know it's not very easy to talk ethics with engineers. I work in a computer science department, so I'm very aware of that. But this is what we have been doing here today. So my 3 points relate more or less to that. And they are of very different nature, but I'm not going to propose any principle. I have a lot to learn from this crowd. So just some points of departure from what I've heard and go a little bit further. We have heard Marilia saying that we have to put people at the center, and I couldn't agree more. But then the question is, who are these people? And to continue with the roadmap metaphor that someone else used before, so whom do we want to have next to us on the bus? And I say the bus instead of the car because I'm not American, and because car sounds more multi-stakeholder and a little bit more inclusive. And I tell you, I spend a lot of time with hackers. We're deeply concerned, actually, about the nature, the political side of DNS, for example. Are these people part of the community, and if so, how? So who is the community at the end of the day? And how do we translate diversity in practice? Because we have heard a lot about diversity. What does this mean? When to come here, you need resources, not only financial resources, but of course, you need quite some knowledge. And it's very difficult for me to actually follow these acronyms that float around the room, just to mention something that has already been mentioned today. And second point I want to make is very related to this, and it is how do we communicate what happens in the walled gardens of internet governance and the ICANN in particular. We have heard someone saying, I don't remember who that someone was, apologies for that, but that people, and he said, my mother is getting interested in in the behind the scenes of internet governance. Is this good for ICANN? Is it a danger? Is it an opportunity? And if it is an opportunity, is it an opportunity for what exactly? That's also something we should think about. I understand this is not the main mission of ICANN, but we keep discussing the multi-stakeholder model. We keep thinking that we are really multi-stakeholder. What does inclusion then mean? And then finally, third point, I'm an educator. I spend a lot of time with students, and I form the future interaction designer, computer scientists, and social media, whatever, blah, blah. And I really do believe that we have a generational challenge ahead of us. Because these people, they are brought up using these tools, but they do believe that there are some sort of magic set of devices and platforms that just happen, and they have no politics, they have no culture, that exist in isolation. And this is actually very similar to what their parents think. And I think this is something we should actually slowly start worrying about. So they're really in the dark. Is it good for us? Well, I don't think so. So how do we make this relevant, what we were discussing here today, relevant to them? How do we convey the knowledge and the history of a space like ICANN, which is very specific, while at the same time looking at enlarging the community, looking into the future? And finally, we have heard Avery saying quite optimistically that we are the stewards in this process of internet governance evolution. So I do think we should somehow take these issues seriously for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Steffi. It's good to yes. It's good to remember that ICANN is only a part of the internet world. Prentice.
Good evening. This is actually my first ICANN meeting ever. And I'm bringing a bit of an, even more of an outsider perspective than Steffi is, having only looked at ICANN from the intellectual property lens earlier and from very far away, and now to actually look at the inner workings is something. But I realize that the more I learn about ICANN and internet governance in general, the murkier things seem to be. It's actually not getting any clearer because one, today we've heard very divergent views about how multi-stakeholder ICANN is. For instance, some insisting that it's actually calling itself multi-stakeholder while being a very top-down process being led by a board that's not necessarily all that transparent, whereas others are, we found vehemently defending ICANN's multi-stakeholderism and asking for better examples out there. So we have, for instance, other kinds of paradoxes. For instance, for many years, people have been insisting that the U.S. oversight or stewardship of the IANA is actually not that very important. Whereas now, with this decision, it's a momentous decision. It's a very important decision. So I'm not clear which one or the other it is. And there are so many processes that we touched upon earlier today in the first session, and some that we didn't. Everything from WSIS plus 10, Net Mondial, ICANN's new process for, which NTIA has asked it to commence on the issues before us right now. The Global Commission on IG that Chatham House and CG are working on, ICANN Strategy Panel, High Level Panel, WGEC, ICANN CCWG, OneNet, and it actually goes on. But how do all of these actually feed into one another? So while we were talking about clearing houses for general IG, I think we need some kind of clearinghouse for these kinds of clearinghouse processes even. It's a never-ending thing. Everyone wants to be the place where decisions are made or where certain kinds of things get done, but it's just increasing the number of processes that are going about, and it's increasing costs. And I'll just narrate one very short anecdote, which is one line, that until very recently, I did not own a domain name. And the primary reason for that was cost. For me, being in India, it would cost me around 15 lunches to own a domain name, whereas for an American, it might cost around 1 lunch or a bit more. So, and I think that there is a big difference, okay? And for developing countries, if you're talking about how do we get developing countries, it's a lot of it boils down to cost of participation in DNS policymaking, cost of domain names, cost of developing capacity around these issues, etc. So, and that's something that I think we do need to focus on if you're serious about being more inclusive about developing countries, and not just in terms of symbolism, but actual participation of folks from the developing world in this. And one last thought to put out there, something that Safi also mentioned about who is the community that we're talking about. For instance, are those people who are working on ideas such as alternative naming systems, are they also part of the community? Because obviously that kind of talk is not tolerated here in ICANN. Those who have been talking about alternative DNS routes, that kind of talk is also not permitted here. So are they also considered part of the community, though? I'm not very sure about that. So.
Thanks, Pratish. I actually think I could answer that last one, but Robin, the closing thought.
Thank you, Bill. I will be very brief. I know it's me standing in the way of the cocktails, so I just want to quickly tie together a few of the key points that we heard today that I think really stand out. One of the things that really stood out for me is we heard representatives from the business community, we heard representatives from civil society, and they were saying a lot of the same things, which doesn't happen very often, so it might be worth paying attention to here. And what we've heard is that there are great concerns about accountability and transparency with respect to internet governance. Lip service is not enough anymore. when it comes to accountability and transparency. We need to see it in practice. And so I think that's something that we've heard a number of times today and need to take seriously as we continue to evolve this discussion, come up with some solutions for. Some of the key principles that we heard today really stood out for me. The principles of internet governance, what kinds of ideals we should be holding out as we come up with these new rules and regulations. First is democracy, the importance that these principles embody democratic principles, openness, the need for the internet to remain open, freedom to innovate without permission, the importance of human rights values being infused into internet governance policies. We heard suggestions regarding a structural separation of operation and policy of the DNS. We heard a lot of talk about the need for bottom-up to truly be bottom-up and not just a fig leaf. And we also heard that multi-stakeholderism takes time, and we shouldn't be shortcutting the time just to get a quick result. Two different perspectives that we heard today that I kind of want to hold out in terms of a juxtaposition against each other. I think they both need to be taken into very serious consideration. And one is, be careful what you ask for. And on the other hand, we also heard that this is an opportunity to evolve. And so we need to take both of these concepts into our formulations going forward, because I think they both are right. So with that, I will turn it back over to Bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. Okay, everybody's tired. Everybody wants to go have a drink. I want to thank you all. It's very unique to see a room stay packed all the way through from beginning to the end of a meeting, particularly a discretionary meeting at the front end of a long week. So I think that's a testimony to your interest in these issues. We really welcome the opportunity to have this kind of cross-community dialogue with you all. And so we thank you for your participation, and we look forward to engaging with you the rest of the week. And now let's have a drink.